Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to day two of Oxford University Summer Torpids 2021. My name is Fergus Mainland, and alongside me, I'm delighted to be joined for this first stint of this morning and afternoon's racing by Adam Ferris. We took you through yesterday morning's racing, and we're delighted to be joining you for the first stint, which will be kicking off in about 10 minutes' time at 11:50. That will be Men's Division 7, 10 crews racing in Men's Division 7. And Adam, we've got some more great racing to come this afternoon, working all the way through to 6:15 and 6:45 with the Men's Division 1 and Women's Division 1 separately. Adam, what did you think of yesterday's racing, and what are some of the things we can look forward to this afternoon?
Hello and hello everyone. Good morning. As you were saying, this is our second day of racing. I'm very excited to see how things go. I was out coxing in Men's Division 4 yesterday with St Anthony's, and yes, we rode over, which is kind of a medium outcome, I guess you could say. Or well, no, actually, I disagree with that. It's quite a good outcome. Few boats do bump up, and you obviously don't want to go down the ranks. So I was very happy with that outcome. But yeah, with regards to the other boats in the other divisions, there was quite a bit of activity yesterday, which was very exciting to see. Lots of bumps or over bumps that we'll talk about, and kind of some massive falls as well from some boats kind of sliding down 6-7 bung lines, and we'll talk to that when we get to those specific divisions. So no, I'm very excited to see what today brings.
So we're delighted to be bringing you this broadcast. We've got 4 different cameras set up along the Torpids course. And for those of you who didn't join us yesterday, or perhaps viewing Torpids for the first time today, we will have 2 cameras on the start at Donington Bridge. The next camera shot will be at the Longridge's Boathouse, and our final shot will be just before the finish line at New College Boathouse as well. A huge thank you to First Sight Media for helping to put this broadcast together, making this possible, because we know after the year we've had and social distancing that is currently in place, we don't have spectators on the banks for Torpids this year. So we're delighted to be able to bring you these pictures, bring you these camera shots, and share Torpids with you wherever you are in the world. So as I said, we're about 8 minutes or so away from Men's Division 7, which will kick off this morning's racing. And leading that off, first boats off, it will be Queen's second 8, then it will be Lineker's second 8, followed by St Anthony's, University College, St Peter's, Christchurch's third 8, followed by their fourth 8. So a nice wee club tussle there between the 2 Christchurch crews. And Mansfield's second 8, New College's third 8, and Lineker's third, wrapping up the 10th boat in this division. So Adam, what are some of the crews that stand out to you? Who perhaps had a good day yesterday? Who perhaps had a bad day yesterday?
Well, as I was mentioning earlier, there was quite a busy day yesterday, especially in Men's Division 7, with only one of the 10 boats that didn't either bump up or bump down, and that was Lineker M3, which stayed stationary. All the other boats were moved around. So it'll be interesting to see if that continues today. I particularly noted that Christchurch M4 bumped up twice in a day, which we actually call an overbump. So the overbump is a situation when your boat bumps a crew ahead of you, that itself then goes on to bump another boat ahead of it. So you only have to bump one boat, but that boat goes on to bump another boat. So you end up going up 2 ranks, 2 bung lines, pardon me. And this is the beauty of Torpids, where as opposed to normal Lates rules, the boat that you bump continues to row on. So you get that extra opportunity to go up multiple bung lines. Although, of course, you can also go up multiple ranks in some rates as well, but that's less common, as that requires the 2 boats ahead of you to bump out, and so both of them stop rowing, and then you have to chase down the boat that is would have been 3 bung lines ahead of you. So that's 6.5 boat lengths, which is roughly 120 meters ahead of you. So it's a little bit trickier to catch up with. Anyway, so as I was saying, Christchurch M4 bumped Mansfield M2 yesterday, and then that Mansfield M2 boat went on to bump New College M3. So Christchurch M4 ended up going up 2 spots, as I mentioned. Mansfield M2 stayed in their same position, and New College M3 then slid down 3 bung lines from 6th to 9th. So I think Christchurch M4 is a boat to keep an eye out for in this division. Of other note, I also saw that Unfortunately, St. Anthony's M2, which is coxed by one of my friends and Oxford River Legends, for his time commitment to his own club and others, slid down a few positions as he got bumped by Queen's M2 and then later by Lineker M2. So they lost M2 in that last stretch of the course. And this was a fairly substantial 3 bung line difference at the start. So they really closed up that gap. And today they're chasing each other back to back. So I would suspect we might see a bump from them today, which will be interesting to see. And I think that's kind of, yeah, that's it for me from this division.
So we see there on the screen, this is our start camera from Donington Bridge. The other camera just next to it facing down towards the gut where we expect, I imagine, quite a lot of the action will be taking place. You see there on screen, we've got the Lineker crew just lining up in front of them, the crew from Queen's College as well. Queen's College setting off crew number 1 in this division. They'll be looking to hold off the pushes from the likes of Lineker, but also watching out for St. Anthony's. I remember yesterday, Adam, you've already alluded to it, but St. Anthony's had a pretty shocking start to bump, certainly not the one they would have wanted. So very much looking to bounce back and make up ground that they would have lost to the likes of Lineker and Queen's yesterday.
Yes, and you're right. They'll be on the rowers' minds and the coxers' mind, but mostly on the rowers' minds, because of course they will have put down as much power as they could, and they'd have given their heart and soul to those chases yesterday, and it still didn't pay off. So now today they need to really reset, put yesterday's events in a box, hide it in the back of their mind, and come back today and reset and think, okay, we refight today with the same amount of power, and hopefully it goes well for them. But yes, it's one of those things that they'll be on the start line about to go off on their start sequence, and they will know that yesterday was a tough day. But all crews, so the first day for bumps, I kind of proxy it to like making crepes. The first day is always a disaster. Well, not always a disaster, but it's never the perfect one. So there'll have been a lot of kind of changes of strategies and kind of little tweaks, both in the mindset and the start sequence potentially, and in changing their strategies, because although we did have the kind of this the ISIS Summer League times and also the rowing on times to kind of gauge where the other boats were at around us and how fast they would be or not, in the end of the day in the lower divisions that's quite variable, and the first day of bumps really gives you a better idea of the quality or the speed of the rowers around you.
So we see there we've got about 8 or 9 crews lining up, and I think, as Adam said, we reckon we've had the 5-minute gun. We're about 5 minutes away from men's Division 7 kicking off. We see there on the screen St. Peter's just made their way into the starting area. St. Peter's, as we've already mentioned, will be going off 5th behind University College and ahead of the 2 crews from Christchurch. They're 3 and 4. So we reckon, based on some of the stuff we watched yesterday, I think there is the potential for both the Christchurch 3 and potentially even Christchurch 4 to catch St. Peter's. So I think stay tuned for a lot of that action to take place between I guess the middle of the race. I think we can expect, particularly on day 2 of Torpids, for the bottom of the division to be really eventful as crews are really trying to tussle, get out of those bottom positions. But I think, as already mentioned, there's going to be a lot of action happening there between the likes of St. Peter's, Christchurch, but also University College as well. I think while up at the top of the division, I think we should be looking to see a fairly comfortable row-over from Queen's, but you can never count out a challenge from Lineker as well. So we see there the crews just spinning round, getting themselves into position on the bank. We reckon the start is probably going to be delayed because we've had a couple of steering issues with the crews, just a couple of issues getting them into position. So we reckon Division 7, the first division we're going to have today, we'll probably set off a couple of minutes late. We'll have that 1-minute cannon just a little bit behind. But Adam, for those who are perhaps joining Torpids for the first day, or it's been a wee while since they've watched Torpids, what are some of the main things that they should be looking out for, some of the key elements that make up a Torpids race?
Of course, so just as a reminder, Torpids or bumps racing in general, is a kind of a race which is quite unique to either Oxford or Cambridge. It's steeped with lots of tradition in these very old universities, and it's basically a cat and mouse chase, although in this situation there are multiple cats and multiple mice. So we have 10 boats lined up head to toe along a stretch of river. We have a cannon that sets off the start of the race, and then they all chase each other. They're about a boat length and a half spaced in between each other. So that's about 30 meters in between each boat. And from the start, they chase each other down and try and get as close as possible to the boat in front, which is what you would call a bump. Generally, there isn't an actual physical bump or contact. You would hope that the cocks in front would concede by raising their arm nice and early for the cocks behind to see. And then that just means that the boats then swap positions, so either going up a position or going down a position. So that's the general rules of bumps. The details or the specifics of torpids, different to normal kind of summer race rules, is that the boat that gets bumped actually has to continue rowing, so could potentially get bumped multiple times and slide down multiple positions, but also it gives the boats an extra chance, because if that boat gets bumped but then they're able to bump the boat ahead of them, they actually keep their position on the bung line. So torpids makes it a very interesting, the torpids racing format makes it a very interesting opportunity for boats to do nice clean early concessions so that they get that chance to potentially bump ahead, and also means there could be a little bit more movement between the boats and the bung lines in those lower divisions. Obviously in the higher divisions where the crews are a little bit more advanced, more experienced, there tends to be less movement. You're generally in Division 1, for both men and women, you see kind of very little movement of the boats and the bung lines throughout the week, but it's still a very exciting race because of that extra speed, the extra skill that is required of the coxes to really shave off those extra centimeters, because they really do pay off a lot in those higher divisions closer to 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, as you mentioned there, that extra twist that Torpids has compared to other bumps racing around the country is hugely important, because it means that even once you've been bumped, the race is still on. And I think, as we saw yesterday in multiple divisions, we've still got crews getting bumped just a couple of 100 meters or so before the finishing line with our camera at New College. So it becomes so important for those crews who perhaps do get bumped to keep on racing, keep racing all the way through to the finish line, because it makes such a difference and it can have such an impact, Adam, on the rankings come the end of the week.
Yes, no, you're completely right. It's a 4-day trial, a 4-day challenge. So you want to be careful on taking too many risks. For example, I mentioned earlier about the coxes wanting to concede nice and early so that they can go on to try and chase another boat ahead of them, rather than getting in a sort of a tangle that then would make them slide multiple positions on that day one. So you've got to have that more long-term mindset of, actually, it doesn't matter if we take a little bump now today, we need to make sure we don't take too much of a penalty, because we've got 3 days to catch it up. Although today now is Wednesday, so there's only 2 more days of racing. So yes, no, it's very exciting, and I still haven't heard the 1-minute gun, but it looks like all the boats are on the towpath now. The rowers are still at backstops, which means their legs are flat down and they're a little bit more relaxed in their postures. So they would kind of also, oh, there you go. There's the 1-minute gun that's just gone off now. So you can see the pole people. So those are the people on the towpath that are pushing the boats out with those long, either wooden or metal poles. So they're pushing the boats out to try and give the boats the best racing line possible. So for those who aren't used to this format or used to the Isis River, the race goes against the current. So what that means is that the coxes really want to keep a line as tight as possible to that footpath, to kind of not have too much resistance from the flow of the water against their rowers. At the same time, they don't want to be too close to the bank, just in case one of their rowers catches a little crab, or there's not quite an even amount of power off that start. And we noticed that yesterday as well, that the boats would have a nice racing line, but within the first 5 strokes, they were pointing out into the middle or had a very different angle. And that's generally if the rowers don't start off at even pressure. And the race.
There we see there we are away in men's Division 7, the first race of Summer Torpids 2021. A little bit of a rough start there for St Anthony's. They'll be looking to bounce back after yesterday's couple of demotions. They set off at the head of the river, but it does look to be a cracking start there. I think from University College, they look set. But as I say that, it looks like their 3-man is caught a crab. but looking to regather it and continue their sprint. Behind them, St. Peter's, as we mentioned, they're going to have a tussle on their hands from Christchurch's third eight. They're hunting them down before Donington Bridge, and it's looking like they're trying to get that concession. And there we see the Cox from St. Peter's, hands up, they've conceded. So Christchurch will try and tuck into the bank as quickly as possible, because coming hot on their tails, that is Christchurch's fourth eight. They'll be looking to do some damage as well, put some distance into St. Peter's, who are in front of them. But we see here a great charge from University College as well. It looks like they've got their bows right up on the stern of St. Anthony's. It's been a disappointing start. And another crab from St. Anthony's there. Hand goes up. Disaster for St. Anthony's as we head out of Donington Bridge. Great start for University College, Adam. But it gets worse and worse for St. Anthony's.
Yes, did you see they caught a crab there just after they conceded? I think it was their two-seat person. It was at the back end of the boat, and they caught this massive crab. Oh, in fact, we just saw, if we can go back to, I think, was it New College that we also saw lower down on the division, below the bridge, that had caught a crab as well. But anyway, with this shot, we're looking up to the gut now where most of the boats are, and we can see Mansfield that are rowing off the course, so that means they've got their bump. And now in this shot we have Queens that has still being chased by Lineker from the looks of it.
I think Lineker might have got them, Adam. I think they might have got them as they just headed out of the gut towards Greenbank. Fantastic start there from Lineker, and sadly Queen's hopes of holding on to the top of this division and progressing onwards have fallen flat on their face. Great start from Lineker, awesome performance from Christchurch. But I think we've also got to be tracking Christchurch as their fourth eight, who will be hunting down and hoping to replicate that of their third eight in front of them. We see them there on the screen. That looks to be, I think St. Peter's. I think St. Peter's, who have been caught by, I think, Christchurch, a fourth eight. So brilliant outing, Adam, from Christchurch.
Yes, exactly. That's both the Christchurch boats that have bumped St. Peter's in front of them now. So it's a great day for Christchurch, at least for their lower men's boats. We'll see Mansfield, I think, is still rowing, yes. So we'll see if St. Peter's don't still have some difficulties with Mansfield behind them potentially. It wouldn't be the first time that I've seen a boat 3 boats away that is able to catch up with a boat, although I don't think St. Peter's, there is from that shot on Long Bridges, there seems to be a nice big gap in between St. Peter's and Mansfield, so I don't think they should worry about a bump at this stage. Although I have seen 3 crabs already in this first race this morning, so I think maybe there was a bit too much excitement, or maybe some strategies of flying and dying that we spoke about yesterday, of these 20 strokes, high rate, high pressure off the start line to try and get that bump in early and then get out of the racing course. And that can tire the rowers, but also at higher rate, of course, you are at higher risk of catching a crab, because you really need to focus on those sharp catches in at risk of the river pulling that spoon into the water deeper than you meant to, and then you can't get out of the water in time. Yeah,
so we're currently at our 4th camera on the course. We're about a few hundred meters or so from the finish line. We're riding with Queens, who have been bumped by Lineker. We're now back with I think what is Lineker's third eight. So we're back at the Long Ridge camera. But just to give you a summary of the bumps that we've had so far, we've had Lineker 2 on Queens 2. We've had University 3s on St. Anthony's 2s, and both of the Christchurch 8s, their third and fourth eight, bumping Peter's second eight. So we've mentioned, great day for St. Peter's. But now we're back at the New College camera, a few hundred meters or so from the finish line, riding with St. Anthony's. And it looks to me like they're being chased down by, I think, Mansfield. We're able to get a better idea as the camera pans around. But go on, Adam.
I was wondering if it wasn't actually St. Peter's that were chasing down St. Anthony's, as they haven't bumped out yet. I think University might have already got the bump. It wasn't clear from that shot, but if we stay with St. Anthony's, staying zoomed out, we should be able to see, yeah, exactly, it's St. Peter's that has closed that massive gap. Well, not the massive gap, but so they were 2 boats behind, 2 bunglines behind before, and now they're within a boat length and a half on this last stretch to the finish. The question is, can St. Peter's put in a last little push? You can see the clacker, which is the finish of the line at the top right of the corner. So let's stay with them, see if they can close that gap a little bit more. You've got Queens that are passing safely past the finish line now. So Queens will be the sandwich boat in the next division, rowing in men's division 6 at 12:55. But St. Peter's are closing that gap, but I don't think they're gonna close that gap with St. Anthony's. I think St. Anthony's have just about survived this little challenge.
Yeah, we see there just the last few stages or so of this men's division 7. We see there the clacker. St. Anthony's coming up to it. They're being chased hot on their heels. It is St. Peter's who got bumped themselves both by both the Christ Church 8. St. Anthony's themselves bumped by University College as well. So as we see Queens paddle through the finish line, St. Anthony's look like they've wrapped up. The same with St. Peter's as well. It will be Lineker, the sandwich boat for men's division 6, which will be going down the course at 12:55. So they've got the hard task of a quick turnaround, back on the water, ready to race, have their crack at trying to bump up into men's division 6. So some great racing still to come today for Lineker's second 8. We see they're on the course at the moment, just coming into shot in the bottom left-hand corner. It is Mansfield. It's Mansfield's second 8. So I imagine we will also be seeing the likes of New College and Lineker's third. No change, Adam, I believe, at the bottom of the division.
Yes, no, I think there wasn't too much happening between Lineker M3 and New College M3. I think this will probably be at this. Yeah, exactly. In shot, we have Lineker M3 now coming in. So no, that probably means that New College M3 will have bumped. Yes, they will have bumped Mansfield M2, which is the crew with the red blades that you see kind of in the middle of your screen right now on the left a little bit. So they will have gone up, and Lineker will just not have had any time to catch up with New College M3. And yeah, so that's the end of the race. As you can see, the finish launch within an emergency first aid person in case needed is following up the last boat of the river.
Division 7. The next division that we will have for you will be at 25 minutes past 12. So in about 20 minutes time or so, we can see there on the screen, we're back up at Longridge. We can see some of the crews making their way up to the start for Women's Division 7. So to give you a rundown, we'll head into more detail for the crews, but to give you the rundown, the team sheet, if you will, we've got Brasenose leading off this division, their second 8, followed by Teddy Hall, Wolfson's fourth 8, Trinity's second, Wilson's fifth, Osler House 6 and 7, their first and second 8s. St Anthony's, their second appearance today, their second 8, setting off 8th. St Catherine's third, and Teddy Hall, their third 8, will be 10th overall.
And of course, we'll have a chart with the kind of the movements of this past division with you in a second. But if you are keen to follow this later on in the day, there's also the Ox Pumps Live, which is run by Wilson College, and they track all these movements throughout the day and put in one of those process maps for you nice and clearly, so you can see the bumps up and down, as well as the over bumps and the over bumps, etc. Shall I talk a little bit about the Women's Division 7 then?
I think so. I think that'd be great. I think we can start to take you through some of the crews that are going to be in Women's Division 7. We can also look back on the action that happened yesterday. It was a action-packed Division 7. And what were some of the races, or some of the crews, I should say, that stood out to you in Division 7 yesterday?
Yes, so there was quite a little bit of activity in this division yesterday, although a little bit less than the men's Division 7 with regards to kind of bumping up and down. There were only just a few small crossovers that we saw yesterday. For example, Wolfson W4 and Teddy Hall W2 swapped their second and third positions after Teddy Hall W2 bumped up. So I think Teddy Hall W2 it will be an interesting one to keep track of today to see if they continue that hot streak, if you believe in a hot streak. Today, we also saw Christchurch W3, which was the sandwich boat, which means that after rowing in their division, they were at the top of the Division 7 yesterday and got a chance to row at the bottom of the next division, which was Women's Division 6 in their category, to get a chance to bump in that division and stay in the better division, if you see what I mean, in that every boat in the lower divisions want to try and bump up and up and up and up to Division 1 eventually. Anyway, Christchurch W3 were at the top of Division 7 quite a sense, so got to row, as I said, in this sandwich boat in Division 6 roughly an hour later, so it doesn't give them much chance to get much recovery, and they just have a time for a little bit of a sip of water and maybe stretch the legs. And they managed to bump the crew ahead of them in that Division 6, so they actually went up quite a few ranks, having had to row twice. So there'll be a boat to keep an eye out for. That is Christchurch W3, but they'll be in Women's Division 6, and no longer in our Women's Division 7. And yes, I also noticed that with some bigger changes, St. Cat's slid down the bung lines by 3 bung lines from 6th to 9th. So now they're firmly in the last little third of the division. And this was due to the double attack that we saw of Osler W1 and W2 yesterday. I remember you said that those red buckets were going to bring Osler luck, and you were right. They got the double bump on St. Cat's, and both of them moved up and still chasing each other today. Hopefully they don't get in each other's way. So yeah, no, I think Osler W1 and W2 are definitely 2 crews to keep an eye out for as well as they start going up the ranks. And then St. Anthony's W2 did also catch up with St. Cat's, which is why St. Cat's lost those 3 bung lines, so being bumped by Osler W1, then Osler W2, and then St. Anthony's W2. So we'll have those 3 boats to keep an eye out for today: Osler W1, W2, and St. Anthony's W2.
So just to take you through those lineups there for Osler House, we've already mentioned them. This year, Osler House are coached by Richard Mifsud. They're coached by Bean Coolsey, stroked by Catherine Maitland, Orion Grant at 7, Katarina Beck at 6, Heather Tong at 5, Jessica Morgan at 4, Imogen Vorley at 3, Lucy Ailiff Daly at 2, and their bow seat is Jennifer Holmes, and their Osler House second 8 is Rosie Lynch at bow, Helen Clay 2, Hannah Fuchs at 3, Laura Simpson 4, Helen Stark is at 5, Ines Raymond Gomez is at 6, Charlotte Cousins at 7, Marianne Evans at stroke. They are coxed by Jennifer Holmes, and Richard is coxing their second 8 as well. So we can see our camera shot at the moment down at New College. We can see some of the photos taking place on the docks of some of the crews. We've got the likes of Lineker just landing at the moment. And I think if I can just make it out on the camera shot, Adam, it looks to be the Osler House crews just setting off on their warm-up up to the start line just past Donington Bridge. I can spot their red bucket hats already. But I think it's also worth noting that a couple of the Osler crew, who are medical graduate students, bumped their own college, St. Cat's, yesterday. So lots going on, lots of sort of inner rivalries, Adam, between some of these rowers.
Yes, exactly. So Osler House is one of those, it's a weird situation because it's not actually a college or a hall. It's more like let's call it like a medical association. So it's sort of with all the medical students that create their own boat club. And so you are right in that those people in the Osler boats will be part of one of the other colleges that potentially they will be chasing down throughout the next few days. So there will be some kind of inner rivalries, I guess, in that respect. I would also note that we looked at the footage yesterday, and we had an amazing start sequence from Teddy Hall W2, which are second in the division today, and they're chasing the Brasenose W2, which is the boat that came down from the upper division. So it'll be interesting to see if they have that fast start sequence again today. However, they did have an issue, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, where the boat will be pointing out in the right direction for the racing line, but within those first 10 to 10 strokes, they sometimes veer out by accident into the middle of the river. So Teddy Hall was still able to, with their speed, kind of progress quite well. But that can be very costly because obviously you then go into the more difficult water to row in because you've got that water coming against you. So it'll be interesting to see if Teddy Hall W2 does that same fast start sequence, but has adapted to keep or has adjusted their routine or something to stay on that racing line and catch up with potentially Brasenose W2 within or below the gut. I think might be a potential. That's going to be my first prediction this morning. I'm not going to put any money on it, but I think there might be an early bump with Teddy Hall W2 bumping Brasenose W2.
Yeah, Joe, I think that's a great prediction, and I think I'd join you in making that one actually. I think after the performance that Teddy Hall's second day had yesterday, I think they're really strong position. In a really strong position. I think particularly on day 2 of bumps, you'll know a little bit more about the speed of the crews around you, and I think Brasenose they'll be gutted. They'll be absolutely disappointed to be bumped down to Division 7. So perhaps they're vulnerable. Perhaps they're open to a sprint start from Teddy Hall. I do think if they're going to catch them, I think Teddy Hall will catch them early. I think they want to get job done and get ready for the next round of racing. But I think having been dropped down, I think it is also worth noting that in the rest of Division 7, particularly Teddy Hall, Wilson 4, and I'd almost say Trinity as well. They're quick crews. And we saw that speed yesterday. So I think Brasenose have got to be careful, similar to what happened earlier in men's Division 7 as well with the likes of St Anthony's. They've got to be careful, and who was it as well? I think St Peter's as well. They've got to be careful not to be caught by the likes of Christchurch 3 and then Christchurch 4, so a couple of crews behind them. So I think Brasenose they've got to bounce back from yesterday's racing. They've got to be in a strong position, a strong mindset to get out and lead this division right from the start, and not be too worried if and when I imagine Teddy Hall will likely jump them. They've got to hold their calm, stick with their race plan, and just make sure they can hold them all the way down the course. But it's a hard ask. It's a hard ask of Teddy Hall.
Well, yes, as you said, I mean, Brasenose is in a very sticky situation in that. So they had the morale kick from going down a division yesterday, and now today their best situation, the best kind of outcome that they can have is that they don't get bumped, but that means they still have to row the full 1.8 kilometers of the course and then row again an hour later in the division above. So it doesn't really seem like a particularly a good outcome in that respect. But they will also have the mindset of, okay, they're going to get some attacks off the beginning from Teddy Hall, because Teddy Hall are a quick starting crew. I'm sure they will have watched this video recording of the live stream from yesterday. And so they will have to be ready to counter those attacks by doing little power 10 pushes or some other kind of strategies, maybe trying to wind up anything to try and just get that boat moving a little bit quicker, but at the same time trying to reserve that energy because they have to get to the end of the course. The top boat is the only crew that has to get to the end of or to the top of the river if they don't want to kind of bump down or go down further the bung lines. So it's a very uncomfortable position to be in today, and I hope they've put on their hard hats and are ready to fight basically.
So we've seen, just going under Donington Bridge, the second Osler House 8. See there on screen at the moment, just going through some practice starts before the bridge. Osler House, I think this is their women's first 8, looking particularly good with their bucket hats. I know you and I have differing opinions on this, Adam, but I think they look good and it's clearly worked out in favour of them. And I think we're also going to see a great day from this Osler House first 8 as well. I think they should feel pretty confident about bumping Wilson 5. He'll be setting off directly in front of them. And I imagine they'll hope to try and get that by the bottom of the gut or so. I think it's also worth noting that Wilson 5, Osler 2, St Anthony's 2, it's going to get tight. It's going to get really tight down towards Greenbanks. And I think anything could happen down there, Adam, between these crews as it starts to get a little bit narrower on the banks. The lines and decision the Coxes make become so important.
Yes, exactly. I think So yesterday we saw Oslo House W1 and W2 get their bumps before the gut. They're both very, very good crews, especially that W1 crew is very neat. We just saw them do some practice strokes there. Very sharp patches, very much in time. So I think they will be causing Wolfson W5 a lot of stress this morning as the boat ahead of them. So hopefully, if Wolfson W5 do get bumped by Oslo House W1, hopefully they can still push away and potentially try and catch up with Trinity 2. But I think around those three boats will definitely be some very exciting racing. In fact, we have one of the Wolfson boats in shot right now. And yep, there looks like they're going down to the racing line right now, getting ready. What time is it? It's 12:15. 10 minutes to go still. So they're just doing a little bit of a warm up. And then here's the second, or one of the other Wolfson boats. I think this is the W4. Yes, that's the Wolfson W4 we've just seen pass. So the previous one was Wolfson W5.
So we should expect this division, Women's Division 7, to go off on time at 12:25. So as Adam said, just under 10 minutes to go until the start of that division. So I imagine we will have had the first of 4 cannons that we'll hear in the lead up to racing. And Adam, what are the other cannons that we'll be hearing over the next 10 minutes or so?
Yes, so I must make a correction. I made this mistake myself yesterday. So I think there were actually only 3 cannons this season. So there'll be the 5-minute cannon giving a warning to the crews that they should be below the gut really at that point. And then there will be the 1-minute cannon 1 minute before the race, at which point they will be at their bung lines, spun around, or kind of at latest be spinning around, but they should really be already in place by that 1-minute cannon. And then of course, after that 1-minute cannon, the next cannon is the start cannon. So there were only 3 cannons, I think, this year, which is why we were having so much difficulty yesterday when we could only hear, when we heard the first cannon and thought it was 10 minutes, but ended up being only 5 minutes to the race. But yeah, no, so just for these strategies, also for the warm-up plan of the Coxes, we mentioned it a little bit yesterday, but for people who are only tuning in today, the boats that are in the top 5 bung lines of each division, they'll be doing their warm-up above the gut, and then the bottom 5 boats doing their warm-up below the gut. And this is just so that when crews are doing little bits of bursts or doing some start sequences, there isn't too many boats around them, just to keep everyone nice and safe. But the 5-minute cannon is a crucial checkpoint for the Cox to know that they should be heading down the gut and be getting ready to get on their bung line and get in spun and get ready for that start sequence. And as I said, then you've got the 1-minute gun, and ideally you'd be already spun, already on your bung line. Your pole person will start pushing your boat out at that point at the 1-minute cannon, get you on a nice line for the race start, maybe getting your bow pair to do some little taps. So those are the 2 rows furthest away from the Cox. And they'll be doing small little adjustments. And then of course, then you have the last and final cannon, which starts the race. Yesterday, as I mentioned earlier, I was coxing in Division 4 in St. Anthony's at bung line 6, and that's right next to the cannons. And for those 3 cannons, we were already in place. For those 3 cannons, every time they went off, the whole crew jumped, including myself. And I've done a few years of bumps now. Being so close to the cannon is quite surprising. So it's a very old and very loud cannon. I mean, from the down bridge, from the camera shot on Donington Bridge, when you look down to the racecourse, you will be able to see the smoke from that cannon.
So we've seen a few shots there. Currently sitting with Trinity College. They will be setting off 4th overall behind Wolfson 4 and ahead of Wolfson 5. So nice little Wolfson sandwich they've got going on there. And one of the crews that we reckon will be in a quite a big tussle come the gut, but also come Greenbanks as well. We see there some of them starting to get spun round, put in position, as we've mentioned. Brasenose, they will be leading off. Brasenose second 8. And Brasenose second 8 leading off this division, Women's Division 7, coached by Enya Lyons, coxed by Molly Abella. Their stroke is Riona Theakston. 7 is Clara Nicole. Sarah Faber sits at 6. Lou Nahu at 5. Sunjuri Sun at 4. Livia Fries, Amelia Abbott, and Nina Benz is their bow women. So they are your leading off crew, but they will be hunted down, I think is probably the best way to put it, by Teddy Hall. Teddy Hall's second 8, hunting them down, made up of Katrina Campbell, their coached by Tom Hall, stroked by Evelina Hansky, Lena Faldar at 7, Anna Gleaser at 6, Anika Voigt at 5, Molly Rose, Katie Long, Katie Meller at 2, and Emily Milan at bow. So they're your 2 crews we'll keep an eye on at the top of the division. I think it's also worth noting that Wolfson 4 might be making a charge towards Brasenose. We've discussed how quick some of these crews that raced yesterday in Division 7 could be to challenge sort of the almost vulnerable Brasenose who have dropped down from Division 6. We see Brasenose there, they're just spinning around, getting lined up to lead off this division, and the rest of the crews are lining up about a length and a half of clear water separating the crews on the banks on their lines.
I've just noticed, looking at this start line right now, that Osler W1 is at bung line 6, so on that bung line that I mentioned earlier, where I was with St. Anthony's, which is right next to the cannon, which is very loud. But also, it's a very interesting bung line to be at, because you can see if we keep that shot there, there's a curve, like a dimple inwards, which is where Wolfson W5 is currently sat. Wolfson W5, exactly. So Osler, if they've got that fast start sequence, they could cut that corner and go straight across and keeping that race line potentially, whereas Wolfson W5 will start pointing out towards the center and then have to start steering pretty quickly to get back onto the racing line once they're past that second curve, which is where Trinity 2 is currently positioned. So as I've mentioned before, these positions on the bung lines can be quite important and affect the outcome because we don't have that straight towpath. We have those many curves with their advantages and disadvantages. Obviously, ideally, the cox wouldn't really want to worry about doing too much steering straight off the start because there's a lot happening. The cox is worrying about going through the start sequence as in calling it out. Whatever that might be. So it could be like a draw, half, 3/4, and then lengthenings, and then power 10s. And obviously the cox is then checking behind them and in front of them to make sure speed just a little bit longer to try and see if they can catch that boat ahead of them before settling down for the slightly slower speed and sustainable speed for the rest of the course. So there's a lot of dynamic decision making that's happening in the cox's head, and you don't necessarily want to throw in steering on top of that. But of course, steering and keeping the crew safe is the priority of all the coxes out there this morning and this afternoon and in all the divisions. But yeah, so it's a lot for the cox to manage within those first 20 strokes. Generally it calms down later on, but no, it is very interesting, and it looks like all the boats are now getting into place. And we should, I don't think we've had the 1 minute gun yet, but we should have it any second now, because I think we are running on time.
Yeah, we can see the crews still tucked in towards the back, so that's indicating that we haven't quite had the cannon go off. When that 1 minute cannon goes off, we must have racing going off between 60 and 70 seconds after that cannon goes off. I think we're just waiting for a couple of kayakers to clear the course, and once they are out of the way, out of the racing line, then we should be able to go. I think that was the 1 minute cannon that has just gone off. We can see that the crew is getting pushed out into the middle of the course. So it's starting to heat up. We're getting nerves, I imagine, in the boat. We're less than a minute away from Women's Division 7. And there's a lot of narrative, as we've already mentioned, a lot to discuss in this Division 7, and particularly the start sequence as we head down towards the gut. Got to keep your eyes peeled because that's where all the action's going to be happening. And I, for one, Adam, certainly can't wait for all of this to kick off. We see Brasenose just getting themselves lined up, just a few little adjustments from the women sitting at 2 and at bow as well, making sure their bows are perfectly straight on the line that the cocks want to take. We see the same from the likes of Teddy Hall behind them and Wilson 4 just doing the same. And obviously, as you start just a little bit further down, you've got the bank to deal with if you're perhaps the likes of Teddy Hall, St. Cat's, St. Anthony's further down. But it should be, touchwood for them, for Brasenose, Teddy Hall, a nice clean start for the first couple of crews. Last couple of adjustments going on. And then the blades will be buried, squared, buried, locked in, and the collars pressed right up against the gates on the riggers.
Yes, and I'll be keeping my fingers crossed for Wolfson and St. Anthony's crews again, as those are my two colleges that I have a bias for today. So a good few boats, 3 boats in this division that that I have my toes and fingers crossed for.
Yeah, I was going to say a very questionable line there from Teddy Hall. They've got to make that adjustment nice and quick, otherwise they're going to be straight off into the opposite bank or using a huge amount of rudder from the cocks. And as we know, when you whack the rudder on, that's when the boat slows down. It's when the balance is offset as well. And we see Brasenose potentially having some issues as well. They're just straightening up.
I think the boats are being pulled in, actually. I think there might have been a delay, so a cancellation of that last 1 minute gun. In fact, you can see the marshal with the yellow vest on the right hand and the right side of your screen that jogged up and down. So I think that means there might be a reset. Exactly. So the cannon has just gone off again, and I think that's the new 1 minute gun, or 1 minute cannon, sorry. So for some reason there will have been a delay, and so they're resetting now, and that's where they're being pushed back out.
So that certainly won't be helping the nerves going through the heads of these competitors. And again, we see there Teddy Hall not quite getting lined up. Teddy Hall women's second 8. You see they're getting it better there, but that's not going to be helping the crews, knowing that they might have to make corrections straight away. The same with their Brasenose. We see their bow women just constantly tapping it, keeping their bows pointed exactly where the cocks wants to be. Looking down the rest of it, it looks like Wilson set for a blinding start. A great line they look to be having. I say that as their bows drift around. The same with Trinity behind them. But we see their Brasenose just locking their blades in. I reckon we're about 20 odd seconds or so away from the start. Actually, no, we are underway in Women's Division 7. A great start from Brasenose. They'll be looking to jump the rest of the field and hold their top of the division all the way down the line. Wilson, a really poor line off the start. We can see there from the crew who set off third. Adjustments to be made, and what an opportunity that is for Trinity to try and close the door of them. We mentioned Osler House. What a cracking start there for Osler House's first boat in this division. They've already caught Wilson 5. Wilson 5 conceded. They've got a soldier on, but you really can't ask for a better start than that for Osler House's first crew. Caught before Donington Bridge, and a nice paddle all the way down. We're currently riding with Trinity. We're going to head with Trinity all the way through Donington Bridge, and hopefully we'll be able to get a shot looking down towards the gut. Yep, there we see Wolfson. Wilson closing in on Teddy Hall closing in on Brasenose. They'll be looking to catch them before the gut. So a really good start from Teddy Hall closing in of them, but also important for them pulling away from Wolfson behind them.
Yes, so we can see that Teddy Hall are really close. They've just gone into the middle of the river though, it's because they've bumped already. So they have now bumped, so they will be top of the division and rowing on later. And it was, again, as I predicted, Teddy Hall had a really good start there. Although not as fast as yesterday, but still, clearly, if you get the bump before the gut, then it's very much the job got done at the end of the day. So Brasenose will now be kind of continuing to row, hoping that Wolfson W4 doesn't catch up with them above the gut. And in shot here, we have Teddy Hall, the last boat, number 10, so that's Teddy Hall W3. There are 2 Teddy Hall boats in this crew. And with this shot, this is a brilliant shot. We've got 6 boats here, which look quite close. There was probably about a boat length in between these crews. And with St. Anthony's at the bottom of the screen, Osler, the second Osler boat above that, and then these. Oh, we have a bump potentially coming up here, and this is between St. Cat's, and it must be, yes, this is the Teddy Hall W3 boat then.
Yeah, Teddy Hall managing to get them up on the inside there. Great line, great steering from the Teddy Hall Cox. Looks to me as if they're going to catch them. If they put in maybe a quick power 10, they'll catch them as we head down into the gut. There we go. There's the concession from St. Cat's. Great row from Teddy Hall. Both Teddy Hall boats, I believe, have bumped. And we can just see in the distance there, I believe that is Osler House, Osler House heading down towards what I believe will be Wolfson, will be the next boat in their sights. We already talked about hopefully the success they're going to have. And they were riding there, I think that is Osler House's second 8, and closing the gap on Wolfson 5, Adam.
Yeah, let's see if we can zoom out a little bit to see the gap in between this Osler boat and the Wolfson boat ahead of them. Because this is the Greenbank section. So generally, this is a nice straight stretch and a great opportunity for the Cox to call for a push. So we'll see if Osler in the next few strokes is closing that gap. I think they're about 3/4 of a boat length in between them. No, that's more than a half. And it looks like Osler are closing that gap with the Wolfson boat ahead of them. In fact, closing into about 1/4 of the length by midway down Greenbank. So I think that could be another bump happening by the end of Greenbank. Although potentially the Wolfson Cox that I actually know might take an evasive maneuver and cross a little bit early, potentially just to try and create a bit more gap in between the two crews.
Yeah, in the same way we saw in the first division. A great day for Christchurch. It looks to be a great day potentially on the cards for Osler House. Both of their 8s looking to get bumps ahead of Wolfson. Though Trinity looking strong. Trinity looking strong as if they're going to stay in the position they are in. But we can see there just on the left-hand side of your screen as the camera pans around. It's going to be a tussle. It's going to be an awesome tussle between Osler House's second crew and Wolfson if they're going to catch them before. But looking at the blades so far, we're currently riding with Wolfson and
Brasenose W2 at the front. Yeah, we're close to a concession. I would say that's a lot of overlap to try and ignore. There you go. There's the concession. I was about to say they're going to have blade-on-blade contact in a second. So Wolfson W4 will now be trying to clear the racing line as quickly as possible to get out of the way of any trouble. And Brasenose W2 will now have Trinity, if I'm correct, chasing them. But I think that should be a big enough gap, and they're close enough to the finish that they should be able to row it in safely.
So the bumps so far, that is both Teddy Hall and Wolfson 4 bumping Brasenose. Great start. Great start for to day 2 for Teddy Hall and Wolfson. They'll all be leapfrogging Brasenose, and as we predicted, it's sort of a downward spiral now we've seen for day 1 and day 2 for Brasenose. First of all, slipping into Division 7, and now being bumped twice. So they've got to make it all the way to the finish line. It obviously is not too far now, just about a couple hundred meters or so. Barring any incident, they shouldn't slip any further. We've also had Osler House bumping Wolfson 5, and we've also had Teddy Hall 30 bumping St. Katz's third 8 at the bottom of the division as well. So a little bit of position changing. We see there Wolfson coming into shot. They're still chasing down Trinity. That is Wolfson 5 hunting down Trinity. Doesn't look like Trinity are going to be caught. They're going to hold on, I think, to their position all the way through to the finish. Great row from them and a great row from Wolfson College as well. Both crews looking strong as we come up to the finish. So the last couple of hundred meters of Women's Division 7.
No, you're right. I think that gap can't be caught up with really before the clacker. But that's amazing rowing. Their blade work is still very in time, really, which is a surprise considering, and again, we've mentioned this yesterday, that some of these crews have had very few hours of practice on the water and also very few hours on the Oaks because of the COVID restrictions. And they have just rown a 1.8 kilometer stretch. Maybe it's just me who's a not particularly sporty person, but I think that's an amazing achievement with 6 weeks training, maybe a little bit more than 6 weeks. But normally at this time of year, most of the people in our boats will have rown since October. Potentially they'll have joined in January, but they'll have had considerably more practice and training than these crews that we're seeing out today. And that's true for all of the rowers and coxers in all of the divisions that we'll see today. And we see Wolsten's just past the finish line, as will St. Anthony's in a second. And then we'll see if we still have to wait for St. Cat's. And yet there's St. Cat's coming in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. And we'll just kind of zoom out and probably pan down a little bit to see if St. Cat's are being chased by Teddy Hall W3, but I'm not sure they will be. And no, exactly. St. Cat's is the last boat in this division right now. So that means Teddy Hall W3 will have bumped St. Cat's W3. And we see the finish launch again with our launch driver and the emergency ambulance, first aiders if needed. And thankfully they haven't been. And hope, touch wood, they won't be at all this week.
So a reminder there of the provisional results from Women's Division 7, the race that we have just seen here at Summer Torpids 2021. Both Teddy Hall and Wolfson, Teddy Hall 2 and Wolfson 4, bumping Brasenose 2. Both Osler House 8, Osler House 1 and 2. Great day out for them, bumping Wolfson 5. We've also seen Teddy Hall 3 bumping St. Cat's 3 at the back of the division as well. So trading places up and down, and it will be Teddy Hall, their third 8, Adam, as the sandwich crew. And yes, they've got the great honour of going up and having another race, but it's another race in these hot conditions in Oxford.
Exactly, yes. So it's Teddy Hall W2, as there were 2 Teddy Halls in this division, that will be racing again in less than, in an hour exactly. So they'll have barely time to land, quickly jump out of the boat, maybe stretch their legs, have a little sip of water, but that's all they'll have time for. They won't have times to reset even their brains. It will be very rushed. So as I said, jump out, quick stretch, and then rush back down to their bung line, or their new bung line, which will be the bottom of Division 6. On screen we have a results chart. This is the results from Men's Division 7, so the first race we had this morning at 11:50. Any interesting? Yes, we have St. Ant's. As we said, they've had some trouble over these first few days. They fell down 2 bung lines on the first day, as you see it crosses the 2 lines, and then on the today they only got bumped once, so sliding down another bung line. So over the last 2 days they've gone down 3 bung lines. Queens, stable on average, so they went up yesterday and have gone down again today. And with Lineker M2 going up a bung line as well. And then looking further down on the exciting changes, St. Peter's M2, we've seen also with a massive drop, going down 3 positions over the last 2 days. And New College M3 having a resurgence today after going down 3 positions yesterday. They had to bounce back and have had a bump today. So I'm happy for them on that front.
Yeah, it's all changed. Lots of change going on.
Oh, and our prediction was why Christchurch M4 did go up again today. So I think those are our rising stars this week that we need to keep track of for the full week.
Yeah, perhaps our Cinderella story, the ones who are going all the way up. But yeah, great performance there from them. And as I said, a great day for Christchurch, with both 8s managing to bump up. So there'll be plenty of celebrations after this first division of racing for the men. And we'll be bringing you all of the women's results in the not too distant future as well, once they've been clarified and confirmed. But we see there on the course, we're now back at our New College camera, and some of the crews just getting ready to make their way up to the start for Men's Division 6, which will be happening at Men's division
12:55 in 15
12:55.
minutes. Yep.
So to give you a rundown of the crews racing, it will be led off by Wolfson 3, Moorland 2, St Bennett's Hall, St Hugh's 2, Teddy Hall, the men's third 8, Hartford second 8, Lincoln 3, Pembroke 3, and Corpus Christi 2. There you're at 9 boats racing, but obviously we've got the Sandwich crew, which will be bumping up for men's division 7 as well. So yeah, a tough day for that Sandwich crew, Adam, but they're more than capable of doing it.
Yes, definitely. And Division 6 was quite exciting yesterday because there was a bit of a crossover between 7th, 8th, and 9th positions or bung lines, where the bottom boat, which was yesterday, was Pembroke M3. They got an overbump, and so they got that by bumping Lincoln M3 in front of them. And then that Lincoln M3 boat went on to bump the boat ahead of them, which was Hartford M2. So in the end of the day, that means for the one bump that Pembroke M3 got, they actually managed to go up 2 positions. And Hartford, unfortunately, then has to fall down 2 positions. St. Bennett's M1 were our stars in, am I right? St. Bennett's, no, that's the wrong division. Yes, sorry, just rechecking on the crews. Yes, no, but so there was that crossover that I mentioned. Oh, and apparently we have some swimmers in the river, and it is a lovely day indeed in Oxford. I can just double check the weather, but it's 22 degrees and full sun, exactly. So as well as the crews having to deal with the pressure and the muscular strain of rowing the 1.8 kilometers, they also have to deal with the intense heat of Oxford today. Well, although it was quite sunny as well yesterday.
So as Adam has been saying, if we take a look back through some of the action from yesterday's men's division 6, but also looking ahead to some of the narratives in this division, I think we've arguably got a 3-boat survival at the bottom of the division between Hartford 2, a fast Corpus Christi 2, and potentially an even faster sort of Lineker 3. And I think with also, Lineker 2 coming up as the Sandwich boat as well. So we've got to have a real tussle there, Adam, between those 4 boats. I guess the 2, so Lincoln, Hartford, Corpus Christi, and Lineker. A great tussle on our hands, which I think could go all the way down to the wire, because no one's going to want to get bumped back down to Division 7.
Yes, and I also refound my St. Bennett's crew that I was just mentioning a second ago as our star crew. So the St. Bennett's M1 were in this division yesterday, and in fact they were on the 3rd bung line yesterday, and they had an amazing day and now ended up in Division 5, but they're not at the bottom of Division 5. No, they went all the way up to pardon me. Up a few bung lines there, up 5 bung lines, in fact, I believe. So yes, as I said, some 3rd bung line in that division, and that was thanks to an overbump that they got through Magdalen M2 ahead of them, and then they became a sandwich boat in the division above, and managed to bump Merton M2 yesterday, which then went on to bump Univ M2. So quite a few up 5 bung lines, as I said, and we'll be seeing them later. And let's see if they still have the luck, that kind of luck with them today. And well, they do have the talent, of course. They were a very nice crew. We saw that start sequence and that blade work yesterday, and that was those are well-deserved bumps for them.
Adam, what do you make of the speed of of Regent's Park and Magdalen, our first couple of crews setting off in this division? Do you think Regent's Park will be able to hold on to the top of this division?
I'm not sure. So as we saw that they dropped down 3 bung lines yesterday from Division 5, and then they also so yes. So as a consequence, we'll be starting in the top of this division, and Magdalen M2 did. haven't moved per se, although the boats around them have changed. So I'm not so sure if Regent's Park should be too comfortable today. I think they might have quite a bit of a challenge on them with Magdalen M2 chasing them down. And yes, I think that'll be very interesting to see. And on screen there, Teddy Hall deciding to get rid of one of their rows completely. And now you can see all the other rows instantly checking their own gates. Yes, no, that's always one of those stressful things that Cox has asked the rows to check their gates before pushing off from the raft normally, just to avoid this exact situation of a gate popping open and they all jumping out of the gate. Thankfully, it happened during the warm-up rather than during the race. But no, that has happened before as well. So no, thankfully, that's all cleared up. And 10 minutes to go on my watch, and we still have a few more boats coming downstream. If we have the camera shot from Donington Bridge up to the gut. People waving. Is it at us at the camera, or is it just someone else close to the camera? But who is this? Corpus Christi, of course. And we see that they have the little kitten ears, I believe it is, that they have. So we'll see if that gives them some free speed today. And we should, if we look up to the gut now from the Donington Bridge camera, we should see some boats coming downstream to join. No, that's Wolfson above the gut doing a little bit more of a warm-up. Yes, as I said earlier, so it's by the 5-minute gun, they definitely want to be have gone down through the gut and be getting close to their bung lines, but they've still got a little bit more time to do some more either sprint gill bursts, so 10 strokes at higher rate just to really get that body nice and fluid and moving, or even just some start sequences just to make sure that everyone's got that start sequence locked in their brain and nice and fresh. And here now we're panning around with Regent's Park.
We're just sitting with the camera at Longbridge Boathouse. And I think, as Adam has said, the last few crews just getting their warm-ups in, and then they'll be wanting to make their way up to the start. The start of Men's Division 6 going off at 12:55. We've already seen there Regent's Park making their way under Donington Bridge into the start marshal area. Regent's Park leading off this division, looking to hold on to and get bumped up to Men's Division 5. So an exciting morning of racing potentially up for them. Nervous one as well, as they'll not want to be caught by the likes of Magdalen or Wolfson 3 setting off behind them.
And I'd say in the lower divisions to keep an eye out for is the little battle we saw yesterday in between Lincoln M3 and Hertford M2. They were very close throughout the whole race yesterday, and they're next to each other again today. So it'll be interesting to see if one of them's thought up of some kind of strategy to try and bump up. In particular, if Hertford M2 has just thought of an idea on how they might be able to catch up with Lincoln M3, but otherwise they will be chasing each other very closely all the way up to the top of the river. In fact, we have Lincoln in shot right now, I believe, and they're next to St. Hugh's. And St. Hugh's will be chasing Wolfson M3. And Wolfson M3 will be chasing Magdalen M2, as you said earlier. And there was a little bit of a chase in between Wolfson M3 and Magdalen M2 yesterday. However, I do feel like Magdalen M2 might be just a little bit faster. And this breaks my heart, obviously, as a Wolfson person. But I do think Magdalen M2 might be able to evade Wolfson M3. But I'm not sure St. Hugh's M2 will necessarily have the speed to catch up with Wolfson M3. So my prediction, again, I'm not going to put any money on it, but that Wolfson M3 might be rowing over without either being bumped or bumping. But I would love to be wrong. Obviously, a row overs are the least exciting thing we can see. Although a great result for crews, but on screen we want to see some bumps happening, some concessions, some evasive maneuvers potentially. In fact, we saw an interesting evasive maneuver in the previous division, the women's division. I don't know if you noticed that. We saw St. Cat's that took a very wide berth around the gut, which is not common as an evasive maneuver, but probably quite necessary because of the boat behind that was chasing them. I can't remember who it was now. But that was a brilliant move. But that, I just wanted to explain maybe to some people who are not used to the Oxford format why they might have gone out of the racing line so drastically, and that was just because the boat behind was wasn't quite at overlap stage, but was getting close to it. So you will potentially have to go into the middle of the river or onto the other side just to try and escape. Give yourself a few extra meters to do a push away from the crew behind. Those evasive maneuvers, though, are much more common above the gut, kind of either green bank crossing over a little bit earlier potentially, or when you're close to the head of the river on that final push, once you're past Unit Boathouse, as well as Boathouse Island, there will be potentially some evasive maneuvers where a boat will get out, come out of the racing line just to try and help them get a few extra meters, with the crucial few extra meters to get across the finish line without being bumped. So it'll be an interesting thing to keep an eye out for as well today. I don't know if we'll have any evasive maneuvers like that, but they would be more common in the lower to middle divisions.
Yeah, absolutely. And potentially a maneuver that actually cost St. Cat's. Obviously, they were bumped in that division by Teddy Hall. So that was the exchange of places that we saw at the bottom end of Women's Division 7. So well done to Teddy Hall. But it goes to show how important the lines that the Coxes take are, particularly in the opening sort of 500 metres or so, the opening third of this race. And I imagine, yeah, as Adam has said, we're going to see that again on display here. I think it's also worth noting one crew that we haven't mentioned so far, Pembroke 3. I think we've got a potential bump on our hands between Pembroke 3 and Teddy Hall 3. Pembroke chasing down Teddy Hall, starting off 6th and 5th respectively. And just to give you that rundown of the Pembroke crew, just to give you the crew list as to who is racing, we can just pull that up. So Pembroke men's third 8, coached by James Scott. He is managing all of the Pembroke College crews. Coached by George Cowell, Aaron Vitarana sits at stroke, Alexander Rutherford at 7, Lunch and Song at 6, Mohammed El Beek at 5, Adam Ride, Nick Marcelli, Casper Swerk, and their bowman Thomas Johnson will be keeping their bows in check as they get down this course. As we said, that's Pembroke being chased by Corpus Christi and hunting down Lincoln.
And as we get closer to the start of this division and we seal these boats, we also understand the level of organization that goes into this kind of event. As we said, there are both 7 women's divisions and 7 men's divisions this year, with 10 boats in each division. And that's a lot of organization for a river that is open to the public the rest of the time, with all the leisure boats, all the canal boats, all the canoeists, etc. And we also share this Isis River with other boat clubs such as Falcon, Cork, and Yakis, of course, who very kindly helped us organize these events, and the ISLs, the ISIS Summer Leagues or Winter Leagues, depending on what we have, and of course the AORCs are the head, the Oxford University Rowing Club's organization committee that organize these racing events. And they put in a lot of hours throughout the year to make these events happen for us. So we're always very grateful to them. And as well as the university, the Environmental Agency, and the British Rowing Association, keeping us all safe, especially this year. And we take all our precautions, of course. And that's I remember I was watching a recap video of a past Summer Eights, and I think the commentary, the text on it over embellishes it a little bit, but it says, oh, 10,000 spectators normally come down, which I think is maybe exaggerating a little bit, but there are normally, these towpaths would be normally filled with people that come down to watch our races, especially the Summer Eights races, because the weather is so wonderful. The Torpids in wintertime is a little less popular, as you can imagine. In fact, one of the years, if I may digress a little bit, I think it must have been winter 2018. Yes, it was winter 2018. We had a snowstorm which cancelled most of the days of bumps. So we had a first day of bumps racing, and we had a snow blizzard during one of the divisions, and the visibility was very, very, very bad, to the point that we just, for safety, we had to cancel that day's racing, if I remember well. And the next day and the day after, and then on the final day, we were able to do a little bit of racing just for some of the top divisions. But that was, yes, we've had some trouble with our winter events in the last few years with kind of either flooding or snow blizzards. Hopefully next year we won't have any issues. I feel like Karma should give us a free year of rowing.
Yeah, touch wood, fingers crossed. Yes. Touch wood, fingers crossed. We can see it looks to be Wolfson College, who will be setting off third, just getting themselves into position behind Moordlyn and Regent's Park. And we reckon as soon as the crews are on position where they're supposed to be on the banks, we will expect the 1 minute cannon. And there we go. 1 minute cannon has just gone off. So we're about 60, 70 seconds away from the start of men's Division 6. Crews just getting pushed out, sitting about a length and a half of clear water separating these crews. And it's just the silence. It's almost the juxtaposition, the silence and sort of the nerves we see on the start before these 10-8s come thundering down this icy stretch of the Thames. Yes, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see the bowmen as we saw in the previous division, just getting their bowman, their two-man, exactly where they want their boats, so they can have as clean a start as possible, using as little rudder as possible, because we know that has such an impact on the crew as it's trying to get off the line in terms of balance, but also removing boat speed as well.
You're right, exactly right. That now the next 30 seconds, the Cox's heart rate will be racing, and we just see they've started off now with that's a very weird start from our top boat there, with Regent's Park going off into the middle of the river, and the Cox having to adjust. They're steering quite strongly there, and remember, steering from the Cox is causing braking, so that will have slowed down that crew. But they seem to have gotten away anyway from the Magdalen M2 crew pushing behind them. Looking lower down the division, though, we see, you were right, it's that Pembroke M3 boat, which is chasing down Teddy Hall M3 and getting quite close. I would say they're within they're within a quarter of a boat length, if even at the moment. So this is very exciting. You can see the Teddy Hall Cox looking behind him over his shoulder, getting more. They've got overlap now. So will Teddy Hall be? No, Teddy Hall has conceded to Pembroke.
Brilliant start there from Pembroke College. That's exactly what we wanted and just what we thought was going to happen. We're now with camera 2 at the top of Donington Bridge. We see that Regent's Park continue to lead out over Moordlyn, followed by Wolfson College, but it is St Hugh's. They're making up ground. Remember, it was about a length and a half that separated the crew, so I think we're probably down to about a length or so between St Hugh's hunting down Wolfson College. Going with them though, Teddy Hall sitting just a little bit further back. So St Hugh's probably one of the quicker moving crews in that sort of that group just off the start. We've seen Moordlyn, Regent's Park, they're probably out of it. If they're going to be in a tussle, they'll be in their own little tussle further down the course. We see there on screen, we've got Teddy Hall, we've got St Hugh's, and we've got Wolfson College. And St Hugh's getting closer and closer, I reckon, to the likes of Wolfson. And it looks as if that St Hugh's Cox, Adam, they're trying to get the inside line around that bend, trying to just get their bows closer into the bank than the likes of Wolfson, just to give them that advantage around the bend. But on screen here, it's a great line taken by Hartford. They're closing in on the likes of Lincoln, being chased as well by Corpus Christi. We talked about this battle, Adam, at the start that we're going to see between these three crews. And we're seeing it right here. It's a great start by Hartford. They're getting closer and closer to Lincoln.
And yeah, you're exactly right. This is a really exciting sandwich situation with three boats really close to each other, and all three coxes will be very aware that they just need to hold on a little bit longer so that the other two boats have the bump and get in each other's way. However, yes, the Lincoln boat ahead just couldn't quite get far enough and now have conceded the bump to Hartford College.
So we're now back at our Longridge camera. We continue to see the likes of St Hugh's. They're closing in. We're down to about a quarter of a length or so separating St Hugh's from Wolfson College with their mismatched blades. They've got some of their first 8 blades, but also some of their M2 blades on there as well. St Hugh's closing the gap. So if they can hang on in there, this bump is very much theirs for the taking. Wolfson doing everything in their power to hold off St Catherine, send those dirty puddles back down to St Hall's, trying to throw them off as much as possible as they get closer and closer. We're now riding at the New College camera, about a couple of 100 metres from the finish line. Moorland haven't backed off at all. They continue to race Regent's Park all the way to the line. I think Regent's Park are going to be one tired crew at the end of this. They've been hunted all the way down. I think, if anything, perhaps Moorland, they've closed the gap ever so slightly, closed the gap on Regent's Park, probably down to about a length or so, I reckon, separating these two crews. We'll get a better indication as the camera pans round. We saw just in the distance off behind that battle going on between St Hugh's and Wolfson College. So there we see probably slightly more than a length, probably about a length and a half, 2 lengths or so between. So Regent's Park, Adam, I would say looks set to hold on to the top of this division and moving into the sandwich crew position for men's Division 5.
Yeah, yes, I would agree with you. It looks like Regent's Park were able to just put a little counter-attack on Magdalen College there, and seem to be pushing away a little bit slowly, by little bit. And now they just seem to keep that tempo, because I really don't think that Magdalen will be able to catch up with them. Although both crews look to be going at a really nice pace, really pushing and trying to desperately, Magdalen desperately trying to catch up with Regents there, but they are just, I think, a little bit too far up the course to be able to pull that one out of the bag, unfortunately. Although I can imagine that the Magdalen College Cox will be giving or telling, you can see she's steering out, in fact, to try and get a little bit closer to Regent's Park. So she must think that she's close to doing a swipe. I think that might have been a little bit early, though, and I don't think she will. In fact, she's doing quite a bit of steering there. I probably realized that she was in the dirty water. So for people who aren't used to coxing or to the bumps format, when you're following a boat close by, you want your shell of your boat to be in between the shell and the blades of the boat in front of you. So that's just to avoid kind of the messiest water, the choppiest water. Because if you follow the shell exactly behind them, you will have all that kind of wash that then disturbs your own boat and gives you extra wobble, which you don't want for your rowers. And it looks like Regent's Park have made it across the line safely. The clack is about to go down. Yeah, it's gone down.
We see there as well, Wolfson College coming into shot. No sign of St Hugh's, so that would suggest a successful bump for St Hugh's. They'll be trading places with Wolfson. St Hugh's moving up to 3rd in this division. And we see that makes sense. We've got the next crew coming into shot will be Teddy Hall. Obviously, earlier on, they were bumped by Pembroke 3. And the other bumps that we have had, I'll bring on full confirmation of this in a few minutes' time. But the other bump that we have had, that we know we've had, is at Hartford 2 on Lincoln 3 down at the bottom of this division. So a great result there from Hartford. So just waiting to see the rest of the crews coming through. Perhaps some poor steering from Corpus Christi at the start of this race potentially cost them a bump on Hartford themselves, actually, or even a bump onto the likes of Lincoln. But we see Teddy Hall, they're closing out this race, and then we'll be waiting to see which other crews are rowing out this course to give us a full understanding of who's been bumped, who's going up, who's going down, but also to see who's had a very successful day and who perhaps hasn't.
Yes, so I think, there is one more boat coming up now, and that's Corpus Christi, which is the boat at the bottom of the division. But I think just they're clearly not going to catch up with. There's no one to catch up to now. And so we should see the launch come past or come on screen in a second. But so now the next division will have put their boats out on the water and will be pushing off immediately to try and get some warm-up time on the river before their own start. So we'll probably catch that in a second with the next shot, either looking down at Univ Boathouse or another camera kind of looking at Boathouse Island, and we'll see the sudden rush of rowers running to their boat, jumping in, checking their gates, and pushing away from their rafts.
So your provisional results for men's Division 6. St Hugh's had the bump on Wilson 3, Pembroke 3 on Teddy Hall 3, Hartford 2 on Lincoln 3. Lincoln 3 went on to bump Teddy Hall 3, and the sandwich boat for men's Division 5 will be Regent's Park, who Moorland were unable to catch for the duration of the course. Hartford 2, interestingly enough, they get the chain bump going up +2. So a great result for Hartford. And as Adam said, as the camera starts to pan back round, we see crews getting ready, getting lined up to boat for the next race, which will be the Women's Division 5, and that will be kicking off at 1:35.
Just to confirm, it's Women's Division 6. You're getting ahead of yourself now, folks. But yes, I can. So the Women's Division 6 yesterday was quite interesting with some again some sort of smaller crossovers that we mentioned earlier of just one boat bumping another boat and just crossing over like that rather than big over bumps. So just as a recap, we saw yesterday St. Bennett's W1 switching with Moorland W2. We also saw LMH W2 switching with, bumping up with Univ W3, and then St. Cat's bumped Hartford W2. When I rewatched the video footage from yesterday, I saw that St. Cat's W2 were actually really very quick off the start yesterday, catching up with the Hartford W2 and getting that bump, as we mentioned. But they caught up with Hartford W2 within the first 10 strokes, so off the start sequence, which is really incredibly quick. But again, highlights the importance of potentially having a really fast start sequence and really practicing that on the weeks leading up to the bumps campaign. Today, St. Cat's are chasing Christchurch W2. A boat that unfortunately had a terrible time yesterday. They slid down 3 bung lines in Division 5, and then have ended up now at the top of Division 6. And yes, I think St. Catherine's W2 will be a little bit quicker than Christchurch W2 today as well. So they may potentially have a few more bung lines to go down. And St. Cat's, with their speed this year, will be rowing or ending up in bung line number 1 today, and then but also rowing as the sandwich boat in Division 5 later on, and maybe even bumping Corpus Christi W2. We'll see. I think that could be quite exciting.
Yeah, very exciting. And we see there on screen the sandwich boat for Women's Division 6 will be Teddy Hall after the great racing that they had bumping Brasenose in Women's Division 7. So Women's Division 6 is Christchurch 2, St. Catherine's 2, Hartford 2, Lady Margaret Hall 2, University 3, St. Peter's 2, Moorland 2, St. Bennett's Hall, their first 8, and Christchurch 3. So Christchurch with 2 crews entered, looking for more success from them. They're looking to establish themselves in this division for their third 8, but also their second 8, looking to get that bump up, that bump up into Division 5 as the sandwich boat later on today.
And if you want one of my another one of my predictions, or my
always Adam, always looking for your predictions.
My suggestions to keep an eye on, at least today, will be the 3 boats that are next to each other, which is the LMH W2, as you mentioned, University W3, and the St. Peter's W2. Yesterday they were very close in a chase around the river. So I think today one of them will try and attack at some point to try and actually move around the positions. So I think the 4, 5, and 6th bung line will be quite exciting to watch today, definitely, as well as, of course, the St. Cats at the top of the division, which I think might be bumping before the gut again. So looking at the screen now, we have the results from Women's Division 7, which we had at 12:25. And so having a quick look at this, we see that Wolfson W4 has gone down 3 positions, and which again breaks my heart as I'm a Wolfson fan through and through. But they've swapped around with Teddy Hall W2, which has had a brilliant first 2 days, bumping up 1 each day. And then looking down the screen, did I? No, I think I might. No, I've just made a mistake. Sorry. The red line that's going down the screen isn't W4, isn't Wolfson W4 at all. It's sorry, I'll get a recheck on that in a second. But so it looks like it might have been, sorry, pardon me, another crew. And so it's Wolfson W4 that has that V-shape line that we see at the top of the graph, or the top of the chart, bumping down, or got bumped the first day and has now called back up its position on the second day. Looking further down the chart, we see that Trinity W2 is well placed from the looks of it. They haven't bumped up or bumped down, so they rode over both days. And with Wolfson W5 that have unfortunately slid down 2 bung lines today. And then some other exciting activity. I was going
to say, Adam, just briefly, Trinity looking strong and stable there. Not doing too much to I guess offset all the other crews, perhaps saving their big moves or looking to make some bumps tomorrow or on Friday, the last day of racing. Perhaps keeping their cards quite close to their chest, and just happy to see out the first couple of days of racing without revealing too much, but also trying to learn as much as possible about the crews around them, so that when it comes to actually making a move that can be really decisive and orchestrated to perfection either tomorrow or on Friday.
Well, yes, you're right. It looks like, from the looks of it, Trinity W2 had an interesting situation where the boat ahead of them was able to bump up, and so that would have cleared kind of the boats ahead of them, as well as the boats behind them being bumped, and so there might have been other fights kind of below them, and so they've just managed to kind of pass through, do the full course without any trouble above or below. Kind of avoiding all that chaos and all those tussles.
So the next race, as we've mentioned, will be Women's Division 6. That's where we've been running through the results of Division 7, but we will be turning our attention to Women's Division 6. As we said, Teddy Hawley's sandwich boat with Christchurch 2, Cats 2, Hartford 2, LMH 2, Uni's third 8, St Peter's to Moorland to Bennett Hall, their first 8, and Christchurch W3. We're bringing that race to you at 1:35, so about 20 minutes or so away from the start of Division 6 for the women. We see there on screen some of the crews warming up, getting ready for their crack at racing. And again, Adam, delighted to see the coordinated headwear going on.
Yes. And there, yes, perfectly. So that's Teddy Hall. They were the bucket hats, as you mentioned. And I think that was potentially the sandwich boat that we just saw going through the gut. So that will be the crew that has already run in a division before. They will be a little bit tired, but they're probably quite tired. But at the same time, as it's an opportunity to race and bump up, they're probably also quite excited. So they'll be running on that adrenaline, or relying on that adrenaline to carry them through the next race, the next 1.8 kilometers potentially. So we really wish them the very best of luck there. And here we're looking at St. Bennet, so we're just probably going to zoom out a little bit as the St. Bennet's try this start sequence. So we'll zoom out to see a little bit more of the race. So we can see that they're doing their start sequence there. So they're doing little half strokes there, which really helps the boat pick up, really helps pick up speed on the boat, trying to get it to move as quickly as possible. Because obviously, if you take those longer strokes with those longer recoveries, then it's just not quite as quick, as punchy as those little half strokes. So it's really just the little taps to get the boat moving, and then you're building up that pressure gradually, because that boat will feel so much heavier in those first few strokes when there's no momentum under the boat, compared to later on when there is that flow with the boat speed. But so St. Bennet School, let me just check where they're at. So they're at position number 8. And they'll be chasing Maudlin W2. And so we have another crew that's doing a race start sequence now. And I believe that is just trying to look a little bit closer to the blades. I see dark blue blades.
So with the likes of Christchurch heading down, they'll be starting in front of the sandwich boat, St Edmunds Hall. So I reckon probably Christchurch, they're warming up. We see there Teddy Hall. We just mentioned them, the sandwich boat. Great to see the Cox with the mask on, practicing good social distancing, good etiquette out on the water. And then, of course, that's one of the reasons why we're able to bring you this broadcast. Sadly, we can't have the spectators that we would normally have on the bank this year, but delighted to be able to bring you these pictures with our 4 cameras we've got all the way up the Isis, brought to you by First Sight Media. So a huge thank you to the team involved with broadcast and bringing Summer Torpids 2021 to whatever screen you are watching it on, either in Oxford, in the UK, or around the world. Thank you very much for joining us, and we hope you are enjoying the pictures you're seeing. Teddy Hall on screen, just going through a couple of bursts, couple of starts, making sure they're fine-tuned, ready to go. They'll be able to take some of the lessons they learned from Division 7 that they raced in earlier on today, where they had a fantastic outing, bumping and then progressing into the top spot, which allowed them to have a crack at Division 6 today. Camera pans round. We see just a few more of the crews getting ready, getting into position. I think, as we mentioned, we think that's probably St Benet's Hall has already been mentioned. I think just around the corner, the second of 2 Christchurch boats. Obviously, their club mates, their crewmates, Christchurch. They will be leading off Division 6, which is due to kick off at 25-2.
So this Teddy Hall boat that we see on screen at the moment is, as I mentioned earlier, the sandwich boat. And from that little burst we saw, they look very, very good. That blade work is very clean and in time. And it looks like they were able to pick up some speed quite easily. So I would not be surprised if they're bumping the boat ahead of them, which will be Christchurch W3 today. I will not be surprised if they get that bump in. They look very determined, and it looks like they've got the speed as well. So I think that'll be an exciting little battle to watch, keep an eye out for. And here we have a shot on New one of my favorite colleges is Hertford, that we see at the bottom there again with their reindeer or their antlers, sorry, on their heads, which I think is a better alternative to the bucket hats, which I know is your preference. So we'll be seeing if those antlers give Hertford a W2 a little bit of free speed today. And it looks like the boat ahead of them is just waiting for a little bit of, just to do some little tweaks, and then they're probably going to do another little burst, which, so if we keep our camera on them, we'll see in a second how quickly they move off the standstill. Yep, I think they might even be doing a start sequence from the looks of it. You know, when the rowers start doing little minor adjustments of their head caps and their watches, that they mean business, and they're going to do something important in a second. And that's LMH W2, which I mentioned was one of those 3 boats with Univ W3 and St. Peter's W2 that I think are worth keeping an eye out for, because they will be going for a tight battle.
Yeah, so as we see them there with their headwear on. We'll just name check Hartford W2 for you, coached by Jake Liebers, coxed Finton Simons. Omblin Dami is their stroke with Tyrell Ran at 7. Teresa Taylor at 6. Hannah Richmond at 5. Cherizade Scott at 4. Neve Mattia at 3. Jemima Lane, and their bow is Liberty Hines. Lady Margaret, as you just mentioned there. Sorry, not Lady Margaret. Yes, Lady Margaret. Lady Margaret, this the women's second 8. Lining up, they'll be going off 4th behind Hartford with the Antlers and ahead of University 3. LMH 2 coached by Cameron Sperling, the Oxford Brook student, coxed by Eleanor Fothergill. Stroke is Anya Zafus, Georgina Grant at 7, Martha Birtles at 6, Lucy Miles, Teresa Oprea at 4, Hannah Barton at 3, Emily McCluskey at 2, and Dominica Sykes at bow. So that's the LMH W2 crew, and very much looking forward to seeing how they get on in their tussle with both University College and Hartford, obviously with those Antlers as well.
Yeah, so I wonder if LMH W2 will be able to catch up with Hartford W2 before the gut. I think LMH looked like they were ready for a very good and quick start sequence there. So that'll be very interesting to see. Here we have St. Cat's spinning, trying to get onto the bung line, which is always a tricky maneuver for Cox, as obviously the current is pushing you around as well. It looks like there might be a bit of wind from the flow of the leaves on the trees, but the Cox seems to be doing a very good job of it there, maneuvering the boat around. It's worth remembering these boats are roughly 18.9 meters long, so they are very, very long. The camera doesn't do it justice on how long it is, but it's. I don't know if this was true. I think someone once told me as long as a bus. I'm not too sure if that's true though, but it is a very, very long boat. And generally those boats that we see on camera, those white ones, or those particular white ones, I believe they're unisex. So they will weigh around 90 kilos to 100 kilos. So they are very heavy shells as well. So you need all 8 rowers to lift those boats out of the water and put them into the water safely, of course. And here we have Univ that's also arrived below Donington Bridge. And so the current time is 13:22. So we still have a little bit of time actually before the start. But no, I'm very, very excited to see what happens in this division. As I said, there's that 4-5-6-1 line battle, but actually potentially if LMH W2 is able to catch up with Hartford W2 quite promptly, then it will be a University W3 versus St. Peter's W2 battle. And that will be very interesting to watch. When it's just 2 boats, the Coxes will be calling for these attacks again and again and again, and it will just be, the result will be dependent on just the endurance and the willpower of the rowers in the end of the day. The Coxes can take the best lines, call the best strategies, but it is the engine room, the 8 rowers that are putting in their hearts and souls into each stroke that can make the difference on the longer run. So I'm very interested to see. I'm just watching some of this maneuvering happening.
Yeah, some questionable lines and decisions I think being taken by the Coxes as they try and get themselves into the bank. But there we see there we've got the likes of St. Peter's in the mix. I think that's University College sitting in front of them, just waiting for their opposition to get lined up into the banks. I mean, there's plenty of river to use here. You'd think they can maybe just go round them, around the outside, rather than trying to get right tucked into the bank. But even in, I was going to say, even in warm-up, trying to get the racing lines and everything, trying to get the advantages over all the other crews.
Well, it's interesting. The Coxes have been given some very strict rules, actually, just to make sure that everyone stays very safe and there's a continuous flow of circulation. So they have been told to tuck into their bow side, which is closest to the tow path when they're going down. Obviously, when there's a boat that's trying to moor up with the bung line, they're allowed to go around them, but they've been told not to kind of veer out too much and to tuck in straight away afterwards, because there will be boats, of course, that are still doing their warm-up sprints and rushing upstream towards the camera. I think everyone is waving at our camera because, well, they've realized that they're on camera. Pity we can't wave back at them. But anyway, so yeah, so I think that's why the boats are really kind of trying to stick as much as possible to the towpath side. But yes, it's very tricky to get onto those bung lines because the rudders, which is kind of the main tool that the Coxes use to steer most of the time, is just a little kind of small rectangle under the boat that you can change direction, so it changes the water flow below the boat. But at lower rates, it doesn't really do anything, or it doesn't do anything very quickly. Even at higher rates, you would expect kind of a delay of 2-3 strokes before turning the rudder actually has an effect on where the boat is going. So the Coxes will have to also be using power steering. So that's calling specific Coxes to do strokes by themselves, or one side to do putting down more pressure than others. And this will be a skill that all these novice Coxes haven't really had time to practice yet. Normally by this time of year, as I mentioned earlier, the Coxes will have been training with crews, not necessarily these crews, but with crews since October, and will have been able to practice these little techniques of getting their bow pair, doing different strokes, or getting more pressures from one side to the other, and understanding the physics of it. And so this year they just haven't necessarily got that backlog of training and experimenting, of course. I remember when I started coxing, I tried all kinds of weird calls of getting different combinations of people to either take a normal stroke or backing it down, which is the reverse of a stroke, at the same time, to kind of see how that moved the boat around. Most of them didn't do anything at all because they weren't very good calls, but eventually I got there. So yeah, so they're having to learn this pretty close up to race day. That boat that we see at the bottom of the screen, though, is taking a very wide berth of the wall. But yes, no, but it is tricky though. So I do feel sorry for the Coxes in that respect. And they are closing up now to, well, actually, no, we've got a few more minutes before the 5-minute gun. But no, I have my fingers crossed for all of them. Safe racing and exciting racing, of course.
Yes, as we've said, Women's Division 6 looking to set off in about 8 minutes' time at 25-2. And once again, the rundown for this division: Christchurch, St Catherine's, Hartford, LMH, University College, St Peter's, Moorland, St Bennet Hall, Christchurch, and your sandwich boat, Teddy Hall, who raced in Women's Division 7 as well. And as Adam has said, last of the crews getting lined up. That looks to be Christchurch with the dark blue blades getting slotted in, backing over to the far side of the bank into their position, onto their line, and setting off behind them. See in position St Cat's, and you'll be able to make out with their red kit Hartford, and they've also got their antlers on their head, hoping for some extra free speed with those. Whether or not it actually works, we'll be the judge of that later on down the line, whether or not they're caught by LMH or Uni College. But I think it's also worth noting the likes of St Cat's. They have probably quite a good chance at bumping Christchurch, probably around Greenbank. I think we can expect this one to be a slightly longer bump, not one we're going to see straight out the blocks, a slow burner, but also quite unpredictable as to what these two crews are going to do. But that's certainly one to keep an eye on at the top of racing. Cats on Christchurch. LMH, we've got predictions all over the shop that potentially we could be seeing a big bump from them on Hartford 2, particularly off the start. So that's maybe one that we'll keep our attention on. Those are third and fourth boats, LMH and Hartford, to see if they can get the bump, and then turn our attention to St Catherine's and Christchurch at the top of the division, just a little bit further on down the line and down the course. Moorland too, they've also got a cracking chance at bumping up to St Peter's, another one that's perhaps going to happen later on down the line. And also St Bennett's Hall are very much in a fight for survival in this division. Likes of Christchurch 2, the Blue Blades, very likely to catch them up, potentially even before Donington Bridge. So a real jump on the start for them, putting plenty of pressure on them. And that's sandwich boats as well as of Teddy Hall. They've got nothing to lose coming up to this division, nothing to lose. All they've got to do is show themselves off in the best possible light, and even they have the potential to catch the likes of St Bennett's Hall. And so there's a huge question mark over Bennett Hall. We're seeing them with the white blades, the blue stripe down the ends of the blades. A real question mark as to whether or not they'll be able to hold off the charges from Christchurch and Teddy Hall as the course winds down this stretch of the Isis.
I think we've just had the 5-minute gun there. And well, we do have a few more minutes before the start of the race. I was just hoping to add as well, I saw an interesting question yesterday evening posed by one of the Coxes, and it relates back to what I was talking about earlier about avoiding being in the wash of the boat ahead of you. So if we can, we might jump camera just before the start of the race if we can. If we can go to the New College camera looking down onto Longbridge and the beginning of the green bank there. So this is at the exit of the Gut. So the question was, instead of following all the boats down the racing line, which is kind of the shortest route, but you are then as a consequence exactly with this shot. So the top kind of middle bit of the camera is Longbridge. Instead of following the boat ahead, which will give you some dirty water, some wash, which will make your boat unstable. So the question was, could they cross over and kind of row along all these canal boats and all these leisure boats, which would be a slightly longer route? And they were asking basically, well, is it not quicker? The simple answer is that it isn't. It's been tested by many people deliberately and accidentally, and you really want to stick to the Greenbank side, which is the opposite side of all these leisure boats, as it is the quicker route around, and then you just cross over as you get closer to the camera, as you get closer to these rafts on the bottom left-hand corner, you cross over to Univ Boathouse side. And I also know this from personal experience, having done a few of the ISIS Winter League races, which are timed races from the bottom of the river to the top, and I was in my single scull, which is the one-person rowing boat. And every time, so I know how to take this line, the racing line as a Cox. I can very much hug the exit of the Gut and really go nicely along Greenbank. But for some reason, my brain can't convert this into when I'm sculling in the single boat as a rower. I come out of the Gut, and every single time I ended up on Longbridge side by the boats. And I remember once I was being followed by the launches that followed the last boat, and they were cheering me on, trying to catch up with the boat ahead. And then they just saw me as I crossed onto the wrong side, and they were felt bad for me at that point, because when you're onto the wrong side, you have to ask yourself, well, do I try and cross back over to Greenbank to then cross back over later? Or do I just stick to this side now and commit to it? And so each time I kind of tried to commit to that side, but regretted it by the top of the river when I was absolutely exhausted. Anyway, I think we should probably shoot back to the start line. Exactly. Perfect. Anyway, that was just an anecdote, but also clarifying why the Coxes are taking these very specifically kind of defined or laid out racing lines, because there have been other combinations or other routes have been tested, and this definitely is the shortest and quickest way to the top of the river. And the only time you want to kind of come out of that racing line is either because you've bumped the boat ahead of you and want to get out of the racing line into safety and stay out of other people's way, or, as I said earlier, sometimes in evasive maneuvers, if the boat behind you is closing in onto you, but at the same time you're only 100 meters away from that finish line, maybe just crossing over and giving your rowers a little bit more of a difficult time, but still giving you a few extra meters away from the boat, just allows you to get over that finish line before the boat behind you catches up. So those are the only two, well, there might be a few more times you want to cross over, leave the racing line, but those are the two main reasons you want to leave the racing line at any time. So now we're 2 minutes to go, so we should hear the 1 minute gun next, or the 1 minute cannon.
Yeah, spot on there, Adam. Absolutely spot on. Some fascinating insights there as to why Coxes choose to take the particular line that they do, because each one, while they will have probably a pretty broad, pretty similar understanding of the river, depending on who their coach is or depending how they've gone throughout training, they might just think, well, if I just hug this just a metre close to the bank, or if I just take this corner just a couple of degrees wider, that's going to give me the optimum racing line. It all depends how they master the stream, but also master the course and are aware of the crews around them. Because while they may want to cut a bank or cut a corner, they've also got to take into consideration, as you said, sort of gamesmanship, the tactics that come into it, particularly washing down the crews behind them if they're looked to be making a charge or look to be making a bump on them. So that all comes into consideration. So it's such a tactical race for these coxes to participate in. We see there the smoke has gone across the screen when the boats have started to get pushed out into the river. We'll see the last few adjustments from the crews once they've been pushed out, just resetting their lines. But we are less than a minute or so away from Women's Division 6. And to be honest, going off pretty much on schedule. I make that 25 to 2 now. So they run a tight ship here at Summer Torpids 2021. But just looking down the course, looks to be said that Christchurch, they'll be leading off the division pretty straight through Donington Bridge. They'll be wanting a nice clean start to avoid the charge, the inevitable charge that's going to come from Cats 2, who'll be sitting off behind them. Hartford will be chased by LMH, who at the moment are just getting themselves lined up. And University College, they will be going off 5th. And expect a real tussle between LMH and Hartford in these early stages. And in those early stages, we are in now underway. Women's Division 6 for Summer Torpids. Great start for Christchurch. And same as St. Cats as well, looking to get that jump on them. But I imagine that's one we'll track as we get down towards the gut. Going with them though, Hartford with their antlers. We can see them coming into the middle of our camera shot at the moment. LMH chasing them down, but currently chasing LMH. University College, great start from them, really great start from them. Similar to St. Peter's as well, very much hunting down University College. I think LMH have got to be careful. They've got to be careful as they head under Donington Bridge. We'll hopefully get the camera shot 2 looking down towards the gut, see what's going on. Look to be sort of they're a great start from Christchurch. Great start. And Adam, what do you make of the line that they're taking down towards the gut?
Yes, they could be nice and tight to the footpath side there of the river. They could probably have been a little bit closer. They can really try and kiss that apex there to really shave off the distance. And St. Catherine went round a little bit wide, and considering they're chasing down the boat, they haven't had a concession. They should have taken a tighter line on that corner, because now you see they're doing massive swerves around that gut. Now we're looking at St. Peter's. If we zoom out a little bit, we can see where they stand. Oh, they must be going under the bridge. Exactly.
Yeah, great start there from LMH. They got that bump on Hartford just as we thought they might. Tough day for Hartford. The headway clearly not quite working out for them. But they've now got to hang on. They've got to hang on. We see University College there in the forefront of your shot. They're going to try and chase them down. University College probably got a long row ahead of them to catch up with Hartford. But that's the goal. That's the goal, to catch up with them, to get up a bump or two in the division. And we can also see coming into shot, Adam has just mentioned there, St. Peter's. St. Peter's look to be just dropping back on University College. So they've got some work to do, but it very much looks like they're set to either row over or bumped from behind. But they're putting distance into the likes of Magdalen, who we can't quite see coming into the shot yet. So that's suggesting a good start from St. Peter's, just pulling away from Magdalen. We'll stick with this camera shot just a little bit longer, but actually we're going to head to Longridge now. We're going to head to Longridge, and Adam, is that Christchurch still pulling out in front of St. Cat's?
I think it is, yeah, and that's a very, very big gap indeed. So my prediction there was wrong. Christchurch obviously had planned for a potential attack from Christchurch, and have now really pushed away. They've increased that gap. That's much bigger than the initial gap they had at the start line. They must have about 2.5 to 3 boat lengths there. So unless they've given it everything to create that gap, they should be able to keep that all the way up to the finish and should be safe. So those first 3 boats we've seen across our screens, Christchurch, St. Cat's and Hartford, I think are well spaced out, as well as this coming in. This is LMH. coming in shot now, which has no immediate threat to it whatsoever. All these boats are actually quite spaced out, so I think all the ones we're seeing are probably going to roll over, and some will be bumped out. This is the same conclusion.
So it's a great shot we've got here from Longridge, a great view of all the crews. And if we can zoom in just a little bit on these crews, we're able to find out exactly what's going on. Look at some of the technique that's going on as well. But I think from my eye, which is hopefully on the improvement, it looks to be St. Peter's. It's still chasing down University College. Looks like they're just going to roll over, as we mentioned earlier on in this division. It looks like St. Peter's set to roll over the course, probably not challenging University, but also not in fear of those crews who are behind them or so. Actually, we still do see some of those crews behind them. We haven't seen the likes of Magdalen, Bennett Hall, Christchurch is second eight in this division, but also the Sandwich crew, Teddy Hall. So very excited to see what's going on there. So we can start to see some of them making their appearance there. Now, from my eyes, it looks to be Teddy Hall, the
so these are the boats that have bumped out. They're below the launch. So these are the ones that have managed to bump a boat ahead of them, and now they're just paddling in. So you're right, we have Teddy Hall, LMH above them, and Magdalen. So those are the three definite bumps. I will just cross those ones out.
So yeah, it looks to be Teddy Hall who have bumped Christchurch. So a great, really strong performance there from the Sandwich crew who have already raced today already. Well done to Teddy Hall. And Magdalen there looked to have gone and bumped, I think, onto St. Peter's. And yeah, great start from Magdalen, getting that bump in nice and early up at Donington Bridge. So a great start from Magdalen, who'll move up in this division as well. We're now round at our final camera at New College Boathouse, and I do believe that is Hartford just coming in front of the camera. A couple of 100 meters or so left for their race.
Yeah, we're just cheering them on now just to get past that finish line. It's as we've said multiple times now, it's a 1.8 kilometer stretch. It's a very hard and long stretch of river to row over, but they're staying together. They're committed to this full stretch now, and they're just trying to get it home nice and safely. They shouldn't be worrying about University Boat Club College behind them. There's a big enough gap, and they're close enough to the finish line now. But no, so they're all just rowing over, and these are in shot now where these are the boats that bumped out that we mentioned earlier. So they'll be just rowing it in to land. And as again, Teddy Hall was definitely, the Sandwich boat that we mentioned was definitely one of the superstars of this division. And I'll be interested to see over the next 2 days if they can continue to bump up. I think they potentially can. They seem to have a really nice start sequence, and as well have some really good timing in those strokes, very technical rowing, and that really helps with these kinds of events, especially when there's a lot of rush and panic around you. You want that crew to be completely synced up and in time, placing that blade in the water and pushing off together, because that makes a massive difference to the feel of the boat. And these are the last few crews now kind of passing the finish line. So St. Peter's, we have Hartford above two above that, and probably University. Yeah, it must be University 3, unless, no, it's University 3, I think. So I think that's the end of that division. So in the end, there wasn't, so if you remember, we mentioned that LMH, W2, University W3, and St. Peter's W2 might have a bit of a battle, and they ended up being quite spaced out in the end. So I wonder potentially either if they had the same strategy of kind of trying to do an attack off the start sequence potentially, but if they all did it together, then that didn't change anything. Or I don't know how they ended up being so far apart after yesterday, where they were actually quite close from my recollection. But it also means that they'll be chasing each other again tomorrow. So they'll have to keep adapting those strategies to try and see if there's any way of breaking through and getting a bump. And now on the raft, we see the men's boats getting ready.
I think also worth noting, yeah, there we see, I was about to say, we haven't seen St. Bennett's or Christchurch yet in this division, but there we see St. Bennett's just coming into shot. and they are the last boat. So I think that would suggest that we had a bump from Christchurch in the same way that Teddy Hall bumped Christchurch. I think we're waiting for, we'll get the provisional results, but I think Christchurch will have bumped St. Benet's, but we'll of course confirm that once we get all the results coming through.
And if that did happen, that would mean that Teddy Hall got an overbump, and that means they actually went up 2 positions. So that would be really an amazing achievement, or an amazing result rather, for Teddy Hall, who were in the lower division only yesterday and have shot up the ranks in the last 2 days. So fingers crossed for them that they did get that overbump, as you said, and Christchurch did bump St. Benet's or St. Benet Hall. So very exciting. I look forward to seeing the results of that to understand fully what happened.
So as we said, the provisional results are LMH 2 bumped Hertford 2, Magdalen 2 on St. Peter's 2. But the unclear one, the one that we're still waiting for more information on, is whether or not Teddy Hall 2 and Christchurch both bumped out. And we're waiting for more information, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we have it, as to who's been bumped, who bumped who, and who's going up, who's going down. All that information we'll bring you very shortly.
Okay, so here in front of the screen of us, we have the Division 6, the men's Division 6 results. And so just having a quick look at that. Yes, we see again that St. Benet's boat zooming up into the division above. And then Walston M3, unfortunately, and my heart breaks out to this, the Walston M3 boat sliding down an extra bung line today. So that's 3 bung lines down over the last 2 days. Magdalen M2 in between those 2 boats, which has managed to keep their position on the bung line. And so we'll be starting second tomorrow from the looks of it. And then at the bottom of the division, there seems to be some exciting changes that's happened. Yes, Pembroke M3 has bumped up again. So they've gone up 3 positions in the last 2 days. And with that's Lincoln M3 that has fallen to the foot of the division, to the bottom of the division. So I'm very sorry for them. And then just some small little crossovers. So no, very interesting moving and shaking happening there in this division. And we'll see how that continues tomorrow. Okay, so so in screen we still have the previous division that's just trying to get back into land. Potentially some of the next division, so that's men's division 5 that are about to push off for their 2:10, their 2 race time. So now at the moment is a busy time where some boats are still trying to land and get out of the way, and some boats are trying to get onto the water and do some practice starts, some practice sprints. And again, as I've mentioned, they'll be doing kind of 10-stroke bursts, potentially at higher rates, as well, practicing some of those start sequences that we've seen over the last 2 days are so crucial. Yes, as crucial as the endurance, of course, but can be very crucial and strategic if you can get a bump within that first 15 to 20 strokes. That can be a real morale booster for the next day, as well as saving your rowers endurance rather than tiring them out throughout the full course of the river. I'm just looking at, so I'm umming and ahhing as I'm looking at all these boats move around, trying to figure out who's going onto the water and who's landing off. A lot of boats to keep track of.
So as Adam has said, we'll have Division 5 for the men coming down the course at 2:10. We see some of the crews warming up there. A couple of kayakers out on the course at our Long Bridges camera. So to give you just a quick preview of Division 5, the sandwich boat from Division 6 will be Regent's Park. They had a fantastic row over in Division 6. But leading off will be St Cat's 2, followed by Lincoln 2, Trinity 2, Brasenose 2, Balliol 2, New College 2, St Benis Hall their first 8, Merton 2, and University 2. But before we dive into men's Division 5, what we're going to do is we're going to take a very quick break. And when we come back, we're going to have a change of voices. I'd like to say thank you very much to Adam Ferris for all of his insight, his knowledge, and his commentary over the past 4 divisions or so. But when we return, I'm delighted to say I will be joined by Phil McCulloch, and we'll be taking you through the next round of divisions through to 3 o'clock. But we'll be back after a very short break.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Summer Torpids 2021, live from the ISIS on the River Thames. My name is Fergus Mainland, and I'm delighted to be joined for this next stint of divisions of Summer Torpids by Phil McCulloch, and we'll be taking you through the next hour and a half or so through till through till 3 o'clock, I should say. And Phil, we've had some excellent racing so far in the first few divisions or so, both from the men and from the women. What have been your standout moments or the crews that you've been most excited about?
So yeah, thank you very much. So I think actually the crew I was most surprised with was just in that division just gone. So in women's division 6, so with Christchurch W2 heading off at the top of that division, I have to say I was watching their start as soon as the start gun went, and it was for women's division 6 and for bumps where not many people have not had much practice, that was incredibly high quality. And it pains me to say, as an ex-Cats member, so clearly supporting Cats behind the scenes, Christchurch W2 walked away with that division, and it was some excellent quality rowing. So they're going to be commended for the blade work in that division.
I love this. So speaking with you and speaking with Adam as well, just of the underlying rivalries and the allegiances that you've both got in the commentary. I love it, and it's great to have your insight. It was great to have Adam's insight, and looking forward to hearing more from you, I guess, as to how Torpids operates for those who perhaps don't know about it, but also hearing the ins and outs of how the day operates as well. And I think, yeah, we'll start with that. For those who are tuning in, perhaps to see their college crews racing, or perhaps their friends racing, their course mates, what are some of the things that they should be looking out for? What's unique about Torpids racing?
Yeah, so Torpids is a very unique event. So the way I've always described it to friends and family outside of Oxford is that it's a cross between a squash ladder and the running of the bulls in Spain. And it's a weird mishmash of those two. So you, Fergus, might be used to things like, 2K regattas, either at Met Regatta or Dorney Lake, or the very windy Nottingham. Very, very windy, where you have side-by-sides, and it's basically a time trial, and whoever crosses the line first wins the race. This is very different here in Oxford because, as you can see on the camera, the river isn't exactly very wide, and actually if you cut to camera 2, you'll see the entrance to the gut, which is where the river really narrows. So over the years, and actually this started about 200 years ago, we have found a way to have kind of single file racing. So what happens is we have, in this event, 10 crews who all line up with about 13 to 15 meters worth of water between them, and they all go off at the same time when the start gun fires. And the aim of the goal of the event is, on each day, you want to try and catch up with and bump, and we'll talk about bumping in a little bit, with the crew in front of you. All the while, you've got the crew behind you trying to do the same thing. And it's funny because you've got the cocks and rowers who are facing different directions. So the cocks who is motivating can see just how close you are to the crew in front. And they can say, a half a length off, we've got a canvas of overlap. And they're really the opposite direction to the way that you're rowing. They don't see how close you are to winning. All they see is a crew behind them, and that can be very off-putting if you're not careful. So it really is a big battle between, obviously, fitness and stamina, because you've got to be fit to row these 1400 meters, and also psychology of a crew might be coming up fast, and can you hold them off? Can you put off that dread of going, are we going to get caught? Are we going to get caught? They're getting really close. So it is a really interesting mixture between fitness and psychology.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, as you've mentioned, we've got various different camera angles. For those of you who are tuning in for the first time, tuning in to watch Division 5, your first Torpids race, we've got 4 cameras for you, 2 of which will be on Donington Bridge up at the start, 1 facing into the start area. There we can see it there on the screen. We've got already quite a lot of the crews getting lined up for Division 5, which will be kicking off in just under 10 minutes, about 9 minutes time or so. We'll be expecting that division to kick off. Second camera angle, again from Donington Bridge, looking down towards the infamous gut, where we'll imagine quite a lot of the action will be taking place as the river starts to narrow, and the lines and decisions that the coxes make become so important in that area. Camera 3
And you
will
can
have...
see just how narrow it is there. That it almost looks like there's nowhere to go, but actually you have to kind of cut round to the left just where it looks like there's a bunch of trees. So that gets really, really narrow there. And it's actually a really difficult line for the Coxes to maneuver. It looks really easy from this camera shot, but actually when you're the Cox, it's very difficult to navigate.
Yeah, for sure. And here we've got camera 3 from Longridge, a great view here where we'll see perhaps some of the best rowing from our first couple of crews in this division, the likes of St. Cat's and Lincoln. Perhaps starting to feel confident here that they'll be able to hold on to their various positions. But we'll take a look at camera 4, which is on top of New College Boathouse. A great view of the course up the river, but also down towards the finish line as well. And if we pan round, we've seen yesterday quite a lot of the racing is still going on. It still becomes so important to race all the way through to the line. Some of the bumps yesterday happening just in the last 150 meters or so. So feel really important for some of these crews to keep racing right to the line.
Absolutely, and you can feel incredibly tired once you exit the gut and go past long bridges. You know, you're about 2-3 minutes into the race, and you know as a rower that you've still got about 4 or 5 minutes left to go. So, you know, you'll know it from doing all of your 2K pieces, that moment of sheer panic and fear and need for self-courage when you still see there's about 1,000 meters to go. What's really important is you keep your technique, you keep the boat balanced, and you keep working together as a crew, because actually working together is much more important than just going crazy by yourself in a boat. You really need that teamwork, and you'll see, as I saw with Christchurch 2 earlier, that impeccable timing at the start and the finish, at the catch of the finish, that is what makes a boat move fast. It's not just how strong each individual rower is on a rowing machine or in a boat, it's actually how well those 8 people, motivated by the coxswain or cox, how well they gel together as a unit.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as we head back up to the start, we'll head up back to camera 1 up at Donington Bridge, take a look into the start area. We'll see how some of the crews are lining up. We imagine we're just over 5 minutes or so away from the start of this division. So any minute now, we'll be expecting that that 5-minute cannon going off. We see the likes of, it looks to be University College there, just roaring up into position. And we see just sitting ready to go the likes of Lincoln. They'll be setting off second. St. Cat's going off first overall. Just patient at this stage, Phil. Patient at this stage, getting ready. The nerves will be hopefully starting to settle down for some of the rowers, but for the Coxes, it's tense times.
It is, and I would actually say it's probably both tense for the Coxes and for the rowers. So over the years, we have actually had, you know, esteemed oarsmen and women in terms of, you know, Olympic athletes taking part in bumps. Yeah, unbelievably, in a collegiate student event, we sometimes have Olympic athletes taking part, often in the lower divisions because they're what's called associate members. And they have described to people on many occasions that, you know, they've sat on the start line of, you know, of Rio, of Beijing, of London, and that's pretty terrifying. But you know, you just get a couple of buzzers and, you know, a light, and I think we just see the 5-minute gun there. You know, that is a real gun that, you know, fires blanks, but it's a real gun with a really loud sound. And hearing that noise go off is one of the most terrifying sounds I think I ever heard in my entire time at university. Even worse than you may now turn over your papers and begin your exam.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as Adam said earlier on, so even him just sitting there in the coxswain seat, but also the crew around, they get a massive jump. So it's important just to try and keep a rein on those nerves in the few stages. But as we take a look through this entry sheet for Division 5, we've already mentioned the likes of Regent's Park, who are going to be the Sandwich crew, who had a really successful men's Division 6 just over an hour ago. But who are some of the other crews, Phil, that we should be looking out for in Division 5?
Yeah, so this morning before racing happened, I was having a look through the results for what's called Rowing On. So that's the qualification race that more crews than usual have done this year. So we've seen them do a time trial, and have also had a look at how they did yesterday. So I think it could be fairly close at the top of the division between St. Catherine's 2 and Lincoln 2. They posted a similar time in Rowing On, but Cats did go down 2 positions and lost their position in men's Division 4 yesterday. I think we'll see a lot of interesting action between boats 5, 6 and 7 in this division. So that's Balliol 2 at Bungline 5, so they went down 2 positions yesterday. They're then chased by a very fast New College 2, who went up 1 position yesterday. And then New College 2 themselves are being chased by the mighty St Bennett's Hall. So Bennett's currently have the record for this event of they've gone up 5 places in one day, which is very hard to do in Torpids and Innates, particularly under Torpids rules. So they currently have the record out of all the crews who've competed so far, the highest rise in the men's divisions. So I think we'll see a really interesting 3-boat sandwich between Balliol 2, New College 2, and St Bennett's Hall.
So as Phil said, it looks like we're going to have a really exciting showdown, particularly in the middle of this men's Division 5. Now, just a couple of minutes away from that kicking off, we've had that 5-minute cannon. And in the next couple of minutes, we'll have that 1-minute cannon. And as we said earlier on in commentary, once that 1-minute cannon goes off, the crews will have between 60 or 70 seconds where we'll look to set off, or the start will be abandoned as we saw in one of the earlier divisions as well. But the camera here on the moment, just on the sort of the calm before the storm, really, at this camera angle here at Longridge. Back up at the start, we can see everyone's looking pretty aligned, looking pretty set. They'll be getting their last-minute words of encouragement from their coaches who'll be on the bank. I think, as Phil said, one of the new thing, or one of the different things I should say about Torpids is that compared to the start of the Olympics or many 2K races, you won't get crowds up there. But in a normal year, in a normal Torpids, you'd be expecting plenty of crowds up around the start line, and just getting thicker and thicker, the crowds as they go down the course. So to have these, to not have these crews up at the start, it's an exception this year. It's something they won't necessarily be used to, but it might almost come as a blessing, really, being able to fully hear what's being communicated by their coaches, but also the instructions from their coxes as well.
Yep. Thank you. Can you hear me again now, Fergus? You know, one of the phrases of 2020 and 2021 has been "you're on mute." I think the other phrase of 2021 is "I got kicked out of Zoom. Can I rejoin, please?" So I think we're all familiar there. In an interesting point, so some people often get confused by when you see university in the college in the crew list. So University College, i.e. University College Boat Club, is one of the colleges called University, or Univ as we call it for short. It's not actually the blue boat that you saw in the boat race. So it's often one thing that trips up newbies into the Oxford scene. There is a specific college for it. I think we're just about waiting the 1-minute gun, I think. Oh, there we go. There's the puff of smoke for 1-minute gun for men's Division 5.
You're in sync with the cannon there, Phil. Very impressive.
I have sat on the bung lines before and I have my watch there, and you know the crew are like, oh no, it's not 12 seconds, and I'm there timing it down, and you know when you know it's 60 seconds and you can count it down and there's no delays, you can get it right, and it impresses your crew actually, which is good.
So you see there, the crews have been pushed out. We're less than a minute away from Division 5, which is due to go off at 2:10. As we said, it will be led off by St Cat's. It will be followed by Lincoln. They will be the third boat. Trinity, Brasenose, Balliol, New College, Bennett Halls, Merton and University. And the sandwich boat right at the back will be Regent's Park after the fantastic race they had in men's Division 6.
Oh, and they're off. So men's Division 5 is underway, and that's a very, very wide line from Cats off the start. That's a little bit concerning. Lincoln 2 are sticking very well to the racing line, so they will easily get half a length off Cats off the start. Meanwhile, we've got Trinity holding station with Lincoln 2 and Brasenose 2. We have Balliol 2 with those red bucket hats that are gaining somewhat fast on Brasenose 2. That's maybe down to 3/4 of a length between Balliol 2 and Brasenose 2. Meanwhile, Balliol 2 are being chased somewhat hard as well by New College 2 at Bungline 6.
Yeah, a really shocking start from St Catherine's, and you've always got to question what was going through the Cox's head, maybe just a slip up. We see there just coming into shot Balliol as as we've mentioned, but being chased hard by the likes of New College, Bennett Hall going with them as well. So it's all kicking off, and I'd love to see the camera shot. There we see it. We see the likes of Bennett Hall. They're chasing down, running very close there, running very close to the bank, and it looks like they're just having a little bit of issues there.
It looks like Trinity clipped the bank slightly, and I wonder whether, I think that's a concession from Trinity. I just about see a hand raise from Trinity. So, from Lincoln. So Trinity 2 have bumped Lincoln 2, so that's the first bump that we see in this division. We see New College taking a very, they've gone for a swipe and then missed. I think they're going around to take another go again. That's actually New College are being chased very hard by St. Bennet. Let's really stick with these three crews of Balliol, New College and Bennett, because this is one heck of a 3-boat sandwich. Who's going to bump whom first? And that's New College. New College have conceded to St. Bennett's.
What a fantastic row. An awesome row from St. Bennett's there. And do you know what? I think it was that wide line that the New College were trying to take to get Balliol. I think cost them. It both cost them the bump and it cost them their position in this men's Division 5. We see they're just coming onto screen here. We've got University chasing down Merton. That should be a tussle to follow down the bank. But really, a really strong performance there from Bennett Hall coming out the bank. And again, a costly performance from Merton. But I think that'll we want to track as we get down the line. I think, Bennett Hall and Balliol. New College and Balliol, I should say. New College and Balliol. We'll track that as we get down the course. And potentially there's some of the crews who have already done the bumping, sort of interfering with the crews racing down the line as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that interference. I'd say that's a very dodgy racing line from Merton College there. So I'll point out two things. So one, it's not all over for New College. They continue racing and they might then be able to go on and bump Balliol. You see there. So New College have bumped Balliol. So actually that means that Bennett's Hall have got a chain bump on Balliol. So Bennett's Hall will go up 2. Balliol are down 2 so far. Merton took a very, very, I can only describe as weird line through the gut there. So that allowed University to catch up with them. Merton then did very slightly tussle blades with a crew that had bumped out. I think it'd be interesting if we stick with camera 3, because I think what's going on between Merton and University is probably where the meat of the action is going to be in the rest of this division. So if we can try and take a look at Merton and University, yeah, brilliant.
I was going to say there, St. Catherine's looking really strong, a really dominant performance from them, looking set to be winners of this division, but also bumping up into as the sandwich crew into men's Division 4, which will be taking place at 3:15 today. But a cracking shot, this one, of the rest of the field. But as we head back to that New College camera shot, it's we've still got some close racing going on.
Yeah, so actually what we can see right now is we've got Brasenose 2 gaining somewhat on Lincoln 2. So, they started off about 3.5 lengths away, and at the crossover point, which is about maybe 1.5 minutes before the finish, they've actually managed to reel Lincoln in to maybe about a length or so. So if Brasenose can keep it up and keep that really good rhythm, they might actually be able to bump Lincoln and send them down 2 places in one day. So I think this will be the other interesting final bit of the division is Lincoln 2 versus Brasenose 2.
Yeah, spot on. And I love this camera shot as it just pans around here. We can get a really good indication as to where the crews are. Still about a length or so of clear water separating these two crews. So is it too much to be made up in this last sort of couple of hundred meters or so? I think it probably is, unless we see a big final surge from the likes from Brasenose, but nothing's ruled out at this stage in Torpids.
No, so if this was men's Division 1 or women's Division 1, I'd say, yeah, this is pretty much over and it's a row over for both crews. But in the middle divisions, and time again, we've seen this with some very chaotic divisions in the middle of the racing schedule, anything can happen. If you look, there's some, I think Brasenose have maybe slightly kind of lost their rhythm a bit. You can see there's a lot of dirty water being kicked out by the blades. Lincoln are rowing fairly tidy, but maybe not that fast. Brasenose, I think, are trying to put in as much power, but that's not translating into a level boat and pushing together. So all the effort is going to be going to waste for Brasenose, and it might allow Lincoln to survive by the skin of their teeth. Yeah,
I think you're spot on. I think some very good gamesmanship from the Lincoln Cocks sending those puddles down, because it'll just be offsetting. It'll be offsetting that Brasenose crew, and we see there just out in the distance, St. Catherine's. They look to have crossed the finishing line. A great performance from them. A really dominant row from them, pulling away from Lincoln. We can see it there on on screen. St Catherine's, of course, they'll be the sandwich crew bumping up to Division 4 later on down the line. We see coming into Shot as well. It's still in the bucket hats. They haven't lost any of those. It is Balliol.
And I think actually Balliol got bumped by Merton, so that you could just see at the bottom left of the shot. Balliol basically stopped rowing. Their bowman wasn't taking a shot at all. The two-man of Merton there is celebrating by putting puddles into the air. So I presume Merton bumped Balliol there. So if we could probably stick with camera 4 actually, because we'll be able to see what happens with Merton and Univ at the end of the division. So we see, Merton bumped out on Balliol. So the last two crews we'll see are Univ and Regents. Now, to be fair, Regents have made a bit of an impression on Univ. I don't think they're going to be able to get them before they reach the finish line, but it is looking, it's always deceptive when the camera's zoomed in, but it is looking fairly close between these two crews. But I mean, Univ are looking around slightly panicked. Interesting steering there from Regent's Park. You see Regents steering really hard to the right, but actually, sometimes you need to have that conviction as a Cox to stick to your line and mow them down over the finish line. Well, maybe not mow them down, but go for a beeline of contact at the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was close. I think it was going to be really close. But I don't think Regent's Park were able to quite get overlap there. Sort of a strong surge at the end, a really strong sprint from them, but I think not quite able to catch the crews in front of them. But a really stellar performance from them, given that they've already raced today. They've already got a race under their belts. So to be out racing against a full credit to them. But talk of the day, very much Merton College actually. A really dominant performance, getting a couple of bumps up on crews in front of them, particularly if when we get confirmation of Balliol. That was Merton set off in 8th, Balliol in 5th. Really strong performance from Merton.
Yeah, and this is where the rules of torpids get a little bit cruel compared to the rules of Summer 8. So Merton, despite making up a large amount of water, will go up one position tomorrow. So today they start on bung line 8, and tomorrow they will start on bung line 7, if indeed they got the bump on Balliol. What it does mean for Balliol is that I think after going down 2 yesterday, they will go down 3 positions. So I think, I'm tracking these with a bit of pen and paper because there's just something so much fun about that in 2021. But I think I have got a list of what I think the provisional bumps were in that division, if you'd like me to go through them.
You know what, I'd love you to, and fair play being able to keep a track of it all as it was all unfolding. Do you want to take us through the provisional results of Men's Division 5?
Of course. So these results are provisional, and the official results will come through the official channels for competitors. So for those of you who are listening who are taking part or coaching or racing, then you've already had your email in terms of how to check the live results on that Google Sheet and what you need to do if you wish to dispute them. So these are just from what we've seen on the camera. So this is correct to the best of our knowledge, but not official. I think I've put enough disclaimers in there. So without further ado, we have Trinity 2 bumping Lincoln 2. That's Trinity 2 at bung line 3 bumping Lincoln 2. We have St Bennett's Hall bumping New College 2. That's St Bennett's Hall bumping New College 2. New College 2 then went on to bump Balliol 2. So New College 2 getting a bump on Balliol 2. And Merton 2 managed to bump Balliol 2 around about Boathouse Islands. That's Merton 2 on Balliol 2. So for the other crews, that means that St Catherine's row over undisputed at the top of this division. So they will be the sandwich boat for Men's Division 4. Brasenose row over, i.e. they didn't get bumped and nor did they bump at bung line 4. University 2 at bung line 9. And Regent's Park, who crashed out of Men's Division 5 yesterday, they don't get to reclaim their position because they row over at position 10, the sandwich boat position, which means that they have to row over at the top of Men's Division 6 tomorrow. So they've had 3 races so far, and it could be another 2 for them. A tiring week for Regent's Park.
Well, there you go. I hope you've all managed to write all of that down at home and keep a track of it. I think, as has been mentioned, it'll be the information sent out to competitors, but you can also find all the information online as well to keep a track of torpids throughout the week, because believe me, there's plenty of chopping, changing, bumps, demotions, promotions to keep a track of. And we can see there the camera shot at the moment, just on our long reach boathouse, the calm before the storm for the next division, which will be Women's Division 5 at 2:45. So a little bit of gap in racing. Probably about 25 minutes or so until the next division. And actually you can start to see some of the crews making their way up. That looks to be the Lineker 2, who will be setting off 6th. at 2:45. What do you reckon? Do you reckon it's better to get up to the start nice and early, or do you think it's better to maximise your preparation time out on the course and then arrive just as the 5-minute cannon is going off?
Yeah, so there's actually some rules about this. So what we do in order to give people the most space is that crews 1 through 5, so that's Pembroke 2 through to University W2, they warm up on the top stretch. So basically, you know, where we see at the Long Bridges Boathouse, to the left of this, they can go around as many times as they want, and as soon as they get down to the bung line, they need to spin and get onto the bung line. Crews 6 through 10, so that's Lineker 2, who you just saw heading down there to the start area, all the way through to the sandwich boat at Christchurch 2. They go down there and they warm up on the bottom stretch of the river. So we try and give people as much space as possible. Now, the one thing you don't want to be is late to the start line, because actually if you do that, you hold the race up, your college boat club does get a monetary fine because it does impact on the days of racing, and the last thing you want to be doing is dekitting with 90 seconds to go. You've seen there's lots of kind of, you know, dodgy lines and a bit of steering and a bit of tapping that needs to happen. There's a bungman with a pole, there's people counting down, there's a gun going off. It can get pretty hectic down there. So actually arriving with a cool head is really, really important, because if you arrive panicked, you're probably not going to have the best start. And as you saw, you know, if you have a bad start with that Cats crew in men's Division 5, the Cox actually had a decent line, but I think they took a dodgy first stroke, and actually that set the boat heading off to the Cox's bow side, i.e. towards the camera, looking towards the bank. So keeping a calm head and the Cox's responsibility to get down on time and spin is really important.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see a couple of the crews just coming in from men's Division 5, a few of them heading up towards the start for women's Division 5 at 2:45. Just on the previous camera shot, we saw the likes of Worcester with their bright pink blades. We can see there at camera 2 at Donington Bridge, Lineker coming through the yellow with the black cross on their blades, and I'm sure the next boat we will see coming through, there we see over in the distance,
narrowboats
will be Worcester. And yes, plenty to contend with. We've got the narrow boats, we've got kayakers, we've got swans and everything, so it's very much alive and well on this stretch of the Thames.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, we do have a river closure actually for the event, but we do have some commercial river traffic that knows what the deal is, and they tend to head up and down in the middle of the stream, and it's the responsibility of the crews to safely navigate around while still meeting that deadline of getting to the bung line on time. So a lot of responsibility for the Coxes, and you know, having sat in that seat, I probably wouldn't fit in one these days, thank you lockdown. I've got a lot of respect for all the Coxes who take part this year, because you know, it can sometimes be a bit intimidating and daunting, but the sense of reward, whether you've done well or not, I think will be absolutely huge for these crews afterwards. So, you know, anyone who's taking part this year gets a big thumbs up from me, and well done to them.
Yeah, for sure, particularly with all the disruption that we've had with training months and everything. So to be on the start line and to see some of the depth that these colleges have is really encouraging, a really positive thing to see. But we've got up on screen the results from Women's Division 6.
Oh, right. Let's try and make head or tail of this one.
And see what we make do of this one. I think another good day for Christchurch W3. They got their bump on there, as did Magdalen. Women's 2, they're bumping up again, and LMH, they've got their bump on. St. Cat's staying strong in their position, as are University.
Yeah, so it's really hard to tell. So normally I'm used to seeing these up on a boathouse and you get to see all the crews around it, but because we're doing this virtually and, you know, on a spreadsheet, it's hard to tell when you've got crews chopping and changing between divisions. But I think I've pieced together what that meant in that division. So I think, as you might have said, LMH W2 bumped Hertford W2, so you can see that orange-red crossover line towards the top of your screen. You see the teal and pink lines, which is Magdalen 2 bumping St. Peter's 2. And then you see that pale blue line that's exiting out the division, so that's St. Bennett's W1. So that means they did go to the bottom of the division, and Christchurch W3 went up 1, so they didn't get bumped. So what I infer from that is that Christchurch W3 bumped St. Bennett's Hall, and then Teddy Hall W2 also went on to bump St. Bennett's Hall. So it's +1 and actually +2 for the day for Teddy Hall, because they went up in Women's Division 7 and got the right to row in this division. So +1 in this race, +2 overall for Teddy Hall W2. For Christchurch W3, that's +1. For St Bennet Hall, that's sadly down 2, which means that St Benet's Hall women go down to Women's Division 7 for tomorrow. And I will point out actually that St Benet's Hall W1 is the newest addition to the Bumps family. So they started rowing with us about 4 years ago. So St Benet's Hall actually used to be a male-only college, or actually a permanent private hall. And then about 4 years ago, it went co-ed. So St Benet's Hall and members of Blackfriars College, who they have a rowing association with, they now actually have enough women to take part as St Benet's W1. So they're the newest family, and to be fair, actually, they've done very well in the first few years that they've been able to take part in Bumps. So it's a shame that we see them going down, but in lower divisions, you can sometimes be placed randomly, and it is a bit of a lottery in terms of whether you go up or go down. And it's not necessarily about the skill of the crew, it's about the luck of the draw.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I think, comes with the uncertainty that comes with bucks, or not with bucks, sorry, with bumps and torpedoes racing, I should say. And I think one of the things that someone said to me when first introducing me to torpedoes is that torpedoes isn't fair. At the end of the day, it's great racing, but some of the stuff that happens, that's life, that's racing, that's torpedoes. And particularly some of the lines that that coxes take, or just the uncertainty of crew speeds coming up behind you, or just getting caught up in a little collision or a clash of the blades. That's torpedoes racing, isn't it?
It is, and the mantra is Bumps racing isn't fair, but we do try and make it just. So even though there's a curve in the starting line, if you pan to camera one, you see that big kind of curve that the crews at the bottom of the division do have to navigate round. That's really great for crew 5 or 6, not so great for crew 6 or 7. But if they bump, they then get the benefit of the next day. So we try and do everything that we can do to redress the balance there. But interesting little slip there in terms of mentioning bucks. So I believe that you've done a fair bit of rowing, in the university circuits, and many of the people here who might be watching on the live stream today, many of them may have only ever rowed at Oxford colleges, or somewhere, and they've never really seen what kind of university rowing is like in all the other universities. So it'd be really good to kind of get your view in terms, what's training like for you? How much do you train? What events do you take part in? And kind of what's the key highlight? Because torpedoes and eights are the key highlights of the college rowing calendar here. What are some of the main events that you train for, Fergus?
Well, I think if you take a snapshot of the entire year, based up at Newcastle University, we have a big winter focus on the likes of Rutherford Head, hosted by Tyne Rowing Club, and we get crews coming across the country, and it's one of the best early season openers. You see how the likes of Durham University are getting on. University of London come up and race, as do Edinburgh University. They make the trip down from Scotland. So that's a very good early season opener, which gives you an indicator for the likes of Bucks Head, Bucks Fours and Eights Head, which is also up in Newcastle. And that's attended by just about everyone on the circuit, just about everyone, right from beginner level right through to intermediate championship, as well as lightweight. So there's events for everyone, which is fantastic. And then from there, you start to build, as I'm sure some of the colleges will, towards Women's Head of the River down on the championship course on the Tideway, where we'll have the Oxford-Cambridge boat race every year. Obviously, this year slightly different, having it in Ely, what with COVID and everything going on this year. But then the big one for university students is Bucks Regatta, held at the National Water Sports Centre every year, sort of the bank holiday weekend in May. Again, this year with the rescheduling that we've had, that's going to be taking place in a couple of weeks' time, so the 24th to the 26th of June. Massive, absolutely massive, and it's the one event that so many university clubs target and work towards, because they know how important it is, and they know that they'll get a good race. Whether you're going to be racing in the F final of intermediate doubles, or you're racing in the championship men's eights final, you're going to get a really good race. And then for a lot of these crews, they'll race domestic, or sort of quite locally in local regattas, trying to pick up some speed before working their way through some of the other big regattas, such as Metropolitan, Marlow Regatta, before culminating their seasons at Henley Women's Regatta and Henley Royal, trying to get qualified either for the Prince Albert and the Coxed Four, the Temple for the men's eights. But also this year now, we've got the introduction of the new student women's eights as well. So a really exciting time to be involved with university rowing, and a lot to get stuck into if you're a beginner, or if you're looking to win medals at the World Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. And for anyone rowing who's a current student, many of the people who'll be watching are continue rowing after they leave university, and rowing doesn't have to stop when you leave university. So many people who've done college rowing at Oxford go on to be a really valued member of a local city rowing club. And there's rowing clubs all over the country in pretty much every major town or city that you can think of. I think what was interesting, Fergus, there in terms of the training events that you go toward, you kind of train towards. I'd say there's probably two main differences between Oxford and outside the Oxford bubble, and that is one, the boat type that you race in. So you'll see that every boat here is a stern coxed 8. We do have sometimes a race for 4s at the beginning of the season, but you mentioned that there's people who row in doubles, in pairs, and singles, 4s, and quads. So a real mixture of boat types, both coxed and coxless. So that introduces a real bit of variety as well. But also, you mentioned things like Rutherford Head. So that is about I've done it once, a 5-kilometre head race. So the longest distance we ever race on the ISA stretch of the Thames River in Oxford is about 1,500 metres. So, we never have to do anything more, never had to do anything more than maybe a 2K test. Some of the more serious clubs in men's and women's Division 1 might do a 5K test, but I can imagine that, working towards a 5K test on the erg is something that probably some of your coaches work at as a selection point and as a kind of a formal baseline as you work towards those winter head races.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got it easy in Oxford, just on this stretch of river. But I think it was a good point that you mentioned, where you see just so many 8s getting out, and I think 8s, they're just such a good way to get people into boats, to introduce them to rowing. It's obviously the most stable boat to get out in. It's a stable, sweet boat to get out in, and it's a great way to get as many beginners or people who haven't experienced rowing, to get them down to the boat houses, into crews that they can ultimately race in great events such as this. And it's when you look at other universities, when you get a bit more experience, you'll maybe switch over to a little bit of sculling, and that's where the doubles or the quads or the singles come into it. But just for inclusion, just for getting people into the sport, I think 8s is the perfect way to do it. Perhaps if you're a junior, you're starting off age sort of 13 and 14, you'll get you out in an octo. So that'll be sort of an 8-person boat, but for sculling, so each person will have 2 blades. And what a sight that is! I tell you, when you're at the likes of the National Schools Regatta and you've got these 8 J14 octos coming down towards you, you've got 16 blades in each boat, sort of crashing all over the place. It's quite a spectacle to look down on. But in the same way with university, it's the perfect way to get people into the sport. People who perhaps haven't rowed before, they want to give it a shot. Get them out in 8s, because it's all about the maximum number of people enjoying the sport at the end of the day.
It is indeed, and I was just thinking, you're mentioning J14s in an octo, and I sometimes wonder what we put in our milk and our meat in the UK, because some of the people in those crews are bigger and taller than some of the people you'll see in men's Division 2 and 1 today. So there are some very, very talented young athletes out there. But as we say, rowing is a very inclusive sport in the sense of it's not just the elite people who want to take part at Henley. There's lots of people who want to do rowing at a recreational level or kind of semi-quasi competitive level, and there's a lot of friendship and social activities in a normal non-COVID world that rowing clubs get involved in outside the bubble. So and my top tip as well is we've got the Olympics hopefully coming up in about a month or two's time. Interest in all the clubs peaks up after people see the rowing events at the Olympics, so get yourself on a waiting list before the Olympics happen, because it might make a 6-month difference between when you get to row in an 8 for the first time or join a local city or town club.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw it back in 2012, just the uptake in clubs around the country, but also at universities, and I imagine the same at Oxford as well with the colleges, people wanting to get involved because we had such a gold rush at the 2012 Olympics, such an inspiring performance from the team. And actually today, British Rowing have just officially announced the crews that will be heading across to Tokyo. So it's a hugely important day in the British Rowing calendar, and almost really great that we've got crews out in the water as we talk about that. We've got the elite athletes going to be getting ready to fly out to Tokyo, but we've perhaps got the next generation, some of these people racing in Division 7, 6, 5, trying out rowing for the first time this year. Who knows where they're going to be come Paris or come LA in 2028. So it's a very exciting time, and it's a very great sport to be involved with, and a very exciting time to be involved with the sport of rowing as well.
Yeah, and what I really love from watching the boat races yesterday, I mean, obviously with Oxford not doing quite as well this year, it was a bit sad to watch, but I did really have a lot of respect for both the Oxford and Cambridge men's and women's crews, because normally I think it kind of, people go, oh, it's just full of international people who come across from America, and it's a bit of a harsh criticism, but I think they made a real point when they showed it on the BBC of saying, right, here is X rower, they're an undergraduate chemist at X college, and they actually got on a boat for the first time because they saw the London 2012 Olympics, and you see that kind of legacy of people who are reasonably fit but have never gotten a boat before, train, get involved, take it more seriously, and then go on to do some really fantastic stuff. I think there's one of the Olympic athletes in 2012, Stanley Ludis, he rowed and was part of Trinity College, so he took part in summer eights for Trinity a few years ago for multiple years. I think we've got a lightweight rower or an open weight rower who I think was an all collegiate member of Hertford. So there are people who have gone from the college scene all the way up to the Olympic Games. So it's really inspiring to see how people can go from this level of really fun competitive racing all the way up to the elite levels.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant that they do things like that for summer eights. You've got the athletes racing in their blue boats, but actually returning to their colleges, giving back to the colleges that will likely have supported them through their boat race campaigns or through the training leading up to it. I think it's really great. I think it's a really great thing to do, and I think it's a very inspiring thing for the athletes that they're sort of returning to. I mean, obviously, when they come back into, say, one of the top boats, someone's going to miss out. But at the end of the day, that ultimately just strengthens the rest of the crews, as maybe one bow side it gets bumped down, all the crews or whatever. But it's I think it's a very inspiring thing to have one of these blue athletes come down and row with their colleges at summer eights. I think it's a great thing to do.
Yeah, and someone will probably correct me because I can't remember the rules off the top of my head, because we're racing Torpids rules. Traditionally, Torpids happens before the boat races, so anyone who's still in contention to take part in the boat races isn't allowed to take part in Torpids. So I'm not sure whether the Blues are allowed to take part in this event this time. So if they are, and if anyone's watching, my apologies if I got that wrong. But just because of how unprecedented, to use an overused word, this year has been, the rules are a little bit different and complicated. But just thinking in terms of bringing things back down to sea level, and talking about what we're here for, which is the collegiate rowing. Oh, and a goose, which is one of my best friends on the river. The number of times we've had Marshall saying, there's a swan on the river, which we do have to do something about, and actually it's a Canadian goose that is white in colour as well, but definitely not swan. They're some of my best friends who have held up racing so many times over the years. So if you see a goose or a swan on the stream and you see me kind of going silent and muttering with rage, you know why.
Yeah, so there we see on the screen likes of Pembroke. They are spinning around, getting ready to take their place at the top of Women's Division 1. We saw just a couple of shots ago the likes of Mansfield with their red kit, red blades. They'll be lining off third. So to give you a full rundown, a reminder as to who's going to be taking part in this Division 5. Pembroke, as I said, kicking off, followed by Wolfson. Mansfield will be third off. St Hugh's, then University, then Lineker, Balliol, Worcester and Corpus Christi, and of course the Sandwich crew that raced in Division 6.
Which is Christchurch W2.
So yeah, fingers crossed for a strong performance from Christchurch W2. Already raced, but perhaps using that as a really important learning opportunity to take into this division.
Yeah, and I'm having a look at what's going on in this division and having a think about some of the predictions. So I think we've got St Hugh's 2 and Mansfield 2. I think is going to be really interesting. So they all went up 1 yesterday because Christchurch W2 crashed down to the bottom of the division. From the rowing on time, St Hugh's 2 were a good 25 seconds faster than Mansfield W2. Oh, I just see the smoke there for the 5-minute gun for Women's Division 5. So I think St Hugh's 2 probably have a good chance of bumping Mansfield W2. They probably would have done it yesterday if Christchurch hadn't got involved in that very complicated bump/crash/appeal that I think kept many of the committee up late last night. I think looking down further, we've probably got I think Worcester W2, who I'll be honest, over the past 5 years probably haven't had the best long-term history of bumps racing. They posted a really decent rowing on time, and they've got Balliol 2 in front of them. So I wonder whether Worcester 2 will bump Balliol 2. And then again, Christchurch 2, who by their rowing on time were very rapid, but obviously had some issues yesterday. They've got Corpus Christi 2, who were the last crew to bump them yesterday. So I could very much see a revenge bump happening between Christchurch 2 and Corpus Christi 2. So I think we'll probably see 3, maybe 4 bumps in this division. But again, it's bumps racing. Anything can happen.
Yeah, it is, and as you said, bumps racing, it's unfair. That's the nature of it, and some of those revenge bumps, I'm sure, will tie into that sort of unfair nature, almost feeling like they missed out or they've been denied something that they feel they deserved. But as we said,
I just think this is day 2. By day 4, these rivalries can get pretty sour.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can absolutely imagine. But we see there, we're less than 5 minutes or so until the start time. We see the crews lining up on the bank, about a length and a half of clear water, separating them all, looking pretty content at this stage. The spacing's good. Nothing too dramatic happening at this stage. But we know we're going to have the 1 minute cannon very soon, and then all chaos is going to break loose as we look to have the frantic starts, have those early bumps, and the jostling for position on the river.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fergus, has anyone ever mentioned the polemen and the bung lines that were on the bank? Because that can be a really alien part of rowing that no one ever explains, and that's just how it works in Oxford. Has anyone actually explained what the kind of system is with the polemen and the bung lines?
I've not had a full explanation, no, so I'd be very keen to hear more about it.
Yeah, of course. Well, given we've got a couple of minutes going to the 1 minute gun, then I will gladly oblige you. So you'll see that all the boats have turned round so that their bows are pointing right, i.e. upstream towards the finish of the course, and they're tucked into the bank. They've got a poleman who is one of the college boatmen who help fix and maintain all the boats throughout the year. They've got this long pole which they use to kind of keep the crew into the bank so they don't drift downstream with the current. And one of the first things they do is to pass kind of the bung line, which is a long, thin rope of string with kind of a wooden token at the end of it, and pass that to the cox so that the cox is holding it. And we use that to make sure that all the crews have an equal distance between them. So, you sometimes see some of the coxes leaning back really, really far, and this is one of the benefits of having a taller cox in the boat because you get a bit of extra length off the start, leaning to make sure they're holding onto the bung line, which is fixed into the bank. You'll start seeing when the 1 minute gun goes, the polemen actually then use their poles to push out the bow very slightly and hold it in position up until maybe about 10 seconds to go, at which point they'll let go of the boat. The cox and the boatman will work together just to say, right, bow, take a light tap, or 2, take a light touch, just to give those couple of degrees of steering so that the crew can get the best line off the start. And then once the start gun has gone, they will be there with the pole just trying to grab the token out the way, because we have had in past years, 2 years ago we had an almighty appeal in I think Women's Division 1 because the bung line separated out from the bank 2 years ago, which was really challenging to deal with, and we have had crews getting caught up in other crews' bung lines. So we do try and avoid that where possible, and that's a beautiful shot of a lovely mother duck and some ducklings. I really do hope they get out the way, because this might turn into a really bad episode of Animals of Farthing Wood, and I don't think anyone wants to see a Watership Down style kind of sadness on this stream. So no. Please move, ducklings, please move.
And Phil, one of the questions that's come up on the live stream is that is it a real cannon that's used for the starts?
Yes, it is. I'm just thinking, I think we may have missed the 1 minute gun there because it looks like some of the crews are pointing out. But yes, it is a real cannon. It fires blanks, but it is very much there, and it is very loud. And if you're around bung line 5, 6, or 7, it is terrifyingly loud. You hear it in your stomach. It's that loud.
Well, I imagine some of those crews will have had a wee fright. I think, as you said, Phil, as they've been pushed out into the racing line, we see the coxes will be getting their bows lined up, and away we go. We see the cannon, the smoke going off. This is it, the start of Women's Division 5. And what an epic race I'm sure we've got on our hands. A clean start from Pembroke, but it looks to be a fast, frantic one from Wolfson, who are chasing them down. Going with them, it looks to be pretty clean from Mansfield, but further back, it looks to be a good start from University, closing down on St Hugh's. I think that's one to watch as they get closer and closer to Donington Bridge. Going with them behind them, Linacre, Balliol look to be maintaining their gaps. Linacre look to be opting perhaps for that long game approach, seeing if they can tire out University, because University are thundering on to to St Hugh's out in front of them, and the same out in front as well. What a fantastic start from Wolfson, and it looks to me like they got that bump on them. Pembroke continuing on, but Wolfson coming into the back. You can't ask for a better start than that, Phil.
Absolutely. That was, I mean, I've got to say, the quality of those starts in Women's Division 5 is spectacular. So well done to all the crews there. So yeah, Wolfson 3 have bumped out and Pembroke 2. It looks like, okay, right, UNIV has stopped rowing. So it looks like UNIV have probably bumped St Hugh's. St Hugh's actually making a really bright start at Mansfield, and that's a concession from Worcester. So I believe, that looks like a very interesting 3-boat sandwich, but I believe that Corpus Christi bumped Worcester, and I also believe that University bumped St Hugh's. So we've already had 3 bumps in this division. It could have been a couple more, so my prediction of just 3 bumps is probably wrong. It would be good to see camera 2 again in terms of actually, there we go, that's very close between Balliol and Lineker. That's a concession from Lineker, so Balliol have bumped Lineker. And if we can pan all the way up and zoom in at the top of camera 2, if we can try and see middle of top gut, we've probably got a very interesting race between St Hugh's and Mansfield. St Hugh's weren't really put off by being bumped by University, and they were getting pretty close to Mansfield. So maybe instead, if I hand over to Fergus, let's cut over to camera 3 at Longbridges, and if you can see those top few crews exiting the gut.
Well, there we see Pembroke. They're coming around the corner after a disappointing start. Bumped by Wolfson is the last thing they will have wanted to have happened. They will have hoped that they were going to be able to row down this course, be the sandwich crew, but no, bumped by Wolfson. Wolfson are going to be the sandwich crew. They're going up and they're going to race Women's Division 4 at 3:45 today. So disappointing row from Pembroke. And all they're going to be thinking about now is just making sure they get down the course in one piece, trying to hold off the charge from the likes of Mansfield. But Mansfield sitting a good way back, of at least 6-7 lengths or so back. Mansfield themselves have got to be careful, because here comes St Hugh's chasing them down, getting closer and closer every single stroke. Is what a performance it is from St Hugh's. And I think within the next 5, 6, 7 strokes or so, I think we're going to see the cox's arm of Wolfson go up.
Mansfield.
Mansfield.
That's okay.
There we go. Yeah, Mansfield go up. St Hugh's get the bump. They tucked in and soldier on. Go Mansfield, because they've got the rest of the course to see out.
Exactly, and you saw the Mansfield cox there looking around a little bit nervous and hesitantly, and you almost saw their arm flinch very slightly. They were about to concede and went, actually, no, I can hold on a bit longer. And then they realised, no, that bump is inevitable, so I'm going to stick up my hand and I can stick to the course, not get involved in a messy collision, and just keep motivated. I have to say, looking at the Pembroke crew, they did have a really bright start, but I'm noticing that, as they exit the gut, that's when the tiredness sets in. That's when I think the demoralisation sets in as well. You could see them probably missing a fair bit of their catches, and you can see some of their heads lower down, and it's really important to try and keep their morale up as much as they can, because whilst Wolfson are bumped out and St Hugh's are bumped out, and there's a big distance between Mansfield and Pembroke, if in the event they do get caught by Mansfield, they're going to plummet down Women's Division 5, because all the other crews are bumped out on crews that are still racing. So I think it'd be interesting if you can kind of maybe pan back to camera 2 and see what's going on around the top gut, because it did look really interesting around Balliol, Worcester and Corpus Christi. So yeah, it looks like a bunch of these are crews that are bumped out, actually. So yeah, let's switch back to camera 3 at Longbridge, and if we can have a look on the left, heading all the way up Greenbanks to see who's still racing. Maybe if we can actually zoom out a bit more as well. So we've got Worcester there, who got bumped out by Corpus Christi W2. Worcester, I think, will be trying to chase Lineker. If we might see Lineker going into shot. Oh, that's a long distance away, and we can't actually see them behind the trees. So I suspect that Worcester will not be catching Lineker. And I think now if we change to camera 4, we'll be able to see all the way along. And actually, yeah, so we've got, actually, that's not as big a gap as I maybe thought it would be. So we've got Lineker there, and we've got Worcester 2 behind them. Fergus, do you think there might be a bump here with what's still quite a sizable gap, with still a fair bit of the course to go?
Oh, perhaps. You can see them just starting to come round out behind the bushes as well. But I think they're coming down just sort of a slightly higher rate of striking. So we'll see. I think it's going to be a close one. It could be another one of those races where it comes into the last couple of 100 meters. But I imagine as the camera pans around, I think it's probably a larger margin, I should say, than we're probably seeing at the moment. So I think Lineker should be able to hold on to this as we come in front of New College Boathouse. We've got probably about 400 meters or so left of Women's Division 5. And I think if they hold it together, Lineker should be able to see this one out. But I don't know. I think it looked to me as if Worcester looked to be the more dominant, the more powerful crew coming around that corner.
Potentially, yeah. And I think the only action we have left is on camera 4. So if we switch back to camera 4 and maybe point it right, there we go, right up there to the finish. So we see Pembroke 2 at the head of this division, who got bumped by Wolfson 3. So they've got Mansfield chasing them. They're probably about 3-4 lengths. Oh, actually, there's a crab there, isn't there?
There's a crab there. So could that be devastation there? We're going to see likely Pembroke pick it up. There we see the rate of striking is going to go up. And if Mansfield Colk was able to sense this, they would have put a huge push in with their crew, knowing that they're almost smelling blood, an opportunity to scalp Pembroke here. But I think Pembroke managed to recover just about in time. We can see the finish line just coming up on the left-hand side. So Pembroke just avoiding sort of a disaster there. We're talking about the margin they had earlier on in the course. But it goes to show anything can happen in these races. And yet I think Pembroke just managing to survive that scare in the last sort of 50, 60 meters or so. Obviously, they were bumped earlier on by Wolfson, Mansfield coming across there. And yeah, almost disaster there, Phil, for Pembroke.
Yeah, and I've got to say, showing my age now, but I've had various different bits of fond history of summer 8s or summer torpids with Pembroke and crabs. So one of the messiest appeals I had to deal with was actually 10 years ago almost today, when it was Saturday of summer 8s, and it was Pembroke W1 who were second on the river. They were gaining very rapidly on Balliol W1 who were ahead of the river. They got to within an inch and then they crabbed and they missed out on the bump. And then about a minute and a half later, Pembroke crabbed again, and they almost got caught by Wadham. The strokes blade of Pembroke was a centimetre away from the bow of Wadham in one of the most dramatic women's divisions.
Recording in progress.
First sight, there we go.
Just send a comment.
I think looking at the live stream, looks like we've got pictures back up and running again.
Yeah, I think picture wasn't interrupted, but I think audio cut out because same time zone. It was 11:30 this morning, so 12.
It's interesting. We didn't have it didn't time out yesterday during any of the stint I was on for yesterday.
Yeah, I think production tech, if you give us a shout when you're ready to go back online with audio, I'll do a recap of the bumps. I think sound might be back, so apologies for anyone who heard our behind the scenes chat. So I just await another confirmation that we're back live on audio, and I will run through what happened in Women's Division 5. Right, I think we're good to go. Excellent. So we are back live again. So apologies for that little interruption. Again, 21st century tech, and it's 2021, so we all know what's going on. It's just the world of video conferences. So provisional results in Women's Division 5. Obviously, we'll give you the official results via the official channels, but this is what we managed to piece together on the stream. So Wolfson 3 bumped Pembroke 2. That's Wolfson 3 bumped Pembroke 2. Univ 2 bumped St Hughes 2, that's Univ 2 bumped St Hughes 2. St Hughes 2 then went on to bump Mansfield 2, so St Hughes 2 bumped Mansfield 2. Balliol 2 bumped Lineker 2, that's Balliol 2 bumped Lineker 2. I think Corpus Christi 2 bumped Worcester 2, so that's Corpus 2 bumped Worcester 2. And Christchurch 2, I believe, bumped out on A Crew, and I'm probably led to believe that it probably would have been it could have been Worcester 2, it could have been Corpus 2. We're not quite sure on that. So Corpus 2, we believe, bumped out, but quite on who they bumped out, we didn't see from the stream. So, yeah, my prediction of three bumps in that division was way off, and that's just bumps for you.
I know it turned out to be a far more exciting Division 5 of Torpids than either of us thought it was going to be. But really exciting, and very much looking forward to seeing how the rest of the afternoon pans out as well. So the next racing that we'll be bringing you will be the Men's Division 4, which will be at 3:15, and then Women's Division 4, about half an hour or so after that at 3:45. We'll have racing all the way through the afternoon, right to the Premier Divisions, Men's Division 1 at 6:15 and Women's Division 1 at 6:45. So stay with us, plenty of action still to come over the course of the afternoon.
Wonderful, excellent. And I think in the next couple of minutes, Fergus, you're going to be taking a well-earned break and can watch the commentary, and I think we'll be joined by Matthew in a few minutes. But I have to say, this has been an excellent, what can I call it, regional diversity part of the stream. We have definitely been at the northern section. You've got a Yorkshireman, a Reformed Mancunian, and a Scotsman on stream. So, you know, anybody who's been watching on YouTube and has had difficulty understanding us, sorry, not sorry, and I'm sure there's probably subtitles you can have on the YouTube stream as well. So we're proudly representing the North, and we are doing this not actually at Oxford. We are doing all this via video conferencing. So the wonders and magic of technology to help us get through this pandemic and see some fantastic collegiate sport.
Yeah, we should say as we see the likes of St Anthony's warming up on screen, a huge thank you to First Sight Media for the 4 cameras that they've got in place and helping to bring us the pictures. And wherever you are around the country, either in Oxford, around the UK or beyond, we really hope you're enjoying these pictures, the opportunity to see Summer Torpids live. And of course, we're very sorry we can't be on the banks this year, but hopefully returning in 2022, we'll have thousands of people back enjoying this fantastic event for years and years to come.
Wonderful, brilliant. Thank you very much, Fergus. So I think we're going to take a brief break and we'll switch to a caption on the stream. And we'll, you know, this is a great time to go and get yourself a drink of water, get a couple of snacks. You know, make sure you stay hydrated. Very important to do so. And we'll be back with you in about 4 or 5 minutes. At which point we'll go through on screen the results that we believe we've got from Men's Division 5, and then we'll start hyping up for Men's Division 4, which is going to be taking place in 15 minutes at 3:15. So we'll see you shortly, everyone. Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to this Wednesday of Summer Torpids 2021. Yes, you hear me correctly. It's Summer Torpids, and it's Wednesday and day 2. But, you know, this is no ordinary year, so we are delighted to see racing happening. Thank you very much to Fergus for commentating through the first 4 or 5 divisions of the day. And also thank you very much to First Sight Media for giving us these wonderful video feeds throughout the day's racing today. It's my pleasure to introduce Matthew Gordon, who will be joining me for the next few divisions, and I think Matthew, you'll be commentating throughout the rest of the day, and I'll be handing over to Scott in about a couple of hours time, so feel free to introduce yourself and whether you've seen bumps before or whether this madness is all new and a wonderful kind of madness.
Right, hello, thank you, and I hope everyone can understand. I'm going to be a bit rusty on spotting the crews because I am completely new to the bumps, and when Phil says it's madness, it is utter madness, especially in the lower divisions. I'm amazed that the boats survive. It's been fun watching though. So having seen it for the first time yesterday, I'm starting to get a bit of a grip on this, but I will ask Phil, who seems to be fairly expert in these matters, a few questions up and down or during the course of things when things happen, to explain what they are to me, and I hope that helps you at home watching wherever you are across the world. This is quite scary. Wherever you are across the world, it'll help make things a bit easier to understand. And just to show I've done a little bit of homework, there's St. Peter's going down to the start in men's Division 4.
Yes, absolutely correct. And you will delight one senior umpire in particular, who shall remain unnamed for out of kindness, who is very insistent on making sure we get upstream and downstream correct. So you are correct that crews are heading downstream towards the start. So, you know, you say that we've not seen bumps before, but that will be a gold star from our senior umpires already.
I must confess I've been on the river for far longer than you've been alive. So upstream and downstream are fairly natural to me. I couldn't tell you which side was Oxfordshire and which side was Berkshire, but I suspect they're both Oxfordshire.
So what I was going to say, just before we cut over to the results for men's Division 5, I can answer that one for you. So what on the left of the screen, where we've just panned from where you can't see anymore, where those moored barges are, that's the city side. And I remember that because that's where City of Oxford Rowing Club is. And then on the right side, which is what you see where the bungman is, and the poleman and the bung lines are, that is what we call the county side. So we tend not to use county side too much because, you know, this is single file racing. But yes, absolutely. So I think actually,
Phil,
sorry, go ahead, Matthew.
That man with a long pole, watch what they do, and it is entertaining because most of the starts I've seen have been either stake boat or free. And there seems to be somebody with a bit of string and somebody with a long stick. What exactly are they doing?
I know, and I was actually explaining this to Fergus about half an hour ago because it is utterly perplexing for people who are in who are new to rowing. Maybe actually we can cover that off in the next division. I'm just thinking because I think a few of the crews are starting to spin, so I think that we've probably just had the 5-minute gun for men's Division 4. So I think actually now might be a good time to transition over into the results for men's Division 5, and we can see who bumped who according to the official results. And you might need to give me just a moment to decode these because crews moving between divisions don't show up very well on this graph, so please you'll have to excuse my patience for this.
At the top, that's St. Cat's, who dropped from Division 4.
Yes, so they rode over, and I'm just checking my notes, so they rode over. We did have Trinity 2 bumping Lincoln 2, so you'll see that orange line and the yellow line crossing places. We have Brasenose, who are level in green, so they have stayed level for today, i.e. they rode over. The lineup in the big steep line in yellow, that I believe is St. Benet's Hall, they went up 2 today, so I think they bumped New College, and then New College went on to bump Balliol. So St. Benet's Hall are up 7 places so far in Summer Torpids, and that is, I wouldn't quite say it's unheard of, but it's very uncommon and very impressive. We then have towards the bottom that kind of salmon coloured line, which I think is Merton 2. So, yep, they went up 1 by bumping Balliol. Yes, Balliol went down a few places and no one managed to bump up. So, Regents and University towards the bottom of this rode over. So, I think actually what we announced on the stream about 20 minutes ago miraculously was correct. So, happy days. And even though I'm massively out of practice of this, got it right. So, tick. Excellent. So I think now's a good time to head back actually to camera 1, and we can see the crews spinning onto the bung lines. And I might have a quick chat with you about what crews need to be doing in the minute or two up to the start, because I'm sure this is, again, probably quite alien to you.
Yes, I think just running through the crews actually would help at this point, and then we can do the last minute. We have 3 to go. But it's Green Templeton, I think, are heading this division.
That's correct.
And then it should be Wolseley with the yellow blades and St. Peter's with the yellow boat. And then Christchurch. Is it the house or house?
Typically it's house, and actually, so I was going to say with Christchurch, they have got a couple of notes for them in men's Div 4. So they won, in inverted commas, rowing on. So they posted the fastest time in the qualification division of 2 minutes 41 seconds, and they went up 1 yesterday. So that's very impressive for Christchurch. So I'll hand over to you with crew number 5 and Oriel 2.
Yes, Oriel 2, who've dropped a couple of places from yesterday. Then St. Anthony's, who've got the diagonal stripes on the blades. Then Keble, Terry Hall 2, and St. Hilda's. St. Cat's dropped out of this division, as we just touched on. And rowing up, they'll be rowing up again this time, won't they?
Yeah, so we have an unusual concept called the sandwich boat, and it's probably a bit too late for lunchtime, but if you're hungry, I apologise for making you hungry. So a sandwich boat is the way in which crews get promoted or relegated across the division. So whichever crew rows over at the bottom, at the top of the division underneath it. So in this instance, it was men's Division 5, and that was St. Catherine's who rowed over. They get to row as crew number 10 in Division 4. I think we've just seen the 1 minute gun there with the smoke, so we'll get onto the racing very rapidly. They get a chance to, if they bump up to position 9 or higher in this race, they get to stay in men's Division 4 and send someone else be relegated in their place to fight for survival at the top of Division 5. But yeah, we now see the cannons going off and the polemen pushing out the crews to get the best starting position already. So Green Temple, and they'll be doing some kind of jockeying in a moment, but actually I'm a bit concerned about Wolseley. That's a very wide line to begin with. They are pointing directly towards the Salter steamer, which is not where you want to be, but I think they're getting themselves turned around and in order, which is good to see.
Yes, I've been surprised watching most of the racing. All the crews on the start point out on the bank quite a long way, as opposed to being parallel to the bank, which I would have expected for an uphill start.
And they're
off.
Oh, there we go. Yes, men's Division 4 is underway, and we'll cover off starting angles after this division. That looks like a pretty bright start, actually, from Wolseley M2 gaining a little bit on Green Templeton. And Green Templeton taking a very interesting middle of the river approach. Not sure what's going on there.
Yes, I mean, technically, uphill racing, the stream tends to follow the middle of the river. So the closer to the bank you are, the less resistance you have to your speed. But the closer to the bank you are, the more chance of hitting it.
Exactly, and there's definitely been a number of the crews over the years who have hit the bank spectacularly, including a few yesterday as well. Yes, and this morning.
Christchurch just gone through. And
that looked to be a bump there.
They've been hit already.
Yep, so that looks like... Yes, absolutely. St. Anthony's have bumped Oriel 2, so that's the first bump in this division. Yep. I mean, Oriel did go down 2 yesterday, so there might be a bit of a slower crew.
Yes.
That looks like St. Peter's have bumped out as well, so I think...
Gosh.
Oh, wow. So I think St. Peter's have bumped out on Wolseley 2. Wasn't expecting that, but interesting.
Wolseley were gaining on Templeton.
That sounds like it's a very rapid St. Peter's crew then, and this is going to be an interesting 3-boat sandwich. So I think it's good that we stick in camera 2. We can see these three crews at the head of the division, and then I think if we zoom out, we can see some of the crews approaching as they enter the very tricky manoeuvring line that is the gut. And that looks to be Oriel, who are being chased down pretty hard by Keble College 2.
Yes. And actually, it's interesting to see the shape of the gut, because there's an awful lot of rudder work going into that bay. And some of the crews have managed to take the bay and then avoid being hit, but some of the crews have tried to take the bay and then they get their stern just tagged by the bows of the crew behind. They then get spun through 45 degrees and it's chaos. So the yellow boat is just rowing off.
And that's a crew who, so I think they've cleared out. I think they have. That was a very, very clumsy manoeuvre out. So I think that is crew 4, which is Christchurch, bumping out on Wolseley. This is a really interesting head of the division. I wouldn't expect it. I also just detected at the bottom of that division, I didn't see Teddy Hall 2, I saw Keble 2, and then the distinctive navy and white blazer St Hilda's below that. So I think Teddy Hall 2 bumped out on Keble 2. So we're already at 1, 2, 3, 4 bumps this division. Green Templeton will be fighting for their life here.
And
they have
Wolfson
no
are gaining on them now. Wolfson are
a little bit.
gaining.
But to be fair, they're keeping it about a length and a half. But Wolfson have a way out of this race, and that's to bump. Green Templeton have no option but to row the full length of the course, and every bump that happens to them counts, and they can do nothing about it. And Wolfson come with the additional stigma that they've been bumped twice themselves. So if Green Templeton get bumped by Wolfson, that ends up meaning that St Peter's and Christchurch both go up 2 positions, Wolfson go down 1, and Green Templeton go down a really, really terrifying 3 positions. And that's just how Torpids work. So Green Templeton are going to be desperately avoiding getting bumped by Wolfson.
Yes, it's very vindictive. It's almost like croquet. The more gentlemanly the sport, the more vindictive it is.
And I'm very happy. This is my old St Cat's M2 crew, and that's St Cat's who have bumped St Hilda's. So St Cat's retain their position back in men's Division 4.
They've come back up into Division 4 because they went down yesterday, didn't they?
They did indeed. Now that's St Hilda's with a very interesting, what we call middle of the river approach, which, spoiler alert, isn't the fastest way to go up this course, but there we go. People like to experiment up the green banks, and St Hilda's and St Cat's actually boat from boathouses next door to each other. So there's always a bit of a friendly rivalry between Cat's, Hilda's, Green Templeton, Mansfield, and Hertford, who all boat from the Longbridges Boathouse, which is where Camera 3 is positioned. I think the cooking now.
That's at the Camera 4 at New College Boathouse, and that's Green Templeton holding off Wolfson.
That looks to be maybe about 2 lengths. Yeah, I think it got a little bit close maybe off the start. They kind of narrowed it down to about a length, but actually Green Templeton has showed their endurance, their stamina, and they are walking away from Wolfson now, opening that gap up all the way up to 2 lengths of clear water.
And I'd say they're going to row over there. They're going to carry that, aren't they?
I mean, anything can happen because this is bumps, but that's probably the likely scenario. I'll very quickly run through what I think has happened so far. So St Peter's bumped out on Wolfson 2 and Christchurch bumped out on Wolfson 2. So the next crew racing, I think, will be Oriel 2. Anthony's bumped out on Oriel, so they're not a racing crew anymore. So I think let's stick with Camera 4 because these are the last crews racing. I think you see Oriel, I think you see Oriel in the yellow boat there. I can't quite see from the blades because it is a little bit grainy.
Oh no, they've got white tips.
Yeah, Christchurch bumped out on Wolfson quite early on, so I think it's going to be Oriel. Oriel have gone down 1 so far today by being bumped by St Anthony's. They will have Keble somewhere behind them, and then behind Keble will be St Hilda's, and then that will be the last racing crew in this division. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bumps so far in this division. Men's Division 4 is notorious over the years for being one messy spaghetti pile of a division. Thankfully, with only 10 boats, it's a bit less confusing, but
and up at the front, that looks very close.
It does.
It
it's always
shortening.
Yeah, it's always very hard to detect over a camera, but it did. I don't know if they crossed the finish line there, but that could be interesting. So we'll have to see what happens there. I mean, these last 3 crews in the division here, they've all actually got quite close to each other. They've made up a fair bit of ground. So I think men's Division 4 is going to be full of bumps on Thursday and Friday. This is going to be a lot of chopping and changing. And with a lot of chopping and changing comes spoons, which is where you get bumped on every single day, but also the glory of blades, which is where you bump either every single day or on every opportunity. The rules are different by college, but we tend to call it you've bumped every single day of the week.
Yes. So there you're just looking at St Hilda's bringing up the rear, following on behind Keble, and ahead of them is
Oriel.
Yep.
And actually, if you look where Oriel stopped rowing and they wound down, that's where the finish line was. I think if we saw anything between Wolfson and Green Templeton, it was actually further upstream of that. So I think Green Templeton wound down because they'd reached the end of their race. Wolfson did as well, and they just happened to get quite close to each other after the race had happened. So my money's on no bump there between Wolfson 2 and Green Templeton, meaning that I think Green Templeton will row over as the sandwich boat in men's Division 3.
That's good. And then there's the safety launch that comes up to sweep up after the last racing crew. And any crews following up, therefore, are just coming home for tea.
Absolutely, and yeah, the safety launch does play an important role in the rare cases that we do have a crew that's stuck in the bank. They sometimes play a role in helping them to extricate themselves from the bank. And funny enough, actually, the last race we did, Summer 8 2019, on the Saturday, we had a boat that was so firmly wedged in the bank it took half of the committee and us in a launch the next day with a pocket knife and a shovel and about 90 minutes of effort to take out the 6 inches of bow that had been shoved into the tree where I think it was Somerville went into the, I can't remember which crew it was, it might have been Somerville, went into the bank on Saturday of 8s in 2019. And they went in at a medium speed, but then another crew just kind of gave them a little nudge, and it's like a hammer just kind of popping it into the bank, never to be returned again.
It's a place you shouldn't be in the first place, I'm afraid.
Well, funny enough, actually, that was where we have. So before this, we used to have a single video feed that would take video, and we'd upload it to YouTube overnight. So that we kind of affectionately called Video Corner. It then became Oriole Corner because we found an Oriole bow ball in there from 15 years ago, wedged in the bank. And often it's where we tend to see some of the closest misses with the where they don't make it out the gut, and they end up having a nice little cozy bed and breakfast stay with the bank on the side of the river and plummet down the division. Or in the case of Summer 8s, go down by 1 because that's less cruel.
Yes, because this is summer torpids, and it makes no difference to me because it's all new. But essentially, the one thing I've picked up is that the crew that has been bumped must carry on, otherwise another crew can bump them.
Absolutely, and we saw that with Walsall too. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
So
actually, example, wasn't it? Yes, that's good.
Yeah. So there's a few reasons why we've done summer torpids this year. I mean, obviously the pandemic has waste many kind of planning permissions and all that type of stuff, and we've found a way to make racing happen, which is an absolute miracle. And I've got to say hats off to Jack, who's the AURC secretary, Beth, who's the ROSAB, Tom, who's the COVID advisor, all the senior umpires, all the proctors, CORE, and all the various different university bodies who have found a way to make this work, which is absolutely fantastic. And the reason why we chose torpids was that when a bump happens, one crew stops rowing, and typically in Summer 8 we tend to have kind of piles up in the gut where we've got kind of 4 or 6 crews clearing out to the side, and often there's not a racing line. So often we try and do this to avoid the dreaded K word, which I can say this because I'm not on the tannoy. The dreaded K word is a klaxon, which is where the division is suspended and stopped because there's no safe way for racing to continue. So torpids means fewer crews bumping out. It does mean that you can plummet down the divisions if you crash or are just slow. What we do tend to find is it's a really good measure of how strong and consistent a club is. So if a crew has got, let's say, a really good M2 bow and it stays at a decent level, it really rewards them because they tend to go up 5 or 6 positions between each year, and they can go up divisions in the space of 3 or 4 years. And that long-term consistency really pays off in the bumps charts because every time you go up, you're beating a slower crew, and once every year or two, you have a crew that plummets past you, and for every crew that goes down is one crew that goes up. So torpids really rewards consistency, which is hard to do this year because many of these rowers haven't had much practice on the water with the nightmare of regulations that we've understandably had to have this year.
No, I was intrigued actually that there were so many crews, and I thought the lower divisions would be decidedly wobbly because there's been so little time on the water. And I did see Wadham actually pulled all their crews out despite having high positions.
Yeah, so Wadham ended, I think, yeah, they ended 3rd on the river, I believe, in Torpids 2019, and they have pulled out all of their crews because they couldn't find a way to make it work. So what happens is they go down 6 positions in the bung line, and so everyone else who was positions 4 through 10 go up and race at that high position, and then Wadham get reinserted at position 9 in the starting order, and whoever finishes 9th at the end of this week slots down to position 10. It does mean, and I know this is an ex-Cats man, the Cats M1 boat does go off at its highest ever position of 3rd in the river for torpids, which the highest it's ever got is 4th. But they rode over undisputed yesterday, so they now have a claim to say the 3rd is the highest that they have genuinely and realistically been at.
Well, that's good for them. And Oriole and Pembroke, I believe, have been sharing the men's head, haven't they, for a few years?
Yes, so I'm going to take you all the way back to 1988.
I
So
thought you were going to say 1888, but
no, probably Oriel with a head crew back in 1888 with a smaller field, but still a fair bit of dominance. I think they do have in Oriel College, they do have a mural chalked up where they basically say Oriel were the undisputed head of the river in the men's divisions for 25 years.
Sure.
Funnily enough, at that same time, the highest that their second boat got to was third on the river. So it was Oriel, it was someone else, and Oriel's men's second boat was competing and surviving in men's Division 1, which I think is pretty, hats off to them back in the day. That was dominant.
That's almost like Oxford Brooks at the downstream stuff.
quite possibly, and again going back into the history books, the reason why they lost the headship one year because they were penalised for training under unsafe racing conditions and they got bumped down 4 positions. So they kind of started at the beginning. So they had a way to get back up to first if they bumped every day. I think they might have actually managed it or got back up to second that year. So even though they got a setback because of an important safety technicality, they made themselves head back up. I'm just going to cut to we've got New College W2 on stream who are doing a start. So they do practice starts during this. We're looking for 8 blades going in at the same time, a small bit but not too much white water, and they did maybe kind of a 3 or 4 stroke start there. How did that look to you, Matthew?
Well, slightly ropey. To be quite honest, I remember from the days when I used to race, I hated having college crews from either sets of bumps, either Cambridge or at Oxford, because they were so quick off the start. Okay, they didn't keep going for too long, all of them, but they could go and they would always be heading you. No matter how hard you tried, they would be heading you. So it's quite some challenge to race these people.
Yeah, and actually, and there's the Oriel crew waving at us. They won't be able to hear us, but we're waving back at you, Oriel, and we're loving all the people waving at us. So if you're listening to this right now and you want to wave at us in men's Div 2, women's Div 3, whatever, feel free, go ahead. We're loving it. I have to say,
I think they're waving to mums and dads as well.
Quite possibly. So hello mums and dads of the Oriel W2 crew. We hope you're having a great time watching us this afternoon. Going back to New 2 actually, so this is Women's Division 4, and it's great that we've got so many people taking part. I don't think that was too bad a start, actually, given probably a lack of water time that they've had. That said, it is when you're training on the water and when you're doing your warm-up stretch like all these crews are doing now, it is important to actually have a good start, because if it's a bit ropey, you get demoralised, and then that can really set you in the wrong mindset when that start gun goes and the actual start and the actual race happens and it matters.
Yes, and you only have a length and a half of clear water behind the crew. So in the race, if you have one wobbly stroke like that, you've lost a third of your lead, if not more, already.
Absolutely, yeah. And we saw in a few of it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's critical here.
And in some of the early divisions, we saw a Cox get a good line off the start, pointing in, slightly into the middle, slightly safe, just to make sure they don't bank it off the start. But actually, the crew didn't take an equal stroke on that first stroke, and because if the boat's, let's say, if the boat's down to bow side very slightly, bow side gets stuck in the water. The 5 and 7 blades get just kind of nudged, and that acts as a kind of a rotary brake to the boat. And from the start, you then take a 15-degree swipe towards City of Oxford Boathouse. You've then got to correct it with a rudder. When you use the rudder, your boat speed will go down as well, and your boat speed will decrease. So that quarter of a length can immediately go down within 10 or 15 strokes to you're down to half a length, and that can be really difficult to survive from.
Yes. And that was Corpus Christi going down there, and then St Anthony's as well with a crab.
I am loving that hat. I've seen lots of bucket hats. That seems to be the fashion this year. 3 or 4 years ago, it was very interesting, intricate leggings. This year, it's bucket hats and fun hats. So that looks to be the dreaded crab.
Yeah, Antlers win the day.
Yeah. Did you see the Corpus Christi Kittens boat earlier?
No, I missed that one. That sounds really good.
So I'm going to share with you the secret of what we call beer boats or schools 8s, depending on whether it's full of 3rd or 4th year finalists who are not training seriously but are still pretty good quality athletes who know what they're doing, or kind of regular fixtures where lots of alumni come back and fill out one of the lower boats to get some racing in. And typically we'll have some fancy dress. So Corpus Christi, we tend to have the kittens, so a bunch of alumni from various different colleges race with kitten helmets on, and often really bad, garish, non-matching kit, which is hilarious to see, and sometimes they do quite well actually. I don't think we see them this year because Jesus men aren't taking part, and I can't remember where I've seen Jesus women. I'm not sure whether they are. Oh no, Jesus women are taking place, but there's no Jesus men entry. They have the Vikings and the Valkyries, so they wear Viking helmets, and that's been a fixture over the years, which has been really good. And a few others who tend to wear some very, very bad fancy dress. I see, kind of helmets with cans of beer in them. I think that was Christchurch M4 a few years ago. I saw Pembroke M4 with a giant Pembroke flag, and they set off a flare along the course, literally a pink flare that just kind of plummeted pink smoke all across the river. Spoiler alert, please don't do that. It obscures the view and it's a nightmare to commentate from. So if you're thinking of doing that, please reconsider. But, top marks of creativity. Wasn't happy when it happened back in the day, but, I'll see things funnier now.
I think the flare sounds fantastic. That must be a Friday treat.
Yeah, well, so this year the race is happening Tuesday through Friday. So
Yeah.
translating back to kind of normal times, that would be the Saturday of summer rates, where we tend to get 10,000, maybe even 15,000 people crammed onto the tote. Now, clearly a social distancing nightmare this year, and we're not having that. But 10 or 15,000 people cramming onto the Boathouse Island, the towpath. You can't move. We ban cyclists. We have a different system for umpiring bumps. It's completely different because it's such a massive local spectator event in years in which we don't technically have spectators, but people who do come down to the river to watch, who are, civilian members of the public who are entitled to do so because it's a public right of way. Lots of them do come down and they do have a whale of a time. But, instead we've got the live stream this year, which we hope you're enjoying on YouTube just as much fun as we're having commentating over it as well.
And also just looking at the riverside, we just saw the towpath. It's only about 6 foot wide, 2 meters wide. So there isn't a huge amount of space for people to cram into such a short course as 1,800 meters.
Yes.
That looks like Queen's going down. They'll be starting off first, of course.
Yeah, I've got to say,
the thing I'm very
Go ahead.
intrigued by is how you have trees between the towpath and the river, because by definition, a towpath should have room for a horse to tow a rope to pull a narrowboat along. So how there are trees between the river and the towpath, I fail to understand.
You know what? I'm sure we'll probably keep that in our back pocket if we ever need to have any complicated, pedantic arguments in an appeal about what counts as the towpath and what doesn't count as the towpath. So I'll be definitely taking note of that, because who knows, in 10 or 15 years' time, it will inevitably come up and will be the source of one of the appeals that goes on till 10 o'clock at night. I guarantee it. There we go. That's my guarantee. That will happen at some point.
That's Queen's again, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, and the video sped up a bit, but actually they had a fairly rapid start, and you see them kind of, easing into hands away, and they kept that boat relatively level. So I think they're definitely one to watch out for in this division.
And this one, they're leading off, so basically they know they have to do the full course come hell or high water. Because even if they get bumped, they must get to the finish, and then they are the sandwich boat for the next division. So presumably their objective is to get away from the other crews and then hold station with the least possible effort. So in an hour's time when they race again, sorry, half an hour. No, it is 1 hour's time. When they race
1 hour.
again,
Yeah.
They're not too hot and sweaty.
Yeah, so their sole objective is to row the course and not get bumped. If they do get bumped, they lose out on their right to be the sandwich boat because they're no longer head of the division. So, and if they survive through at the head of this division, they've got a juicy prize coming up in Women's Division 3. So looking ahead to 4:45, we've got St. Peter's at Bungline 8, who went down 1 yesterday, but actually Queen's, if they row over this, they'll be chasing Worcester, who sadly went down 3 positions yesterday, who are Bungline 9. So they've got a really, in their minds, easy target of getting Worcester and reclaiming a position in Women's Division 3.
Oh, but I think, wasn't there a collision to cause that drop? I don't think it was. I don't think they were necessarily very slow.
Yeah, you could be right there. I mean, I know there were probably 3 or 4 appeals that went on after racing yesterday because there were a few messy situations, and I almost got called in to help officiate on one of those at 9:30 last night because it was all a bit bumps can be challenging at the best of times. As we say, bumps isn't fair, but we do try our best to make sure that it's just and we get what should be the right outcome for the crews based on what happened during that race. But obviously, you know, tempers can run really high, it can get very contentious, and we have to find a way of dealing with that drama.
And you can't please all of the people all of the time.
No, and I will say from personal experience of many different anonymous rowing forums that have been shut down over the past 10 years, I've definitely been on the receiving end of many of that, and it's not been fun. So pro tip to everyone, please make sure you're respectful on the internet, because people do read those comments, and it's not the type of sportsmanship behaviour and sportswomanship behaviour that we would like to see from such a wonderful sporting collegiate event.
And especially if you go on to represent your country at rowing and suddenly somebody will count back what you said on Twitter 10 years ago.
Yes, and I'll try and stay away from politics, because that I think there's a BBC News story that's happened about that this week, but I think that's a very very astute case in point there. So
I know when I was
interestingly,
coaching lads, I suggested they did not put comments on, because it's there forever. You can't get rid of it.
yes, nothing on the internet gets deleted, and trust us, as two people with jobs in the real world, we know that nothing on the internet gets deleted because we look after the technology. So moving swiftly on from that, I don't know, Matthew, have you seen that there's people on the towpath, or not a towpath as you kind of posit it? There's people on there with
there's a man
yellow
throwing a
beard.
disc. There's a man throwing a disc in a blue shirt to the. So that must be the bung line, because he just bunged it.
Yep.
And then he's going to grab a big stick, and he'll become a pole man and push the boat out.
Absolutely, yeah. So the big string of rope with a wooden token on the end of it. The wooden tokens do float, by the way. So if you do drop it, you can pick it up if you're quick. That's the bung line. That's a set length of rope that gets attached into the bank. So this is the way that we measure this out all beforehand, and we set them out every morning and check that all the ropes are the right length and all that type of stuff, because that's what we do. That ensures that each crew sets off with an equal gap, or kind of equal kind of as the crow flies distance between each of the crews, and the bung line measures that. So what you want to be doing as a cox is to be getting as far forward as possible, and you know, you won't be able to see this, but on the camera I've kind of got my arm all the way back. As a cox, you kind of lean back so you've got the maximum distance possible between the boat and where the bung line is tied into the to the towpath. And you see the chap there just gesturing wildly with the blue t-shirt on. He's the poleman, and so outside of bumps, he's often one of the college boatmen or a friend of the college boatmen. And so they are employed by each of the colleges in a system to make sure that the crews have the best possible start they can do. So at the moment, they're being kept into the bank so that they're not drifting downstream, and that pole helps keep them in position. And then they will use them to give a little push off, because as you can see, the boats being against the bank, that one looks to be a bow rig boat, actually, I think, or is there some bucket rig in there? No, there isn't, sorry.
The boat. Standard.
Maybe, yeah, standard, yeah. So the lady at 2 might not be able to take a very proper stroke because the blade's up at the bank. So the poleman will push it out so the bows are pointing in the direction that the coxswain wants to go. So they find a way of keeping the cox close to the bank, and i.e. get the best starting position they can and be pointed in the right direction. So that's what the job of the poleman is there for.
And then there was a guy with a yellow tabard, and there was a guy with a blue tabard. Think.
Yes.
No,
so
it'll be green.
Yeah,
right?
no, you're correct.
Green for girls.
Yeah. So it might be different this year, but normally we have kind of a 2-colour bib system. Green for girls, so for the bank riders of the women's divisions, and blue for the men's divisions, or technically speaking, the open divisions, because women can take part in men's events. We have the yellow tabarded people who are marshals, who ensure the racing can happen safely. So there we've got the radios making sure there's no river traffic on the course. I think we might have just had the 5-minute gun, so now might actually be a great opportunity to put on the screen in terms of what the rundown is for Women's Division 4 in terms of the 10 crews. Oh, actually, we have the Women's Division 5 results, which is very helpful. So looking at this. Oh, sorry. Yes, I was looking at the wrong bit on my sheet. I was looking at men's Div 5 and going, "Where's St Catherine's?" But that's tiredness for you.
Well,
so you'll see at the top there.
Wolfson have overtaken. I think it was Pembroke.
Yep. So Wolfson 3, but Pembroke 2, which means that Wolfson 3 are the sandwich boat for this Women's Division 4, happening in approximately 5 minutes' time.
And then University double bumped both St Hugh's and Mansfield.
Yeah,
so the yellow line that's dipped down is Mansfield, and the orange line that's going up is University.
Yeah. So some people call this an overbump, but we sort of call it a chain bump behind the scenes because of rules of difference between Torpids and 8. So Univ 2 bumped St Hugh's 2, and St Hugh's 2 bumped Mansfield 2. So the net effect is Univ 2 go up by 2, Mansfield 2 go down by 2, and St Hugh's are level for the day.
And then Balliol recovered.
Yep. And then it looks like, yeah, Worcester left division.
Christchurch yesterday, but they've come back up, haven't they?
Yes, they have. So you see them crashing out of the division and then bumping their way back in, which was at the behest and at the expense of Worcester W2, who have exited Women's Division 5 and will be going off at the top of Women's Division 6 tomorrow at approximately 1:35.
Yeah.
Also,
and then Lineker, who'd gone up a place, have gone back down. So that's the light green line.
Yeah, so what I take from that is that Balliol with a faster crew versus Lineker, and Balliol probably would have caught Lineker yesterday had it not been for the crash situation with Christchurch, where everyone got a free bump on Christchurch.
Yeah, and then Corpus have actually sneaked up ahead of Christchurch today.
Corpus, that's the pale blue line. Yes, they have. Yeah, so they've avoided. You know, they might have a challenge on their hands tomorrow with Christchurch chasing them directly, but yeah, they've stayed ahead of Christchurch for now.
And actually, it's been interesting because most of the Christchurch men's crews have gone up, but the Christchurch women's crews have had a torrid time. Let's put it that way.
Yes, and sometimes it will result in normal times a very awkward boat club dinner where one half of the club is exceedingly well and are maybe toasting their successes, and the other side of the club are very much drowning their sorrows in lots and lots of lemonade. Yes, or whatever fizzy pop they choose.
Yeah, so that's the Division 5 results, and then we're just about to get Division 4 underway.
Yeah, so let's cut back to camera 1 because we probably will have had the 1 minute gun. If we haven't had it already, it will be happening very soon. It looks like the polemen are pushing off those crews. So you see the bows swinging out into the centre of the river. So we've definitely had the 1 minute gun. So Women's Division 4 is imminent. I think we're going to see Merton do very well in this division. They've got Exeter in front of them, who went down to yesterday. And I think we're going to have an interesting 3-boat sandwich between Somerville 2, Regent's Park, and New College 2 towards the bottom of this division. I think that could get very interesting around the gut. So we'll be probably sticking with camera 2, looking into the gut, up from Dunnington Bridge into the gut. I think that's going to be a lot of interesting excitement there. So we're just seconds away now. Yep, seconds away.
There they go.
There we go. And Women's Division 4 is underway.
And 3 very neat starts from the first 3 boats.
Yep, Queen with a pretty solid start. I think there's a couple of rows slightly running out of time, but it's still a very fast and powerful start. It looked like Corpus maybe had a slightly slow first few strokes. Corpus going out into the middle of the river, they're making a bit of a rookie mistake by chasing Queens and going directly after them rather than sticking to their line. So that's interesting. And Merton also out into the middle of the river, which is not helpful and not good in terms of your overall time.
St Anthony's in the perfect place right near the bank.
Absolutely. Queen's cutting that very fine. I hope they don't clip the bank. I think they're okay. So, yes, but you know, the best coxes will kind of measure it to centimetres into perfection, which is great. So we see now on the screen we've got Somerville and Regent's Park behind them. Yep. I think actually if we zoom out, we can probably see several crews in one go. So we've got top of the division there from camera 2. That's Merton, who have taken a very wide line. I think Merton will have bumped out. Yeah, yes. They wouldn't be taking that one. Like they've winded down. So yeah, that's Merton having bumped Exeter. So that's the first bump of this division. That means Anthony's will be now trying to hunt down Exeter. It can be done. There's only 3.5 lengths. We know Exeter went down 2 yesterday. So Anthony's still have a prize in this division to hunt down and bump.
But Somerville have disappeared.
Oh, Somerville have wound down and kind of stopped rowing. They're now heading off again at full pace. So I think they've probably been bumped. They've had a bit of a mare there. So we'll see whether Oh, no, Regent's Park still are racing. So Regent's Park, oh, then there they go. This is the 3-boat sandwich I was predicting here in terms of Somerville, Regent's and New College. Regent's running to the other side of the river to avoid New College. New College, oh, there we go. And New College have hunted down and bumped Regent's Park. So that's New College 2 on Regent's Park. Regent's Park very much in it. They can still bump Somerville and end the day level. We've got now at the top of this division, we've got Queens and Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi are reeling Queens in by a fairly significant pace.
Queens
it's down to about maybe.
They must have bumped out.
Oh no, I think the video's slowing down a little bit. So Queens can't bump out because they're ahead of the division. They've got no choice but to race this, but it looks to be down to maybe about 1/3 of a length between Corpus and Queens. Maybe if we cut to camera, camera 4 and pan it all the way left, we'll be able to see Queens and Corpus as they attempt the crossover, and hopefully we'll get better frame rate from that.
And the Cox was looking round just as the camera froze. That's going to be a bump.
That's very close. Not guaranteed, but that's getting very close. Very close. Yeah, I think you're probably right, but we've seen weirder things happen. Let's cut to camera 4 and let's see whether we can try and catch this bump. If we go all the way to the left of camera 4, we can see what
suddenly
happens
look
between.
like they're rowing in treacle, don't they? Whereas Corpus Christi have really got a bit of speed on.
Yeah, so Queens have no choice but to row on. So there we go. There's definitely some blade collision there. So Corpus, and the bow lady of Corpus has crabbed, but Corpus clear out the way. So Corpus Christi have bumped Queens College, meaning Corpus Christi get promoted up to Women's Division 3. So well done to Corpus, commiserations to Queens.
And they still have to complete the goals.
Absolutely, yes. And they've got Exeter behind them, who are probably, I think, could be in danger of being bumped again. So Exeter probably not much of a threat to Queens, but as long as Queens don't crab, they're probably fine.
What we got here? That's Regent's Park chasing up Somerville.
Yes, it is. So Regents have dropped back a bit from Somerville after that 3-boat sandwich in the gut. I mean, getting bumped is always demoralising, demotivating, so you will lose a bit of speed and a bit of pace, but actually they are slowly closing back in on Somerville, so I think that's going to be really interesting to see, as we see them kind of at the crossover now, where we go from the city side over to the county side. There is a best line to steer. Very few Coxes get it perfect, but as long as you get it good enough, you will do your crew good.
That's still Queens, isn't it? Yes. So Queens have been caught again.
Yeah. So Queens got bumped by Corpus Christi. They will have Exeter behind them. So I think if we kind of keep the camera as it is, maybe zoom out a bit, we can see all the crews who are aiming to try and get a bump in this closing stage of the race.
Yes, that's Queens. They're looking like they're rowing strongly, but it was Exeter behind with the red blades who seems to have closed the gap quite a lot. But now the parallax has gone. It's a good gap. Unless they have a disaster, Queens should be okay with that.
Yeah, and if you remember, Exeter start 2 boats behind, so that's about 2 boat lengths plus a boat length plus two lots of 1.5 lengths. They start 4 lengths, so they've closed it down to about 1.5 lengths. So that's good progress by Exeter, but I don't think they've got enough river. I think Exeter are going to run out of river before they can try and hunt down Queens. That'll be their target for tomorrow.
Yes, and that's St Anthony basically still at the same gap behind them.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, St Anthony's also making a fairly good impression on Exeter there. This is, as ends of divisions go, this is pretty close, actually. So we've seen Merton stop rowing because they bumped Exeter. We've seen Corpus Christi stop rowing because they bumped Queens. And in this race, your race is over either when you cross the finish line or you bump another crew. So the best crews can often do 9 months of training and only have to row about 90 strokes over 4 days. I mean, all that training just for 90 strokes, that's a little bit obscene. But if you're in that position, it's a great position to be in.
Can I just say, row? That sounds perfect.
Yeah, Queens running to the other side of the river. I don't think they needed to do this, but maybe it's just a safety manoeuvre. So they are making sure that even if Exeter catch up to them, Exeter can't take a lateral swipe and hit them over the finish line. So Queens running away, that says they're scared of Exeter. So that's going to play into the psyche of tomorrow and Saturday's race. Exeter have wound down, so they got bumped.
And they ran down together, didn't they?
Yep, correct. And we've got St Anthony's crossing the finish line. So if you can maybe zoom out, let's see what happened to Somerville, Regent's Park, Oriel 2 and Wolfson 3. because we've probably still got a couple of bumps we haven't noticed in this division. So that is Somerville, and we've got Regent's Park behind them. That gap's opened up a bit, hasn't it, Matthew?
I think so. That looks like 2 or 3 lengths now, and it looks relatively comfortable, I would suggest. I don't think Regent's Park are going to actually catch up with Somerville there.
No, I think
Somerville
Regent's
look a little
Park,
ragged. I mean, they could still have a disaster.
yeah. I think Regent's Park
doubt
knew
it.
they had a very fast New College behind them.
Regent's Park have just hit the moored boat.
Oh dear, commentator's curse there. Well done. So Regent's Park will now have Oriel behind them, but they're probably too far away to cause any hassle.
That's
Just
5
getting
or 6 lengths.
Yeah, and it looks like Wolfson 3 are no longer in the race. So I think Wolfson 3 bumped Oriel 2, so Oriel 3 get relegated from Women's Division 4. Just going back to that Regents crew, Regents I think knew they had a very fast New College behind them, so their choice was basically bump fast or be bumped. They went really hard and they got to within maybe about a quarter, half a length of Somerville 2, but New College 2 were just too fast for them. They got the bump, New College got the bump on Regent's Park, and then Regents, I think, ran out of steam and ran out of stamina because it just put so much into the beginning. So I think New College will be licking their lips and looking at a very easy bump on Somerville 2 tomorrow. I think that's in the bag for them. That's going to be one of my predictions of tomorrow's racing.
And will you be on that division?
No, I'm not. For people who are sick to death of my voice today, well, first of all, my apologies, and you can send a complaint through either by a stamped addressed envelope or a brick covered in Tipp-Ex to the OURC's Complaints Division, 12th floor, OURC's Towers, London, W9Z9ZZ, and I'm sure we'll get around to reading that. But actually, I'm not on tomorrow. I'm going to be doing the Friday morning division, so I'm going to see all of the beer boats and all the schools crews in their absolute best/worst fancy dress.
Someone told me that Jesus versus Brasenose was one of the first races here.
Yes. Yeah, so all the way back in summer 1815, that's when summer 8s was first a thing. So we had Jesus and Brasenose having kind of a head-to-head / single file race as they were racing back from Iffley Lock, and that's how bumps racing actually started. Over the years it's grown, and summer 8s was originally for first boats only. Then we started having divisions for second boats back somewhere in the 19th century, and that's where torpids came from. So torpid meaning slow, and was the event for second boats. We then moved torpids into Hilary term, i.e. the kind of the winter-spring term, and that's where torpids has been ever since until this year for obvious reasons. And summer 8s has been there for 206 years, with the first race happening in 1815, and we've had summer 8s for pretty much every single year except for during the 2 world wars, and also the clearly the pandemic last year, and then with this year torpids is taking the place of 8. So we've had probably 198 8s races out of maybe 206 years. Interesting there, we just saw some of the crews doing their warm down and getting very close to each other. So we do try and make sure that the crews don't get in collisions during or after or before races. So there's probably a few hot heads and a bit of a temper in that boat for crews getting very close to each other. We've got, in about 20 minutes time, we have Men's Division 3, which will be heading off on time at 4:15 this afternoon. We've got some interesting statistics that I can talk about for that. So we have New College, who are going off top of Men's Division 3 after a, let's put it this way, contentious Men's Division 2 yesterday. They've gone down 5 positions, and they have the biggest drop so far on the men's side. We have also Pembroke 2 at Bungline 4, who have the men's second boat headship, i.e. the highest position of all of the Pembroke crews. And interestingly, actually, back in 2017, Pembroke M2 did manage to get themselves in men's Division 1 in what they called 2BD1, i.e. 2 boats Div 1. That was back when Torpids, and in normal times Torpids has 13 boats plus a sandwich boat. This year we're having smaller divisions for safety reasons, so we're down to 9 boats plus a sandwich boat. So even though it looks like Pembroke are in Men's Division 3, in normal non-COVID times, they would probably be hovering around the division of Men's Division 2, at bottom of Men's Division 2 proper.
Right, well, that makes a lot of sense, because the divisions have looked a little small, but there's still been plenty of action. Plenty of action, especially up the gut.
I know, yes, absolutely. And I'm looking in front of me at my bumps chart and noting down the bumps that have happened, and it looks about as exciting as eights and torpids normally is. Maybe there's a couple fewer messy divisions, although yesterday had its fair share of messy divisions. Today has been relatively calmer and kinder. There's always one day of torpids or eights that is mayhem. Normally it's the Friday. Maybe it was Tuesday this year.
But even though it's been calmer and kinder, there's still been plenty of bumps, and that there's no chart for any of the lower divisions where more than one crew has gone and held the same position.
Yes, so I don't think we've ever had a division in 150 years of torpids where all crews rode over. Now we sometimes get close when a division gets the K word klaxon because something happens and the race has to stop. But a race going to completion without any suspension of that race and termination of that race, we've never had a division where no crews have bumped due to a speed differential. So there's always bumps, there's always action, there's always drama at torpids.
Yes, and actually I can remember following the torpids in the Telegraph and the Times with just these little spider charts. It was the only, because of course, when you're working, you could never get out to the riverbank to watch, because I'd taken so much time off for other rowing events. But you look at these little hieroglyphs and think, what on earth are they doing? And then you'd have one of the major comings together, and you can see on the charts that are put up, and I think one of the colleges actually does a bumps live chart. Some of the steep lines and the major crossings over of 5 or 6 crews at the same time tends to imply something big happened.
Yeah, so in summer eights where both crews bump out, we get a really neat kind of like pattern you get from a sewing machine where crews kind of equally switch out in kind of intervals of 1 crew or 3 crews, and it looks very ornate and pretty and frankly a work of art. In torpids you have a work of art as well, but maybe from a more disturbed artist, so it can sometimes look like an absolute plate of spaghetti where you have lines going up, down, left, right, everywhere. And the job of the race committee and the event committee behind the scenes is to take everything that the umpires see, and what we see on this stream isn't what the results are. We've got umpires who follow the races along on their bicycles, who report what they see at much closer range to the event committee, and then it's up to the event committee to work out what on earth happened in that division, hope they get it as accurate as possible, and then deal with any appeals or contentions that might happen as a result of that division, which we always hope there's none, but this is bumps, so it can sometimes happen.
It's a bit like the theatre. The show must go on. Something's going to happen, but you just bound regardless.
Exactly, and I was going to say we have 2 nightmare scenarios. So one is what's called the sandwich boat appeal, and I think we actually had one of those happen yesterday. And that's where the result of who finishes first in that division is contested,
yes.
Because whoever wins that division has to then go and race, within the hour. So we have to resolve that appeal within an hour. But realistically, the results get announced after 10 or 15 minutes. Someone then lodges an appeal, and we've got 30 minutes to get to the bottom of it, and then get that crew to get to the bottom of get to the to Haystacks where the race starts for crews 10 or 14, spin and get onto the bung line. That's really stressful.
Do you ever send both of them down and then send the decision down to decide who can actually tie up onto the bung line?
That is absolutely what we do, because in normal years we don't actually have a tannoy down at the starting area. So what we what we tend to do is the crews don't land. They tend to land at long bridges where the cox or the bowman or the bowwoman or whoever gets out the boat, gives their evidence. We send them in the boat again. We shove them down to haystacks, and then we tell them at the bung line who is going to be actually racing once we've resolved it.
There's a roller coaster of emotions between the two crews. Bless them.
Yes, and I think in Saturday of Summer 8 2019, I think we had 7 divisions in a row with appeals, and I think 2 of them were sandwich boat appeals. That was probably, that was not a fun day being at race.
No.
I've got to be honest.
So that was St. Peter's doing a practice start. That must mean that they're the sandwich boat then for Division 3.
Let's have a look.
And that'll be St. Hugh's with SHBC on. There's a bit of a clue.
Yep. Interesting. I've got down that I think so. St. Peter's and Christchurch both bumped Wolfson. I think Green Templeton rode over. I could be wrong because again I'm just watching this over the stream, but
that was the one that we saw them stop just at the finish. We thought there might have been a bump on the line.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. So if actually there was a bump over the line, that would mean that St. Peter's do become the sandwich boat. I wonder, do we have any? I don't know whether we have official results yet for men's Division 4. If we've got those on screen, and that might resolve the quandary for us. But equally, they could. Ironically, they could be having a sandwich appeal right now, and I've just been talking about it. Go, isn't it a nightmare scenario?
Well, I thought of another nightmare scenario, and that's a large powered boat coming down the course.
Yes, so we do have the marshals in the yellow bibs. We've got them smattered up and down the course, and we do have some at the head of the river at the top, and haystacks, which you see on screen. And one of their jobs is to make sure that river traffic doesn't get onto the course when a race is about to happen. And any traffic that we do have, we kind of direct off to one of the mooring points so that they are out of the way and moored, not interfering in the race. We have had historically pedalows, punts, everything come onto the course, swans as well, and sometimes we have had to stop a race because river traffic gets onto the course and a racing crew is about to go and plough headfirst into them because they've just emerged out of nowhere, and that is when we have to end a division. And it's really sad when it happens, but safety comes first.
As the Cherwell actually joins into the Isis, the Thames, just below Boathouse Island, doesn't it?
Yeah, so if we were able actually to cut to camera 4 and pan that, kind of scroll that all the way to the left, what you do see is the Cherwell cut. So actually you can row or pedalo or punt all the way up to Magdalen Bridge from there. I know there's a few rowers who in previous years and this year, they get up at 3 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the morning on May the 1st. They do make that little journey up so they can listen to the madrigals from Magdalen College kind of tower spire and Magdalen Bridge on May morning, and it's quite a spectacular sight and well worth getting up for in the morning.
Well, that sounds good. But I can imagine a punt, because the other problem you got up with a punt, of course, is once it gets deep, it's got no way of moving. Once the water's deep, they're stuck in the middle. So,
yes, and the middle of this river is quite deep, and anyone who's lost a mobile phone, set of keys, wallet, car keys, or their dignity during one of these races will find that it's very hard to get those items back once they go in the river.
There's a special noise that mobile phones make on the river.
Yes.
It's their last sound they ever make.
Exactly.
Never take on the water something you don't want to lose.
Yes. Unless it's spoons because you're out for blades, then that's fine.
Fair enough. But I think that's part of competition as opposed to an item that's in your pocket.
Yes. The last thing you want to do is lose your bod card, because then if you're going to dinner in the evening and you haven't got your keys to get into the room, you're supposed to be dressing up in formal gear, but you're in a sweaty, smelly, wet unisuit and tech top, you ain't going to be having a nice meal that evening.
No, I think that was Pembroke going down just a moment ago.
It was indeed.
And this was yellow vest. I haven't got the vest colour, but is that St. Hugh's?
Probably St. Hugh's. Meanwhile, I've got a lovely cut there of University Boathouse. So this is where University College Not Mansfield, sorry, Somerville, Wolfson, and St Peter's, maybe one or two others that I've forgotten, they boat from there as well. So that's a boathouse for several colleges.
Yes, that's and that's the one I always associate with this reach, because it's the City of Oxford Regatta, going the other way, going downstream. That's a very good landmark to make note of.
Yeah, and you know, that looks a very relatively new building, and the fact is it's probably about 15 years old. So very unfortunately, back in the day, we had a number of incidents with when the animal facility, let's say, in Oxford was built. We had a lot of protesters and a few very sad instances of arson where thankfully no one was injured, but several boathouses burned down. And I've seen photos of the Longbridges boathouse burned down 15 years ago, and what was the OUBC boathouse and is now Unit Boathouse, reduced to rubble from horrible, awful arson events. So we do take security at the boathouses pretty seriously as a result of what's happened over the years.
Yes, and from being on the water for donkey's years, no boathouse is absolutely secure. You can always get into a boathouse.
And thank you very much for advertising that to our many hundred listeners who are watching right now on YouTube. We do have one lie that we smatter during the course of today's stream, and that was that lie. Meanwhile, we've got we're on I think we've got Chris Packham on the camera because we've got some spring watch. So we've got people following ducks, ducklings, geese, birds. Thankfully, I've not seen many swans around, and swans are the bane of our life sometimes at Race Test, because we need to make sure that the racing line is clear of mute swans, because they are a protected species, and it's very important that we don't hit a swan during a race because they're protected.
And Canada geese are equally distracting when you hit them in a race, but they're not. They're more vermin than protected. and there are now Egyptian ducks as well. Those are English geese. They're more stupid than the Canadian brothers. The Canadian brothers have a fantastic ability to convert green grass into mess on the pontoon.
Things that you have to sweep off the pontoon every single day. Yep.
And then the Egyptian ducks sound like lorries reversing when they go.
Wow. I think what we need to do, so sometimes we've had to spend extra training resource training our marshals to tell the difference between a swan and a goose. And I think what would be really good is if we can record this kind of 1 minute clip and use this in all training sessions in the future, complete with your sound effects. And that will go down in probably Oxford rowing history of what noise does each bird make. And we could probably turn it into some kind of nursery rhyme. No, that would be great if we could do that.
And the difference when you hit a bird when you're rowing is that a swan's neck goes 2 laps round the loom, a Canada goose only goes 1 lap round the loom, and the duck just goes straight down.
And tech cutting away to the lovely flag of Balliol College is probably a very apt moment for us to take a moment, pause, recognise that we all clearly take animal welfare very seriously, but we know that swans are protected species, other animals can sometimes get in the way, and we never want to ever hurt an animal. Equally, there's fast rowing boats, and sometimes stopping a boat would cause harm to a human being, so we have to balance all those risks. But have you ever heard much more about flags? Yeah, flags and
Balliol flag. That lion is what appears on the back of the Balliol First Aid blades, isn't it?
It does indeed.
They've got white blades with a red lion on the back of the blades. There we are, just to get us back on track.
They do, and actually, every college or most colleges tend to have a flag, and that looks to be the flag. I'm being a bit not vexillologist. That's Taxis, but that is Merton College. I'm forgetting the word for kind of flag. Looking at, I think it's vexillology actually. So that is Merton College's flag, and one of the hilarious things that we have seen in the age of social media is crews leave their flags out overnight, and the rival clubs from next door will take down that flag because they've not put the flag away carefully and sensibly. take a lovely photo and say something very, kind of funny, slightly provocative, but probably okay, saying, hey, would you like a crew date? Have a crew date with us and slide into our DMs, and this flag is yours. And they'll put probably like the Merton flag kind of, hoisted up in the hall of St. Peter's College or something like that. So stealing other people's flags has turned into a bit of a funny game over the years, which is absolutely fantastic. We've got
a little delay on the results. The flags have always been trophies of war, though I must confess, I did hear one tale where there was a Yale flag, and as crews were going down towards Henry Royal, they saw this at the bottom of a garden as they were tootling down. So they couldn't get the flag off the pole, so they took the pole. And then rather large bronzed blonde chap came hurtling down to the lock, because of course on the river there's no escape. So now we're 5 minutes away from the start, so the crews are now mostly attached, and they're sitting and resting. The pole men don't look to be pushing them out, but they should have their bung lines attached.
Yeah, and we're getting into the sharp end of, men's division 3, 2, and 1, where these crews can sort themselves out. That looks like, is that off? I'm trying to work out what that is, all kind of coiled together into a mess. I think if there's any people from Oxford University Army Corps or any of the, kind of military associations, military clubs to do with the armed forces, are probably looking at this and weeping at the flag techers right now. So if you're watching this and you are a lover of flags, we are very, very sorry. And as soon as we identify which college it is, we will let them know. But the difficulty is knowing which college it is, because the flag's in a bit of a mess.
Because it's on a slack line and they haven't tied off the bottom of the lanyard. But we'll gloss over that, shall we, chaps?
Yes.
I'm guessing it could be Hertford because it's the right colour and it's got some sort of white splodge on it.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I'm looking at the angles. That looks to be... It's not camera 4 because we've just cut to camera 4. Okay. So it's... could be from maybe, if it's camera 3... It could actually be, Hertford could be it actually, maybe. This is clearly less exciting than men's division 3, and we'll definitely be cutting to men's division 3 once it happens. But that's Longbridge's boathouse we see from kind of the blue kind of slot. So this is an announcement for Hertford College. If you're at the boathouse, and not many of you should be, you may want to think about making your flag stand more proud. I genuinely have been in various different committee meetings with alumni and whatever, and we have had arguments about which flagpole needs to be taller than all the others at the boathouse. People do get very petty over flags sometimes, so yes.
There is a flag etiquette, and that's not it. Anyway, we're 2 minutes off the potential start.
Exactly. We promised beforehand that we wouldn't rip into any of the crews, because we do respect everyone who's taking part, and it's wonderful that this event is happening. The smoke for the 1 minute guns happen, but sometimes between the divisions, a little bit of humour I think can always go a very long way. So yeah, we're absolutely in. 1 minute to go until men's division 3.
And men's division, this is the highest numbered division. Expect the quality of the crews to increase with each successive division from here on in.
On average. Results not guaranteed, but normally expected.
So I'd expect to see 3 very good starts from these first 3 boats. I suspect it's Pembroke that's in, yes, they're in white, just pointing out slightly more than I would want to. And I would suggest that New College has the perfect line off the bank there, and they look very, very calm and collected.
I would very much agree with you on that view. I think we're just a couple of seconds away, everyone's squaring up. I think we're a few seconds away from the start.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of panic bits from the coxswain going, bow, take a tap, 2, take a touch. There we go, and we are off.
Mansfield was touching at the time of the gun, so.
Yeah, men's division 3 is underway. Yes, Mansfield hard on the rudder to make up for that very, very unfortunate start there, which means that Lincoln are making a beeline straight for them. My goodness, this is a rapid close by Lincoln. Lincoln are on absolutely fire right now. They are closing in. It's already down to about a quarter of a length between Lincoln and Mansfield.
And Pembroke have done well behind them, because they've closed, I think, on Lincoln as well.
Quite possibly, yeah. So we could have a 3-boat sandwich.
Well away. Mansfield now, and you'll see the gap. They've recovered from that. Gosh, they've done well to recover from that.
Yeah, Mansfield have pulled away quite significantly from Lincoln there, as we see towards the bottom end of this division. We've got Lineker, St Anne's, Worcester, and Oh,
And it-
that's no. Is that Peters maybe? I can't. Oh, right. So
I
that's a
think it's St.
concession from
Peter's. That's
Pembroke.
from Pembroke.
Yeah. So St Hughes have bumped Pembroke
And
M2.
St.
So
Hughes
that's
are
down
having-
for Pembroke. Pembroke need to keep rowing because they are very much
Yes.
still a racing crew. They're going to get hit
And they
again.
get- oh,
That's going to be a
absolutely,
road
a chain
pass
bump.
from Somerville. Pembroke aren't even pointing in the right direction. They're heading up towards a dead end
They're
in the
going to
river.
the tree. Yes.
Oh no, this is
that-
all going to end badly. Right, let's stick on camera 2, and if you can zoom in to see what
And
happens
there's-
with Pembroke, that'd be really helpful because this is
They-
going to be messy.
Oh,
Oh no, Somerville now heading straight for Pembroke. What are Somerville doing here? That's not
They've
probably
gone
the
for an
safest conduct
aggressive
in the world.
manoeuvre.
Yeah, and
And that
look,
means
Lineker are
Lineker.
going to now go for the road
Lineker
pass.
are going to get them.
Yeah,
Lineker
so
will be the
Pembroke,
net beneficiaries of that mad steering.
well, Somerville could be in for a penalty bump here potentially for what is a very interesting line. Let's try and stick, if we can, hot on the heels of Lineker and Pembroke because this is really messy and very complicated. So if I decipher that, Somerville are rowing on to get out of the way and to get out of the chaos that's about to happen. Lineker still very much a racing crew. They'll be trying to bump Pembroke. So very, very messy. And we've not got many crews below this. So we've got Worcester who are still rowing. So Worcester, I think, may have got bumped by whoever the sandwich crew were, if there was a sandwich crew.
that
St
would be
Anne's
St.
aren't
Peter's.
around. If there was a
Yeah.
sandwich crew at all, because yesterday I think there was a crew where we didn't have a sandwich boat. So I
Ah.
think that I would determine that Lineker got bumped by St Anne's. We saw Somerville bumping Pembroke 2 in what I can only describe as an awful mess, and I think that'll be on the Coxing highlights and lowlights video tomorrow because
Yes.
questionable there. But I'll
Okay,
say
New
no more on that
College-
because I'll try and be
New
positive.
College now trying to row as economically as possible to get to the finish without having, because they've pulled away from Mansfield and they are now secure unless they make a big haulix of it.
Exactly. Other malted drinks are indeed available. No, wait, we're not on the BBC, so we don't have to say that disclaimer. We're fine. New College have pulled away quite significantly from Mansfield, and to be
Gosh,
fair,
they have.
Mansfield have pulled away quite a bit from Lincoln after that shock of a start. Lineker now closing down pretty hard on Pembroke too. I mean, it was pretty messy in the gut, but that's now down to about half a length between Lineker and Pembroke too.
Yes. So if Lineker get Pembroke 2, then Hughes and Somerville both go up with them, don't they?
So basically what happens is all the crews that bump Pembroke go up 1, Pembroke 2 go down multiple places. There's
Right,
there's
got
no
you.
chain bump here.
Okay.
No one's bumped someone who's then gone on to bump someone else.
It's a chain bump down, but not a chain bump up. Okay.
I wouldn't call it a chain bump. It's not a chain bump up, and we wouldn't really call a chain bump down. So yeah,
Okay. It's just a bad
complicated
day
stuff
out.
sometimes. Yeah, a bad day for Pembroke, unfortunately.
And that's New
So-
College going past the boathouses up towards the finish line now.
Yeah,
And-
I think that one's Mansfield actually.
No,
We've got
actually,
New
that's
College
Mansfield,
just
sorry,
out of a
chase-
shot on the right. Yeah.
Yeah, Mansfield chasing New College.
Yeah, we've got all the crews that have wound down during this division, so they're just warming down and heading back to the. Let's keep on this. Yes, Pembroke
that's
2 versus
Lineker.
Lineker. Pembroke 2 running away at the crossover. Lineker 2 hot on their heels. That's maybe down to about a third, maybe even a quarter of a length between Pembroke and Lineker. It's hard
And
to tell.
judging by the way the Cox is looking round, that gap is closing.
Yep. It's all about the Pembroke M2 Cox keeping a cool,
Oh.
calm head, and also what the Cox should be thinking about is actually nudging out very slightly into the centre of the stream. That might sound counterintuitive, but if Lineker make a gain, they can effectively pin Pembroke in, meaning that Pembroke can't go right because they've resulted in a bump, and they can't go left because the bank's there. Whereas if
Okay.
Pembroke nudge themselves to the right, they can escape out of Lineker, and they've got the width of the river to cross, which might buy them 150 metres and might see them through to the finish line very safely.
But I think that thinking wasn't happening.
Well,
He's
there's still
hugging
a
the
bit.
bank. He's not going to cross over.
Well, there's still a bit of a bend here, so it does make sense that the fastest racing line is to stick to what Pembroke are doing, but Pembroke need to have in the middle of their mind what's going on. Interestingly, Lineker are moving out quite significantly. It's a clever move. I don't know whether this is going to be successful or not. It is very safe, which is fantastic to see. Whether or not Lineker are now going to have enough room and enough steam to bump Pembroke, I think we're going to have to see in the last 30 seconds of this race. But it's going to come down to the wire, this one. Absolutely down to the wire.
And the overlap has to be before Pembroke's stern crosses the line, doesn't it?
Correct.
It's not the
overlap,
bells in these.
overlap isn't a bump. Contact or a concession or a road pass, but I'm not talking about road pass here. Contact or a
actually got a
concession
clacker.
needs to Yeah, before
Wow.
the Pembrokes turn crossed the finish line. And as we saw,
Mhm.
Lineker took that wide line. They've now cut back in again. That will have cost them a quarter of a length. So the
Yes.
coxing from Lineker might have cost them a bump in this division in what is a very hotly contested men's Division 3.
Yes, he should have kept the pressure on them sideways as well as.
Yeah, it's
Stern.
wise to move out. Yeah, there we go.
They
Pembroke
stopped,
have wound down,
they-
Lineker
yeah.
have wound down, no bump there. It was wise for them to
Wow.
take a wider angle so Pembroke couldn't run away, but that was too wide an angle. And unfortunately, I think that bump was lost. That opportunity was sadly squandered due to some of the coxing, which is sad to see from Lineker, and hopefully they'll learn from this opportunity, but probably a massive relief for Pembroke, who
Yes.
only go down 2 today as opposed to going down 4 because Lineker got bumped by St Anne's. So
Yes.
it would have been a chain bump for Lineker, or a chain bump from St Anne's onto Lineker onto Pembroke, and it would have been a day disaster for Pembroke.
Yes, a bad day on the water.
Yes.
But so that's all the crews now come up, because we've had the sweeper telling us that that's the last racing crew.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'll
of
try
the
and
bumps that
summarise.
you
Yeah.
saw, yes.
So yeah, so I think we saw St Hugh's bumping Pembroke pretty quickly off the start.
Yes.
That was a messy bump, which left Pembroke pretty much stationary. That then let Somerville have an opportunity to row past Pembroke, but ended up kind of a light collision with Pembroke. So there was a bump there, but that one's probably going to be a little bit contentious. That's just my opinion. It's up to the crews to determine whether they think any rule infraction happened. We saw St Anne's bumping Lineker, and
Very early,
if we
yeah.
have if we had a sandwich boat, I think they bumped Worcester because Worcester were the last racing crew. So
Yes.
I think we may have seen. I think you were right. Maybe seen there was a St Peter's crew somewhere there.
Well,
I
they
don't
were
know. Can
certainly
we
doing
maybe?
practice starts, weren't they?
Yeah, can we maybe cut to camera 4 actually and see if there's a St Peter's crew that are landing at Univ Boathouse? If you can see any crew with white blades with that gold and green stripe, if we maybe kind of scroll a bit to the right, if they're landing, that means they did race and they were the sandwich boat. We're having to get to, we're having to try our best in terms of deducing what happens during these races, which is quite an art in itself. So
But that's part of the fun.
actually,
That's Merton coming back up, isn't it?
going down is Worcester and Lineker in Women's Division 3, and that's St Cat's on their warm-up lap,
St.
who
Cat's,
are
is it?
heading off
Sorry.
Women's Division 3. Yeah, that's the
Oh, no, coming
distinctive.
upstream.
Yeah, so St Cat's do a warm-up on the top stream, so they are heading
Okay.
upstream and doing their warm-up. But we'll just take a pause in the action there in terms of the warm-up for Women's Division 3 and the aftermath of Men's Division 3. I think we are ready to put up the results of Men's Division 4 on the screen, so we'll
Oh, good.
finally work out what on earth happened at the top of Men's Division 4. So bear with us as we try and work out what happened there. Right, so that green line that St Peter's disappears off. Oh, actually, that doesn't
Yeah.
help me at all. So
No.
what that if it had gone up off the top of the chart, I would have thought that they would have bumped. So my money, and I haven't seen what I should check the live results actually, but my money is on there being an ongoing sandwich boat appeal that hasn't been resolved in time, and therefore no crew raced at the bottom at bung line 10 in Men's Division 3. I could be wrong, and if I am, my sincere apologies for that, but we're doing our best with the information that we're seeing on screen and the feed that we see with our own eyes. So
On the graphics-
Peter's M1, who knows?
Okay, on the graphics that are being done, it's one of the colleges done, I can't remember which one it was, has one of the spider charts, and they're showing St. Peter's having been bumped up into Division 3, and then in the race, was that Worcester? Yes, then having overtaken Worcester.
Okay, so yeah, so it's interesting. So Wolfson College, who maintain
It's Wolfson, that's right. yeah.
Oxbump, yes. So they have a fixed kind of architecture of how their system works. So they've got a place crew somewhere. So that's helpful to know, but I can't guarantee it for sure. So let's have a quick look over what's happened in the rest of this Men's Division 4 from about an hour ago. So St. Peter's, we think bumped Wolfson. Christchurch, we think bumped Wolfson. GTC going down several places. We then have a bump between St Anthony's and Oriel 2, a bump between Teddy Hall and Keble, and I think a bump between Cats 2 and Hilders. So you may have to wait to see what the provisional starting order for tomorrow is late tonight / tomorrow morning to work out what exactly happened at the top of men's Division 4 and the bottom of men's Division 3, because I think it's probably a little bit tricky.
That's an understatement.
What a baffling, intriguing, exciting, nerve-wracking hour of race, Matthew. What are your thoughts on having seen, for you, day 2 of bumps racing?
Well, I thought after day 1, I pretty much got it sorted. How wrong I was. the sandwich boat, I cottoned onto the idea, but then talking to you about the 1 hour to decide which is the sandwich boat if it's contested, suddenly brings it home. So it's quite an interesting organizational problem. But actually, for the crews involved, it must be terrible just to both have to row down. The last thing they want to do, but actually, it's the thing they want to do. They're both keyed up to race a second time in the hour. And I know you said that this is 1,800 meters is a long race. A lot of people don't think that's a long time trial, a long race. But to do that twice in an hour,
it's almost like a 2K sprint, isn't it?
Yeah,
so doing 2K pieces an hour is tiring.
Yeah, you can have two races in the hour, and it's not, let's say, not nice, but it's doable.
Absolutely not.
And actually, if you've actually had a really good row in the first one, you have to treat that like your warm up, and then you're nice and loose, and you can do it again. But this is fascinating, and the tactics, that bit at the end of that last race where Pembroke were against the moored boats, but Lineker gave them room to move out, which they shouldn't have done, suddenly makes it all much more tactical, and the Coxes have to think of so many more options than just getting to the finish line first. Because
you are 100% correct.
Yeah, you've actually got to make contact before their stern crosses the line, and if you take a swipe at it and you hit them, you actually don't want to hit them too hard because of your boat for the next day. But if you miss them because you didn't swipe hard enough, your name is mud. Because Coxes, of course, can never win the race. They're only ever able to lose the race in rowing circles, aren't they?
I would argue that in bumps, many Coxes can win the race on behalf of their crew. It's sometimes they're the 9th person in the boat, and they do make a key difference, but in a very different way to the rowers. I think in a moment we've actually got the women's Division 4 races. We can put those up on screen. What I would say is for which I wait for those results to come up on screen. For the Lineker Cox in that last division, there's a difference between a good Cox, a great Cox, and an expert Cox. And maybe if we'd had more practice and more bumps racing over the past 2 years, that could have done differently. But we do recognise that, many of the Coxes are trying their absolute best in terms of, first of all, acting safe, but then also finding a way to get those bumps to happen in very difficult circumstances and being relatively inexperienced in what is a much more complex race than a straight 2K down, down Henley or down Dorney Lake.
Or Nottingham. But also, with the reduced amount of rowing, the rowing is less reliable. Therefore, you have to expect the unexpected, because suddenly the boat will veer one way or the other because someone's missed a stroke or got caught in. So it's a very challenging job for them. And I know when people get the lightest possible Cox, any extra weight should be the brains, because that's where you really do make a difference.
I would partly agree and partly disagree. So, for elite racing, having a Cox that's very close to the weight limit, kind of minimum weight is, good for boat speed. But we're talking about college racing here. So, me as someone who was, 70-odd kilos back in the days of university 10 years ago, probably a little bit more than that these days, but having experience and sitting in a coxing seat and being a rower as well, actually that experience can pay dividends, and some crews get fixated over 1 or 2 kilos when it doesn't make that much of a difference at the medium levels, and actually having a cox who can steer the course properly is really, really helpful. So
and coach the crew.
Exactly, because the bit that you're not hearing, and sometimes if you go and look up some of our old OURC's videos on YouTube, you get to hear some of the coxing calls, and actually the motivation of the cox and the cox getting the very best out of their crew is so important. And actually, the cox who has the ability to talk in a rhythmic fashion, catch, finish, send there, go for it now, and those kind of aggressive, reassuring, calming calls, they can make all the difference when you as a rower are knackered and really, really worried. So we'll take a little pause there, and I
good.
think
Here
we've got the women's Division 4 results on the screen. So Matthew, I'm going to throw this over to you and see whether you can decipher the spaghetti. Actually, this one doesn't look too bad, but see if you can figure out from the previous 2 days what's gone on in this division.
Right. Essentially, Division 4 at the moment, the head of Division 4 is Corpus.
Correct.
They're the yellow line. They've had a bump both days. They managed to overtake the next crew down, which is Queens. Queens, who went up to the top and then came back down. So they bumped one day and then got bumped themselves. Behind that is Merton, who've also come up through the ranks, having bumped both Exeter and
so today they just bumped Exeter. Yesterday they bumped St Anthony's. So you're mostly there with that. Yeah.
And then the blue line is Somerville. Somerville rode over today, but they'd had a bump yesterday because that was a disaster for Oriel, who fell out of the division. They had
very nearly out of the division.
Yes, bad day for the office. They fell out today, didn't they?
Yes, they did. Yes.
And then New College, a yellow. They had a bump each day.
Yep, so they're up 2 for the week.
And that puts them ahead of Regents, who went up and then came down again, bless them.
Yep.
And then at the bottom, that's Wolfson coming up from Division 5.
You are correct. Well done on spotting that one. So yeah, Wolfson, who were the sandwich boat coming up from Women's Division 5 into Women's Division 4, managed to bump Oriel, which is why you see Oriel disappearing away from the charts at the end of day 2.
Yes.
There we go. Full marks. You're an expert already. And I'm sure probably for those of us who've seen these over, a decade or so, they're kind of like second nature to us. But for I know many of you who are watching on the YouTube stream, sometimes making head or tail of this is a challenge. So I'm sure that you're getting a lot of catharticism and learning from watching Matthew try his best with a very unusual and unique scoring system for how bumps works.
What would make this chart easier was if the key lined up with the lines in the chart at the beginning.
I had a look at the Google sheet that powers this earlier on today, and it may be possible, but given that I know several of the event committee who were up until 10 o'clock, midnight, 1 o'clock last night, and then up again at 6 o'clock this morning, it's probably not number one on the list of priorities. So, I'm sure we might be able to find a way in future days to find a way to render it better. But, given that our objective here is to just get racing happening, I think that's a success all in itself.
I think someone will have said that'll do.
Yes, and I think one of the valuable skills in life is working out when to say that'll do, because you don't always need perfection. You just need something to be good enough. Unless you're coxing, in which case your crew will want you to be perfect all the time.
Which is not possible.
No.
We are awaiting. It's just gone 4:30, so the next race will be at 16:45, which is the Women's Division 3, so which is all these people going down to the start. And we're looking for Division 3. The St Cat's will be running off first, followed by there's another Mansfield crew, then Wolfson again, so they're on the up. Lineker, and I believe Scott, who's going to be commentating when you step down this afternoon, was coaching this Lineker crew.
I think he is, I think he does bank ride Lineker these days, yep.
So he'll be cycling up and down the bank next to these people.
So if anything contentious happens during Lineker, you will guaranteed hear about it in the warm-up for Women's Division 2. Just saying.
How true, and that's them going down to the start now. Then we have St Hilda's, Teddy Hall, St Hughes, St Peter's, and Worcester. And then the crew, sandwich crew, I believe to be Corpus Christi.
You are absolutely correct. So that is the lineup of 10 crews that we have for you in coming up Women's Division 3, which will be happening in just over 10 minutes. If you're watching the stream, first of all, if you just joined us, welcome to Wednesday of Summer Torpids 2021. We're delighted to be able to bring you a live stream of the racing as it's happening in all of its glory and all of its ugliness in equal measures. So I hope you're very much enjoying watching this wherever you are in the country or even around the world. We've probably got the next bit of action happening in about 10 minutes time. So if you're watching, now is a perfect time to go and get yourself a glass of water or whatever your preferred beverage is for a Wednesday early afternoon, because some of you are probably still working or in library or having to focus. And yeah, get yourself a snack, and we'll be starting to wind up and get ready for Women's Division 3, taking part in 10 minutes time. We'll start building up to that in just a few minutes. So we'll speak to you very shortly.
An absolute. Oh, good. Thank you, Phil.
Fantastic. Excellent.
And welcome back to the Oxford Summer Torpids. We're just filling in here between the two divisions. The next race off will be Women's Division 3, which is at 16:45, 4:45. And just as the boats are marshalling, just to suggest that the commentary we got today, we have the expert and the novice on duty this afternoon. Phil is the expert and I'm the absolute novice. And the one thing I can say for anyone who's watching the bumps for the first time is if you just have a quick Google of Oxford Torpid bumps and put 21 at the end of it, you can find a whole host of information on the web. All the start order is available to you, and there's a really valuable piece of kit, which is the blade colors, and that helps you pick out which crew is which. So if you're trying to find someone as near and dear to you on the water, you can see the club colors, which you'll then see on the blades when they're on the water. So we'll then be ready to start. The division goes off in 7 minutes. So we've just got a few minutes before they have to be ready. And with any luck, you'll see a puff of smoke as a gun goes off 5 minutes before the start. That will be followed by another gun 1 minute before the start. And all things start to fall into place. And then there's another gun and all the crews start to go. Now, the good thing is on this live stream, we mime the guns. So all you get to see is a puff of smoke somewhere 2/3 back and 2/3 up in the picture. I could say it's between two of the trees, but you'll never find it. So look out for the smoke because that tells us when the gun has gone off. And you can normally see something happening with the crews because on the 5 minute gun, they're supposed to be getting themselves attached and ready. They've finished their warm up. Half of the crews have gone upstream, half the crews have come down, and they should be getting attached into the right places. And on the bank, the guys with the poles will be holding the boats off the bank and in the right sort of place, and the coxes will be holding their bung lines, which mean that they are staggered with a length and a half between them. There's smoke just gone off, so that's the 5 minute gun. So as you can see, almost everyone's attached, and they're all sitting nice and relaxed. They'll be having their final checks of equipment, making sure the gates are tight on the riggers, the stretchers are tight. They'll be putting water on the runner's seat, quietly wishing they weren't there. and then the cocks will be telling them stuff which they will not even listen to because they're in a little world of their own, dreading what's about to happen. There'll be somebody on the bank. The pole man might be giving them some advice, and they have a coach on the bank as well who might be also be offering some advice. Half of that went in. It might have an effect, but it's the thing before the race is the oarsmen really want to sort of batten down the hatches and get ready to go, and they're thinking through what they're going to do, how the start regime goes, and then 1 minute before the start, the gun goes, and that releases most of the tension. You get yourself ready, and then the next gun goes off, and away you go. And it unleashes chaos. I think that's about right, Phil, isn't it?
I think you're absolutely right, and I think you make one slight miscalculation that the 1 minute gun relieves all the nerves and the tension. It makes it 10 times worse because with a 5 minute gun going, sometimes the 1 minute gun could be late. So the 5 minutes kind of, it's definitely happening, and then the 1 minute's kind of, a bit more airy fairy. You don't know what's going to happen, and then the 1 minute gun happens, and you go, oh, right, this is it. I'm about to experience some moderate to severe physical pain and discomfort and endurance here. How could this go? And what is really important is that you do have to try and keep cool and calm and collected, especially for the bow pair, who are often the ones who are getting asked to tap at the last minute. So people think that sometimes it's all about the stroke pair, and the stroke pair are an important part of the boat, but in bumps the bow pair are also really important. They need to be technical, and they need to be switched on and listening to the cocks and to the boatman, the poleman, who might be given slightly conflicting instructions, and they have to decipher that with just a few seconds warning, and then immediately get back to 3/4 front stops, blades buried, squared and buried, ready to go as soon as the start gun goes. So it's not an easy job for bow pair.
Yeah, we saw that in the last race where the crew that was starting second, that was Mansfield, I think it was. Their bowman was just taking half a stroke when the gun went off, and they shot across the river. There's an interesting exercise going on in it's a St. Cat's crew.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's interesting. So I do know that
an Icelandic cheer.
Possibly. I think we have had a few Icelandic rowers in Cats W1 over the years, actually. So you might not be very far off. I know that long time kind of ex Cats member, ex senior umpire Anu, who does many of the the live bump stuff behind the scenes, and has been very much an unseen but vastly appreciated figure behind the scenes of Oxford rowing over the years. He often takes photos, so that me as an alumnus, I get lots of photos and lots of exciting commentary and a few biting comments as to the race. So maybe they're doing it to stretch, maybe they're doing it as a sign of dominance, maybe they're just doing it for the photo opportunity because it's all about the social medias these days, all about the socials, allegedly.
And to relieve the nerves.
That too, yeah. So there we go, double bubble, social media win and release the tension win.
And it's 2 minutes to start time. This is peak nerves for me.
Yes, I've seen crews, particularly during torpids when it's colder, they have an excellent warm-up and kind of activity kind of time killer, which is to play head, shoulders, knees and toes. So the cocks will literally sing head, shoulders, knees and toes, and the crew will, without causing too much disruption, kind of do the gestures and go up and down the slide a little bit. Oh, I think that's a puff of smoke of the 1 minute gun, but that's a really good way that you can keep vaguely active and contains some of that nervous energy with a little bit of movement, and it's always fun to hear a cock sing badly when they don't want to sing but you're forcing them to do so. I've never ever been in that situation, just saying. Fun fact, I think Wiley did a version of head, shoulders, knees and toes back in 2008. You'd think that such a kind of a nursery rhyme would be, never hit the charts, but I think it made the top 40 back in 2008. Yeah. Random fact of the day for you there.
And
anyway, let's get our heads back in, yeah.
Yep.
So we've got Cats heading off at bung line 1. Yep. Mansfield at 2. Wilson 2, who are the highest second boat of the river at bung line 3. Lineker at 4. Hilders at 5. Teddy Hall at 6. Hughes at 7. And they're off. Women's Division 3 is underway.
We're pointing the wrong way. What you said about the...
Yeah, they were pointing the right way, but they had a wobbly stroke or two off the start, which hasn't helped them. Whereas Mansfield kept a cooler, calmer head in the boat, and they have probably got the smoother start, which would be better for their confidence. Meanwhile, we've got an interesting three-boat sandwich here between Lineker, St Hilda's, and Teddy Hall. This could develop into something interesting in the gut. My man is on this to get really interesting really soon. Lineker out in the middle of the river. We'll definitely mention that to Scott later on, and I'm sure he'll be furious about it. But actually, Lineker running away now as St Hilda's try and close in for the kill on Lineker. Let's zoom out a bit on Lineker and let's see how close Hilda's get.
I had a feeling they'd have them before the bridge, but they're getting a bit wobbly in the dirty water.
Let's switch. Oh, this is interesting over there.
And Teddy Hall has caught up Hilda's too.
Yeah, let's switch to camera 2 because I think that three-boat stuff is going to be very interesting. Yeah, so I think Peters have bumped St Hughes. Lineker have now made their way back onto the side of the river. Hilda's following to chase them, running, but also them in turn running away from Teddy Hall, Teddy Hall very close to the bank there. Could that be a collision against the bank, or could it be an expert racing line? Only time will tell.
No, that's expert racing line. They haven't slowed down at all. That is brilliant.
Expert racing line from Teddy Hall there. Well done. That is absolutely fantastic. Right on St Hilda's tail here. As St Hilda's, can we zoom in at all? Because this is going to be to the wire. Who's going to get that bump first? I'm really looking in and kind of squeezing my eyes and squinting my eyes to see, is there a concession
they're
somewhere?
Going to hit.
Yep, so I think Teddy Hall has bumped St Hilda's, and St Hilda's missed Lineker. Oh,
that's tough. They thought they were going to.
It's not an easy situation for St Hilda's to be in there because they don't want to kind of concede too early. But if they concede, they don't get tangled up like they did a little bit with Teddy Hall, they could have still been right on the tail of Lineker. Yeah. That said, they've still got a good. They've still got a good 1,200 meters to reel them in. Yep.
Yes.
So that's Hilda's and Lineker. Actually, Hilda's are making the impression get on Lineker. So I think let's cut back to camera 3 and let's see these two crews as they exit the gut.
So that's Mansfield coming out the top of the gut.
If we can pan right a little bit and let's keep to the tail of what's going on at the stern at the back of the Lineker boat, the Lineker Cox where the boat is, because I think that's where most of the excitement is happening. It's pretty evenly spaced and a bit uneventful at the top of Women's Division 3. If we can pan right on this camera, let's see what's going on between Lineker and St Hilda's. That could be very tight at this current point.
No, that's Lineker gone through and there's nothing behind them.
No, that's Wilson there. So here is Lineker with the black. That's okay. Hilda's have dropped back a bit. Now that's a bad sign because Hilda's boathouse is where this camera is, so there'll probably be some people cheering on Hilda's, and this is where Longbridge's crews tend to get a bit of a boost, but they've now dropped back a fair bit down to maybe 2/3 of a length. I think Hilda's have they've gone for the blind eye tactic to try and survive off Teddy Hall. Didn't work for them, and I think endurance is winning out on Lineker. That said, Lineker have quite a wide racing line, which is very interesting, which is not doing them any favours.
Hilda's having gone grubbing up the weeds on one side and now just trimming the trees on the other side and doing a really good job of it.
So we see here from the New College Boathouse, we get an excellent shot of the top 4 crews in this division, which are St Catherine's, Mansfield, Wolfson 2 and Lineker. I've got to say it's pretty uneventful between these 4 crews. This is typically what we tend to see in Women's Division 2 and Women's Division 1. Not many bumps, people staying pretty evenly spaced because the standard is pretty high, and it's a lot harder when you've got consistent crews to make up that 8, 10, 12 seconds to make a bump.
Yeah, the speed difference is a lot less, but St Hilda's are definitely closing in on Lineker a bit down in between 4th and 5th. But
yeah,
Catherine's there. They're rowing strongly and together, so they shouldn't, unless they have a disaster. I've learned to qualify this. They shouldn't be caught now. They've got
it's only been 8 years since we last broke a blade by crashing into Top Gut. But I'll tell you a fun fact about the Cat's Blades later on, so remind me to tell you about that. So we've got then on the screen, we've got Mansfield as well. I think that's going to be 3 clear row overs at the top of this division. Whether Hilda's get anywhere close to Lineker, let's see. It would be good if we can to pan back to camera 3 and let's see what's happened at the bottom of the division, because we've not seen anything from Corpus Christi and Worcester. So that's really helpful.
That's
so Worcester with the pink blades are the last racing crew because we've got the launch behind them. So I will infer from that that Corpus Christi bumped Worcester. That's the end of camera 3, nothing more to see there. So let's cut straight back to the action on camera 4 and let's see what goes on towards the top of this division. I think we've still got Cats, Mansfield, Wolfson 2 and Lineker. Well, Cats, Mansfield and Wolfson 2 in races of their own. Lineker, who are hanging on and avoiding St Hilda's. St Hilda's are probably a lot of distance between them and St Hugh's, and then a lot of distance between St Hugh's and Worcester. So I think that gap has opened up quite a bit between Lineker and Hilda's. So yeah, I don't think we're going to see any more bumps in this division. That's my prediction. I think we've seen it.
Yeah, so the only bump we could get is St Hilda's against the Moored Craft.
Unfortunately, under the rules of this event, that doesn't count as a valid bump. Otherwise, I think probably one of these moored boats probably would have a good shot at being head of the river.
And you see that wooden boat that sticks out?
Yep.
I've hit that before in a pair, going the other way.
Yeah, and especially in a pair, it's a coxless boat, so navigating without a cox is pretty difficult.
Yes. Blind pews, I call them.
Mm.
And that's why you have 8s up at Oxford. It's much more sensible way of getting a lot of people on the water.
Cox space. Now,
Bill's just frozen. Just coming up there, you see Lineker with the big crosses on their blades, being followed up by St Hilda's, who I don't think are going to catch them. And then the last crew that you can see coming up, not Worcester, that's St Hugh's. That's right, St Hugh's are following up because Worcester were coming up. They must be a long way behind. They're the ones with the pink blades with a cross on them. So there'll be one more crew coming up behind these.
I think you're absolutely right.
And this is Phil
I
with
was
the
just
modern
going to point
Right.
out there. What it is actually is my home Wi-Fi system, which I set up, miraculously cuts out at some point between 4 and 5 p.m. several times. I've not worked out what the cause of it is. It's on my to-do list, but commentating bumps and sorting out my life right now is a high priority. I was going to say actually just before I did cut off, so interestingly between the Hildas and Lineker, Hildas were trying to chase Lineker, but Hildas were doing a lot of swerving and steering. I don't think it would have made a difference, but using your rudder as a cox takes speed away from the boat, and it's very easy as a cox to think about making a beeline, to be fair, as they did to begin with, which was the right thing to do, but then swerving around the river for sake of following another crew that's swerving, you're basically taking their disadvantage and copying it and suffering that yourself. So thinking about when to hold your line as a cox is a really important consideration. That some of the expert coxes are fantastic at making that difference.
Yes, it's deciding when to weave and when to stay straight, when to take the optimum short course, and when to have a detour to try and catch them.
And 99% of the time, the answer is take a straight course and row your own race. It's only if a bump is imminent or there's a safety concern or whatever. Only in those rare circumstances should you probably slam on the rudder. Only if you need to do that.
Yes, I always like to think of the rudder as a handbrake.
Yes. People think it's a steering bit. It's a handbrake which also serves to steer.
Or when you put it like that.
Maybe we should have that in the coxing briefing.
So those are the crews now. They've finished their course and they'll be coming back for their well-earned break. And the only boats going up the course now are the ones who have bumped. So you can see that St Bennett's Hall just got. Actually, that must be a man's crew for the next division.
Yeah, Bennett's Hall aren't in men's or women's Div 2 or 3. I think that might be Hertford. I think that's Hertford M1 at the top of men's Division 2, actually.
Okay, yes.
So I can give you what I think the provisional results were of women's Division 3 there, if that would be helpful.
It's always fun having a guess.
Yes, so we'll see whether this is true in the results or not, but my guess there is that Teddy Hall bumped Hilda's, so Teddy Hall have now gone up 3 for the week, so they're on course for blades. Hilda's down 2 for the week, so they're on for spoons. St Peter's bumping St Hugh's, so St Peter's went down 1 yesterday and have gone up 1 today, so they're now level for the week. St Hugh's down 1 for the week. Corpus bumped Worcester, which means Corpus have gone up 3 places so far in this event. So yesterday they went up 1, and today they've gone up 2 because they bumped Queens to become the sandwich boat, and they then went on in the next division to bump Worcester. So +3 for Corpus, so they'll be on for blades so far this campaign because they've bumped not only on every day but on every opportunity. So in every circumstance, every college would consider that worthy of bumps if that tournament to continue. And maybe the less we say for Worcester, the better, because unfortunately they're not having a great week. I'm really saddened to say, and I have the greatest of respect for Worcester as a fantastic college and fantastic crew, but it's seeming not to be their week in bumps. And there's always winners and losers, but let's say that it's -4 for the week, and we'll swiftly move on from that. And actually, on the subject of results, I think we are in a position to bring you the official results for Men's Division 3 on the screen. So,
good.
I'm gonna lob it over to you, Matthew. Talk us through this craziness.
Right, there's been a spider that's been at the booze. There is
That's not one of the crews, is it? Not one of the Blade Work, one of the crews.
No, it was from the picnic being brought up by a sandwich boat. So
very good, very witty.
The blue line at the top is actually New College, who dropped out of Division 2 yesterday, and then they managed to hold station at the front of Division 3. They were followed by Mansfield, and they didn't manage to catch a bump, so the top 3 crews rode over, the third one being Lincoln, which is the other blue line. Then Pembroke had a bad day, so they've dropped down, allowing St Hughes and Somerville to go past them.
Correct.
Which is the green and the blue. So they both advance a single place. So Pembroke dropped 2. And then we have Lineker, the pink line, rode over, and Worcester, the yellow line, came up 1, and the bottom crew is St Peter's, who were they must have been the sandwich boat from the division below.
We think / we're not sure. So I'm just looking actually. So I think I got the for Men's Division 3, St Anne's bumping Lineker. I think I got that wrong. So St Anne's disappeared, and actually looking at it, Lineker went up 1 in the first day and St Anne's went down 3. So that being a bump was probably unlikely. So that means it looks like St Anne's have exited Men's Division 3 and go down to Men's Division 4. Yes. And actually Worcester got a bump on St Anne's. So that's what it looks to be, and yeah, so there must have been a sandwich boat, because otherwise Anne's wouldn't have gone all the way down to position 10. So I think if it was Peters, then we've got, I think, Worcester and Peters both bumping St Anne's, and that might actually have been the correct result with Lineker rowing over. Told you it was a messy one.
Yes, I think that's exactly what happened, because looking at the other website, as opposed to my hieroglyphs and your spider and this one ahead of us, it actually shows St Peter's being in position 9 in Division 3.
Yeah. And
but that, of course, is also unofficial, awaiting confirmation in the overnight discussions.
Yeah, so so this is what we've declared as a result, the official results for Men's Division 3, but if there are any ongoing appeals that might challenge that, then those appeals need to be resolved before, I think it's either midnight or so, which is when the start order for the next day typically is finalised, in most cases, with maybe a few exceptions over the years due to very difficult appeals, and the less said about that, the better. So coming up next, we have Men's Division 2, and I've got written down on here in big capital letters, provisional. So this one, I think, was a very contentious division yesterday evening, and the start order that I may have up may not be correct because it could have changed during the day. So the crews on the bung lines will know exactly where they're starting, but we might have to be a little bit flexible and do some deduction, some investigation, and elucidate who is on which bung line.
I think that was partly because of the New College exit, because they started number 5 in that Division 2 and actually went down to Division 3 because there was a major disagreement between several boats. I think that's a good way of putting it.
I think that is a very tactful way of doing it. So yes, I would agree with that. And
I think a few F's and C's were thrown about at the same time. But
yes, and actually what we talk about there are crabs being the C word, and
finishes being
finishes or full pressure rowing. So there was definitely lots of full pressure rowing and crabs being probably lobbied about.
and there was definitely one crew slewed sideways when they were bumped and took out 2 others. I think that must have been New College. Can't remember the colours of the blades, but I watched that one yesterday, and it was.
I think you're getting
appalling.
confused. Isn't that the plot of the most recent Fast and Furious film?
Yes, it was actually the parking service outside the Hilton.
Ah, very good, very good. So I'm actually just having a look at my other screen, and I've brought up some of some of the legendary statistics that the aforementioned Anu, who doesn't like being mentioned, but I'm going to mention him because he's a legend, and one of the people that's written down on graffiti on Dunnington Bridge. He does some live statistics or kind of historical statistics for us. So I'm having a look in terms of some of the trends in this division. So I think. So looking at this, Hertford at the top of this division have probably had the most misfortune over a long period of time. There's a Union Jack on that boat. So
flag,
Hertford, yes, it's a Union Jack if it's on a ship, not a boat.
On the jack staff of one of Her Majesty's vessels.
Okay, yeah. So the Union flag, either that or that's our 2022 Eurovision entry in action, which could do better. Who knows?
It's got better rhythm than that one did.
We love you, James Newman. Just wasn't to be this year. So Hertford, in their last 8 races in Torpids, which goes across kind of 2-3 years, Hertford haven't bumped in their last 8 starts, and for their last 3 starts they have been bumped 3 in a row. So they're in a bit of a downward spiral at the top of this division, but it's been 2 years since bumps, and that trend could well and truly reverse.
Yes, all those students will have graduated.
Yes, absolutely. And if you think some of the third years who are doing 3-year degrees, they will have had experience of bumps in their freshers year and done Torpids and 8 2019, and then they are doing finals right now. So we really are seeing a new generation of rowers who haven't had that much experience of bumps before. And we, as much as we make a bit of fun and poke a bit of fun and talk about experience and expert calls, we do recognise that there are many people here who haven't done much bumps before, and they're doing a fantastic job. And we hope they are loving the experience just as much as we have over the years, and we are having commentating this.
Well, actually, I went to National Schools Regatta, and there were kids racing J16, and they won't have raced since they were little pond skater octuples trying to get down in J14. And the change in those 2 years when you row at that age is enormous.
Absolutely.
So, and it must be the same with the collegiate rowing. You start off as hairy-arsed undergrad, and then you have to learn to row, and this is where you're aiming for a really good result.
Yeah, I'm just going to pause here on a point of critique here. So you'll notice that Queens, that crew, are doing what's known as a tap turn. Normally, there's 1 or 2 crews in men's Division 1 who do a tap turn, and they always do it to show off. And if they do it very well, it looks brilliant. If they do it badly, everyone takes the mick out of them. Queens so far this week have gone up 4 places. So I think of all the crews in men's Division 2, if there's one crew that's earned the right to do a tap turn and do it well, I think Queens have earned the right to do that. So well done in executing a tap turn. It does take a lot of skill, and I think you've probably done a very good job there, Queens, of intimidating your opponents, but I don't think Brasenose are anywhere nearby.
Yes, sadly, nobody was watching.
Well, LMH were, but LMH are 2 boats up, so
Well, the Coxes were watching, but all the oarsmen had their backs to it, didn't they?
That's a very good point, because what we see on the stream is not what the rowers see. Having a look at some of the other statistics that we've got, so Corpus Christi over the past 5 years have gone up 13 places, so there's some real long-term consistency in that club of doing well. Either that, or they had an appalling 5 or 10 years ago and are rebuilding from that as they regressed to the mean. And Corpus have gone 11 races without being bumped. Now, let's just have a quick look at this Brasenose crew. They have ribbons in their hair, I think, which is interesting to see.
Yes. They look like bulls who are about to meet the Toreador, having had all the nasty things stuck in them.
I think of all the streams we've had this week, this has probably been the most graphic in terms of animal imagery. But yeah, so Brasenose typically row with pure black blades, but actually their kind of collegiate crests and rowing colours often involve a little bit of purple, a little bit of red, and a bit of either kind of old gold, yellow / kind of bright yellow. So those are the kit that you kind of the stripes and the bits of pattern and motif that you do see on their all-in-one rowing unisuits, and it looks like as a bucking the trend of the bucket hats this year, they have elected for putting some ribbon in their hair, which I've not seen before in a crew. It's definitely a new one for me, and yeah, hats off to them.
Well,
literally and metaphorically.
I would suggest that their coach must be someone who is the same generation as me, because when I was learning to row, they said, if you can't row, wear a hat. And that stuck with me for the whole of my life.
So what you're saying is that Brasenose have felt so robbed by being bumped by Queens yesterday that they are taking to ribbonry to drown their sorrows during the middle of a race.
Exactly.
Wow, that as predictions go, that's probably the wildest one that we've had all week on.
Well, there they go again.
Yeah, and actually, while we're looking at these people doing kind of full rate pieces, what are the bits of technique that we're looking for in terms of where their heads are placed, how they're reaching out the boat, and how they're working together? What does excellent look like as we see what looks to be, actually, which crew is this? Which crew is this in their Empacher? I think it might have been University, but yeah, talk to us what good rowing looks like on stream.
I would suggest Unity. If you see all the blades parallel, disappearing together, reappearing together, then pretty much it doesn't matter what the bodies are doing. Whereas actually just sitting up straight in the boat and not leaning out to either side is a big advantage. But you tend to, in sweep oars, and actually for those of you who haven't seen much of the rowing before, this is sweep oar rowing where you have just the one oar, as opposed to sculling where you have a blade in each hand. And then also you get some interesting rigs like this boat. Sorry, this boat, the blades are on alternate
the Maudlin
side.
one just before this.
But if you just see the Maudlin crew again shortly, you'll see that suddenly between 3 and 4, there were 2 blades sticking out the same side. And then I think it was 5 and 6 sticking out the other side. So instead of having all the blades being parallel and evenly spaced, you suddenly look and go, there's somebody missing. And no, he's not at the dentist. That's about a time-related joke. So excellent rowing for this crew. You should see all the blades parallel, and some of them are.
And also all the heads looking straight ahead and not looking out the boat or leaning out the boat.
Yes, and certainly not having a good gawp over their shoulder because they think someone's there. It's Cox's job to have a gawp over the shoulder and to take necessary actions. It is not the oarsman's job to turn around and have a look.
But it's very tempting, isn't it?
Do it all the time.
I was going to give you, I was going to give you 2 stories actually. So I mentioned the cat's blade breaking. So we have a tradition at Cats of any time that we break a blade, we actually turn it, we hollow it out, we clean it out, we actually turn it. So I can see, the people on the YouTube can't see this, and the people on YouTube can't also see the blades that we have, but real rowing blades that get smashed and cracked. We actually make them look a bit better, and we turn them into a drinking vessel. So we will fill it up, with a pint and a half of lemonade or Coke or tonic water or whatever your drink of preference is. And it's a fantastic challenge, because if you want to try and drink that pint and a half of water, the temptation is you keep lifting the oar up, but once you get halfway, all the water gushes out. So you have to learn to be very careful. So if you don't master that, you do end up with a very stained tie or dress full of, well, it's water, so it doesn't stain. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's absolutely not a problem at all. But you might look a little bit silly having water all down your front.
And for those of you who aren't seeing this meeting on YouTube, they can't see that Phil's nose is growing when he's talking about water. I'll also point out one little detail. Phil has a blade behind him, which is obviously made of carbon fibre and other thin stuff. Mine is made of
It's nice.
wood.
It's a wooden one.
Okay.
I can't really show it properly. And again, this is of no benefit on YouTube, but this is an old blade that I think was part of Eton College Boat Club that we got painted up about 10 years ago from my entry into Torpids 2011, which makes me feel a little bit old, but I'm sure you can gazump that.
No, mine hasn't got a date painted on it, thank God. So, looking here, it is nearly 10 minutes past 5. So we're due in 5 minutes. We're due, or 6 minutes. We're due to have a start of the next division, which, according to my calculations, is Division 2 of the men. And we should have first crew off is Hertford, then Magdalen, then University, St John's, Merton. So you can see all those crews, and there's the 5-minute gun just gone off. That's followed by LMH, Lady Margaret Hall, Corpus Christi, Queens, and Brasenose. And the crew that's the Sandwich crew for this is Keble.
For men's Division 2, I believe it will be New College.
Sorry, yes, you're right. I was looking at Keble. That's Division 1. So it is.
That's not a problem at all. I was going to give you another whilst we're waiting for men's Division 2 to happen. Another quick story about funny rigged boats. So, about 8 years ago, I think it was Mr. Oscar Scomfield, I believe, is the name of the chap at Balliol. They tried something very experimental in men's Division 7 of Summer 8s, which was what we call the 5-3 rig. Which was there were 5 rowers on bow side. You're just kind of collapsing in a heap of shame there. 5 rowers on bow side and 3 rowers on stroke side. And they did a race like that. They got the approval from the senior umpires and all that type of stuff. They actually managed to get a bump on that day.
Dear Lord. It only goes to show that crew selection is quite important. If you pick 4 people who can row on each side, is so much better, and having one person who's ambidextrous really does help as well, because then you can do your 5 and 3 tricks.
Yes, yes, and I think they put 3 of the burliest ex-Balliol M1 rowers in those 3 seats at probably stroke 7 and bow, and then 5 regular rowers on stroke side or whatever, however they chose to kind of put all of that together. In terms of
There's one regatta where that could be a real bonus. Evesham Regatta goes round a bend, and there's a stagger of over an 8's length at the start, or there used to be. So if you're starting near the clubhouse side, you started an 8's length back in 8's, and it was terrifying because you then had to catch up all the way. But if you had 5 on one side and 3 on the other, that would give quite an advantage. Anyway, moving absolutely on. There's a serious race about to happen.
Yeah, we've got men's Division 2 in about 3 minutes' time.
These should be far less frenetic. The rowing should be quicker.
Oh, you've cursed it now. You've jinxed this division well and truly. Thank you.
Still, we'll have fewer bumps to clock. That's my prediction.
Possibly.
Or have I just put the mockers on it for you?
Well, who knows, and only time will tell. But yeah, you're listening to Phil and Matthew commentating men's Division 2, and after this one, we'll be having women's Division 2. At which point, I will exit stage left, probably followed by the bear from Balliol, and then I think Scott will be joining us with Matthew for the final 3 divisions of the day. I am tempted. When Scott joins us from the City of Oxford booth, should we tell him and say, "Have you heard about the Lineker penalty bump?" and really wind him up? Because if that's one way to wind Scott up, telling him a different result will get you a reaction, and who knows, it might even go viral.
That, I think, is worth doing. Is that Lineker 1 or Lineker 2?
Lineker W1.
Yeah, W1, okay. Yep. And that was for letting St Hilda's catch them. Okay.
I behind the scenes, I do know Scott quite well, and we do get along really well as with many of the committee. So a few of us have been friends over the years, from sharing in the shared misery of organising bumps and dealing with the bad situations that arise with angry people. So we have a lot of shared understanding and friendship as a result of that. It does mean that we tend to wind each other up at any opportunity we get, which we always find is funny.
And that is Phil backpedaling. So 1 minute to go. There's the smoke from the gun. And we're about to have the start of men's Division 2. The crew nearest us is Hertford, then Magdalen, then University College, St John's College, Merton, LMH, Corpus, Queens, and Brasenose back down. And the good thing is that LMH and Corpus Christi have just jumped out of their skins and got the adrenaline running, because that gun goes right off next to them.
And it's not quiet. I'll tell you that for nothing.
It's a proper gun. So they're now pushing the crews out. It's just less than half a minute to go. They'll all be counting down and getting themselves ready. And in fact, Magdalen are already squared up, and now you need to see the bow pairs just keeping the boat straight. Lovely straight line there from Hartford. Magdalen's pointing out slightly, and behind them University College as well. St John's they're just straightening up as well. This looks like it's a very controlled start. And
there we go. Men's Division 2 is underway.
There's a swerve there from Magdalen, which is, oh dear, that has cost them dear. Also, University College are going like the clappers at them.
The top 3 crews have all decided that they want to go up the middle of the river, which is a bit strange off the start. Meanwhile, yeah, we do have Univ making a really, really bright start off Magdalen. We'll see whether they are going for fly and die or whether they can secure that bump. I mean, Univ have left St John's in absolute clear water and disarray. St John's actually with a fair bit of pressure applied to them by Merton. I think two crews behind LMH, which is Queen's. Queen's gaining fairly rapidly on Corpus Christi. That's very close between crews 2 and 3. I don't think it's a bump yet.
Hasn't been acknowledged, has it?
No, I think did they type a swipe and they missed? They took a swipe and they missed. So Univ went for a swipe on Magdalen, didn't get it. If we can try and stay on Univ and Magdalen, as well as Corpus Christi and Queen's, those are the 2 really exciting bumps taking place in this division. And it's close as well between Merton and St John's. This is really an exciting men's Division 2. Absolutely fantastic racing.
There was me saying there wouldn't be many bumps.
Exactly. I told you.
And that's been acknowledged. So that's
which bump was that? Sorry.
Merton have just steered off to the right, haven't they?
So Merton have bumped St John's, I believe.
Oh, right,
okay. Yeah. So I think it'd be interesting if we can cut to camera 3 and see Hartford, Magdalen, and Univ as they.
Is that Queen's just pulling off as well?
Possibly.
Bump down the back.
Yeah, I think this is where the exciting bit's going to be. Magdalen are gaining quite a lot. Hartford, they have really closed over time. I think Magdalen, if they don't get caught by Univ, they will get Hartford here. This is really exciting and really tense. That's down to about a quarter, maybe even a third of a length as they go past long bridges. Yeah, it's hard to tell with the overlap, isn't it? With the because the boats are behind each other. Yeah, it's closing as we go along. Magdalen now sweeping back. Now, Magdalen can't overshoot this because if they overshoot it, they're going to go into the bank. And they got a reprieve from Univ, who steered badly. Can they avoid making the same mistake again with Hartford? That's getting very close now between those 2 crews. There's almost a whole canvas of overlap now between Magdalen and Hartford. Hartford Cox not really looking round, not knowing what's going on. And there's a concession. There's a concession. Magdalen have bumped Hartford. So let's have a look. Univ were very close to Magdalen. They swiped, they missed. That probably cost them a bump. Let's see what's going on with Corpus Christi and Queen's if they indeed are still racing. I think that maybe Queen's did bump Corpus, but it'd be good to see maybe if we stick at camera 3 and let's focus at the top of the gut. Let's see which crews are exiting there. I have to say, Univ are making a very good impression, and it's hard to tell from this angle, but they're making a very good impression. Will they get the overbump on Hartford? That could well be an overbump for Univ, and very well indeed if they manage to do that. That's hard to do in men's Division 2. To do an overbump, you've got to be very fast to do that.
They're weaving. I know they're crossing, but that's less than a length. I think they're they're trying to get a wallop, aren't they?
It looks like they may have gone for a free swipe, but actually they've probably taken a better line across the river. So there we go. There's a concession. So Hartford have been overbumped by University.
Not just a concession; it's a collision.
Yeah, it's a bump, clearly. Univ will now try and then do their absolute best to get out the racing line with 7 rowers because their bowman has caught a severe crab. So who do we see there? So we see LMH. We'll probably see Corpus Christi behind them. I don't think Corpus Christi will be making any... If we can zoom in on that crew that's just behind LMH, the one that's just doing the crossover. So we see kind of LMH who are kind of going off and doing their own race. They'll probably row over. Let's see what's going on with these 3 boats at the back of the division, because we can probably determine what bumps happen by seeing which crews remain. So if we can try and get a really close-up shot and see what colour the blades are, that will help us work out what's going on.
That crew blue. That's Corpus Christi.
Actually, that's sorry, no, that's LMH. Sorry, I must have got mistaken. The crew before was St John's. That's LMH because their unisuit style has the kind of like the white with a bit of colour in it.
Right.
So that's LMH. We've seen St John's go past. The next crew we see will be Corpus Christi. I only saw one crew behind that, so my money's on. I believe that Queens will have bumped Corpus Christi, so I'm going to call that now because we may have seen it on the stream. So we now see their
Brasenose will be the last crew in very dark blades. That should be Corpus
maybe.
Christi with 2 red stripes.
I think that's Corpus. Yep, that's Corpus. Can't see it very clearly on the stream, but I think you're absolutely right, that being Corpus. So Queens are no longer part of the race, so they bump Corpus Christi. And we just need to see whether this last crew is Brasenose or New College. Brasenose with the black blades, New College with the purple blades with 2 vertical gold stripes. So let's see the order of bumps by seeing who the last racing crew is in this division. I will just while we're waiting to see that last crew appear on screen, I will recap the bumps that we think we've seen so far. So I believe that Magdalen and University both bumped Hertford M1. That last crew there, I believe, is Brasenose. Yeah, that's Black Blades.
Yeah,
so New College have bumped Brasenose. So Brasenose are going to be exiting out of Men's Division 2 and drop down to the top of Men's Division 3 tomorrow. So in summary, bumps we've seen so far. Sorry, go ahead.
Queen's got Corpus Christi as well, we think.
Yes, I believe so, yeah. So Magdalen and Univ both got Hertford. Merton got St John's. LMH is a row over. Queen's bumped Corpus Christi, so Queen's are at +5 for this week, which is excellent.
Gosh.
And New College have bumped Brasenose. So the crews that will cross the finish line in order should be Hertford, St John's, LMH, Corpus and Brasenose, and those are the 5 crews that you should see on your screen. The top crew, Hertford, are just appearing on the right-hand side there, but you can see there's just 5 crews left because there's 5 crews that have bumped out.
And that was going to be the division that wouldn't have many bumps.
And in this division, Matthew, you've learned an important lesson. Never jinx a division because it will turn around and smack you in the face.
Well, I wouldn't say I jinxed it. I made it more exciting.
Oh, well, if you want to spin it that way, go for it. But I'm sure Hertford will not thank you for making it more exciting, he says in air quotes.
No, I'm terribly sorry. Hertford didn't enjoy the experience. I think it's a safe way of putting that one.
I think you're fair and right there.
So I've got the finishing order will be Magdalen at the head of that division, followed by University, followed by Hertford, who've come down from Division 1 and then down 2 places.
Yep, so they'll be going off on bung line 3 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Merton will be 4. St John's have come down 2 yesterday, another one today.
Correct.
LMH held station today, so they're on number 5. Queens have come up from Division 3 hugely and then gained another place today. Corpus Christi went up yesterday and came back down again. And then New College dropped back down to top of Division 2 and they've managed to get back up and hold themselves in.
Mm-hmm. At the expense of Brasenose, who will be exiting Men's Division 2 for the time being.
Yes, and they'll head up Division 3 tomorrow, unless there are some appeals. But I couldn't see anything.
What have I told you about jinxing it?
Well, I was just going to say I can't see anything that was appeal worthy in that, but then I wasn't in a boat, was I?
Very true. Very true.
So no, we're getting to really high class racing now, and you're getting to much better crews, and you can see again all the blades going in and out together, all the blades give or take parallel, and the quality does come up. Bearing in mind that none of the varsity rowers are involved in any of this because it's under Torpid's rules. If I'm correct on that one.
Scott will probably know more than I will because I think he's been close to the rules this year. But I have to say, actually, some of the rowing, the quality of the rowing in the middle and lower divisions has been, I think, surprisingly excellent given the limited amount of training that we've had this year. Yeah. So I think that, yeah, for an average, for a normal year, it's kind of average quality. But for a year like this, I think it is. Everyone has really punched above their mark and done an excellent job competing, being competitive. And even if you've gone down 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever places this week, I think everyone has a crew to be proud of and a competition that they should feel delighted to be a part of. Because I've got to say, even after leaving Oxford, there's nothing that quite matches bumps racing. There's many things that kind of scratch the surface, and I'm sure people go, oh, Henley's the best thing in the world. Never going to be a Henley rower, not got that quality, too much for belly, whatever. and I'm sure there's a thrill to be part of that, but the spirit and community and that feeling of being at bumps, I haven't found anything else that is quite like that sporting experience. So, you know, bumps is kind of my spiritual home, I think.
But it's a very different form of racing, and it's a very special form of racing. And I'll tell you for free that I race punts, which is even more barking mad than this. But it's an even smaller fraternity. And yes, the kindred spirit, you have a lovely day out when you go racing. And you take the races seriously, but you can have a drink with your opposition afterwards. And that, to me, is the definition of a good day's racing.
Yeah, and I think I will point out, you know, sometimes there's lots of accusations of poor sportsmanship, and sometimes some kind of rivalry that gets a little bit too serious between some of the crews. But on the flip side, I did see there was I think a post on one of the social media platforms overnight where I think yesterday St Anthony's had a foot plate problem, and the foot plate came off the boat, and they needed some kind of, you know, emergency tools and help and support in just fixing that issue, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to race. So what they did, they landed at the Longbridges pontoon. I think one of the Longbridges crews gave them a hand and got them on the way, and that is just fantastic sporting behaviour, that we're finding a way to get everyone to compete and have the chance to have a fair race, which you can't say fairer than that.
And it's just like the old days, where it was favours that were traded, not money. It's a much
exactly. So I was just looking at this. So I was just looking at crew there. You saw the the coach just running out, about to kick the bow out, because that was quite an acute angle into the pontoon. I have seen over the years many crews mount the pontoon like it's their wedding night. It really, sometimes there's some shocking landings, and there's some damage that can happen as a result of that.
That sounds almost as bad as Oriel Corner.
Yes, a video corner became Oriel Corner. That yes, there's lots of lots of fond affections of where various different crews have collided into the bank, and I have to say the crew that had the most association with crashing into the bank was Univ about 5 years ago, and there wasn't a bumps race pretty much where you go, Univ haven't crashed into the bank yet, and you start commentating the next division, and then Univ would magically find a way from being in the middle of the river to the bank. I don't know whether it's magic or teleportation or some kind of evil wizardry over Oxford, but the universe just found a way to make that happen, and my goodness, it was funny.
But there have been some interesting manoeuvres taken, some of which are aggressive, some of which are evasive, and some of which are totally inexplicable. And you just wonder what is going through the mind of someone when they make that decision, because there had to be a reason to take that action. Now, some of the steering has been somebody takes an air shot or catches a crab. Yes, there's nothing the Cox can do about that, but some of the decisions have been interesting. And then seeing the difference that is made when your bowman is taking half a stroke and does not carry on and take the racing start because the gun goes off. The boats are swinging through 15 degrees, and that is the most enormous amount for the Cox to rectify on strokes 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And that is pure handbrake on the start, just with the very moment you want to have the best start you can, you're putting out drag and ballast, and it's not good.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just turning around because I remember one of the most challenging situations I think I had was on the time I coxed to Blaze. I was in the middle of a 3-boat sandwich, managed to bump Wolfson on the first day, and then I was in a 3-boat sandwich the next day with Wolfson down to about a quarter of a length, if not a canvas on us, and I was closing on. I think it was either potentially Keble 2 or Regent's Park. Can't remember which the two it is, but that was nerve-wracking, and I had to I got the bump on the crew in front because they conceded, but if I stopped, Wilson would have ploughed straight into me, and you have to just sometimes it's just experience. You have to find a way to tell your crew, we've bumped, but do not stop, do not celebrate, keep rowing like your life depends on it. Find a way to maneuver yourself out of what's a very tricky 3-boat situation, and try and find a way, if you can, to tell Wilson, we've bumped, I'm not lying, we've bumped, you want to move around us and find a way to, you can still get a bump, we'll move out the way, just don't plough into us because we've already bumped. And sometimes some of those 3-boat sandwiches can be really tricky, as you've seen on some of the streams and some of the races in the gut today.
Yes, and it's also the matter of very fine timing when you're just going to catch the crew ahead. trying to make sure you don't get your stern walloped as you wallop theirs.
Exactly, exactly. So, you know, coxing requires lots of snap decisions, and sometimes you've got to be in those situations and not do it right, and that's sometimes the best way you learn is from mistakes, even in a coxing seat, even in a race.
And boy, have we seen some mistakes today.
Yes.
Really
I think
some of the crews,
Bob Ross calls them happy little accidents. If we're thinking in a more positive way about a learning mindset, so
well,
when you're painting, you can't make
learning
mistakes.
experiences. Yeah.
Exactly, yes. But some of these learning experiences have been fascinating to watch on stream, and I'm sure those of you who are watching live on YouTube have got a lot of entertainment out of learning. Those learning experiences. Who knew learning could be so fun?
Absolutely. Now, this is St Anne's, who've taken over from Bucket Hats and are wearing peaked caps.
Yeah, so they
There
look
you
to
go.
be kind of like the visors where the top of the cap is off, and actually
Yeah.
you have like a kind of a wide elastic band around the side. So the benefit is that in strong wind, your cap doesn't get blown off, because I've definitely had a few caps almost blow off during the middle of a race before.
Yes. I've been on a launch following a race, and one of the timekeepers was had his Munich Olympics cap on, and it just blew off and sailed past me. Just I was able to touch it as it disappeared, and it just sat in the river. And you know that one, it's irreplaceable, and two, it's going to sink.
And if that was in bumps 3, a marshal would have confused it for a swan. And on that note, I think now's probably a good time to take a break, because I think that Scott Houghton will be joining us for Women's Division 2 and those interesting wink results for Women's Division 3 that Matthew, I know that you're fully briefed on. So I think now's a good time to take a break, and Scott will do his sound check live from City of Oxford Rowing Club, and Scott and Matthew will take you through the final 3 divisions of the day. So thank you very much for everyone so far who's been watching us on YouTube. We're still live going through to about 6:50 this evening after Women's Division 1, which is the final race of the day. How exciting.
Starts at 6:45.
Exactly. So we'll take a little break. Now's a good time to go and get yourself a drink and a snack and get yourself ready. Your ticket gets you the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge. See you soon.
Hiya. Who am I talking to?
This is
Scott.
This is Scott. Yes, I'm now ready in the City of Oxford.
Whoa, well
In
done.
the City of Oxford bar. We've got
Oh,
myself-
right. A pint before you after all your exertions on the bike.
Oh yes, it felt like it was the right place to be for this afternoon for these last 3 divisions. So.
Can you explain to me why it was that Lineker got a penalty bump in Division 3?
Which division, the men's or the women's? Is that?
Women's.
I'm not aware of that happening at all.
I'm on the there's a Bumps Live website. That's got the spiders chart.
Yeah, I'm looking at that myself, and it's showing me Lineker rowing over because having been
of that, which I'm sure will come up on screen. But we had Cats rowing over, and in fact, the top 3 crews rowed over. Mansfield also rowed over, as did Wolfson. Then Lineker, who got a bump yesterday, rowed over. And the first crew to gain today was Teddy Hall, who gained 1 place, and that was at the expense of St Hilda's. and then we had Peters. St Peters came up at the expense of St Hugh's, and from Division 4, Corpus bumped Worcester. So Worcester go down to Division 4, and it was Corpus Christi have come up into Division 3. So it's a good day for them. They came up 2 places in the day. So that's the Division 3 results as far as I can see them. We have our next race will be the women's Division 2 at 5:40. I think Scott has disappeared. So we're just waiting now for the gun that sets them off. We can see there that Magdalen have got a good line. They're pointing slightly towards the bank. All the three crews at the front are pointing much more straight than previous men's crews were. They're squared up and ready. Blades nicely covered there from Jesus, slightly less so from Magdalen. And red blades from St. Anne's all on view. And they're away. So we've got Magdalen leading the charge, and Jesus will be trying their very best to catch them.
1, 2.
So the first three crews away, but the fourth crew there, Trinity, have made headway already against St. Anne's. They've really closed up the gap. It's down to a length already, and they've opened up the gap with the crew behind.
Absolutely, a strong start from Trinity. Sorry about the gap there. I was just having a little bit of technical issue, but hopefully I'm back now.
And then 2 places back, Somerville are making a real fist of getting LMH. In fact, they're probably going to catch them before Donington Bridge. That is a really good start from Somerville.
Fantastic start from Somerville. As we switch to the next camera, we now see Jesus closing on Magdalen at top of division. Very scrappy from Magdalen, but not looking tidy at all as they come into the gap.
And Jesus have pulled away from St. Anne's, who are just about, they've conceded there.
We saw a concession from St. Anne's, and we see a concession from Lady Margaret Hall on Somerville.
Yes, that's Somerville. So 2 bumps almost immediately, or almost at the same time.
And we see, I think Brasenose are just slowly closing in on St. John's. They might get them, but I think it's going to take them a little while.
And then it's St. Cat's who've come up from the division below, who are a fair way behind Brasenose.
Yeah, as we see, Jesus still haven't quite caught Magdalen. They're very, very close. This is going to be a fun one as we come through the gut. Magdalen Cox looking round, so Jesus must be right on their tail. See if they are going to steer this nicely. Hopefully, we'll switch the camera at Longbridge and camera 3. As we see Brazen getting very close to the
Oops.
I'm catching a crab.
And Brasenose were just about to get a bump there. That won't have helped any.
So let's see if we can have a look at camera 3, see if we can see what's going on between Jesus and Magdalen at the top. Magdalen and Jesus look like they're clearing out. So I think,
Jesus, yes, they must have had the bump.
It looks like there has been a bump there. Well done to Jesus. So that will put Jesus up into Women's Division 1.
Yes, they look happy.
To the tree.
But Magdalen have to carry on because they've got to go right the full course all anyway. But we have 3 crews close together there, which are the nearest to us is the second nearest to us is Brasenose, and Cats are the ones who the sandwich boat from the division below. They don't look like they've got the pace to catch up. But Brasenose ahead of them, definitely catching up on St. John's.
St. Catherine's not taking the greatest line there either. They're following the bay. That bay really is worth just straight lining. It's quite minor on the inside. You don't really want to follow it round unless there's very high stream.
And that's St. Anne's with their red visors on. They're looking very neat and tidy. But with Jesus having bumped out, they have to try and catch Magdalen 2 ahead of them.
Absolutely, which I think is going to be a bit of an ask for St. Anne's, and they, of course, have already been caught by Trinity. So we see Brasenose now pushing up on St. John's. See if they can keep it clean. They got very, very close, and their bow girl caught a crab. So
they were so close before. They're gaining every stroke. You can see that gap closing.
Definitely closing. John Scott's looking around. He's wondering how long it's going to be. Only a few feet in it now. In fact, we might just be starting to get overlap on the surge. Johns do not have long here. They're going to try, and as soon as they rudder straight, they're probably going to put in a push out of the gut, see if they can walk away from Brasenose, but I don't think they're going to be able to. Brasenose just need to keep it clean for a couple more strokes, and I think they'll have them.
And also St. John's have to cut across the river. So
absolutely. So
the way they want, they're trapped.
Yeah, Brasenose are sitting in very much the correct position, although John's
but they've pulled away. They've pulled away. Well done, St. John's. That's a good effort when they've been caught up twice. We'll see what that gap looks like as they come up towards Boathouse Island. We see the nice large gaps at the front between Magdalen and St. Anne's. Of course, Jesus have bumped out of there, and between St. Anne's and LMH, where Trinity have bumped out. And a fairly large gap back from LMH to, I believe that's Lincoln, because some of us we saw bump out. Somerville bumped out, yes. So it's Lincoln, St John's and Brasenose, and it's that battle for the final place between Brasenose and St John's. And it looks like St John's have pulled away significantly there, and they're continuing to open up a gap. So
Absolutely.
obviously the Cox has cracked the whip, said the right thing, and it has worked. And now they've got second wind, and they look like they're in danger of catching the crew in front now.
We'll see. It certainly they look like they're being able to walk away from Brasenose. I suspect Brasenose have put all of their effort into the first third of the race and are now somewhat spent. They don't really have any reserves left to give.
No, the blade work is starting to lose its cohesion, I think is the polite way of putting it.
Absolutely. They'll just have to hope that they can hold off St Catherine's, who've probably been having a fairly controlled race up until this point.
Gosh, they've got a length. St John's have pulled a length on Brasenose after having had an overlap.
Yeah.
That's impressive. Or the doors have come off behind them. I think Phil was talking about fly and die before.
Well, it's
I think they've flown.
It's definitely a valid tactic. Unfortunately, it doesn't always pay off, and provided that you can, it's not too bad provided you can stay away from the crew behind. But what you really don't want is to fly and die and then get caught by the crew behind you instead. So.
No, and here comes St Cat's.
Yeah.
They're closing very quickly. They are really closing.
They are, but I don't think they're going to make it. I think they're just going to run out of river.
It's by the blue narrowboat this finish, isn't it?
It is, yes. I think you can just about see the post, although it's a little bit blurry.
At this end of the day, most things tend to be blurry, don't they? No, they probably won't go. Unless, well, if they have another crab, Brasenose will be caught. They look like they're going for it, St Cat's.
They are definitely going for it.
Oh, well, they were. They steered away. That's a pity.
Brasenose looking like they're running. Maybe it's closer than it looks.
It's so difficult at this distance. It's such a pity.
It is difficult to make it out from here, but I'm pretty sure
they are definitely. They're veering away.
They're veering away. They're definitely going to make it across the line safely.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way Cats are going to make up that gap.
And one of the anomalies of this race is that it's the stern crossing the line that counts, that makes you safe, not the bows.
Absolutely. It's about getting your whole crew off the race course. Once you're off the race course, then you are safe. And we see all the crew.
They stopped together.
Down.
They stopped together. Wow. That was a lot of running away. Are you by any chance? Are you in a bar by any chance, Scott?
I am, although it's fairly quiet in here. Most of the patrons are outside, so.
It sounds much more sociable than everybody else has been. That was a good row there from St Cat's.
It was a very good row from St Cat's. They nearly got that one simply by rowing clean and not going too hard. Brasenose put in a valiant effort, but St John's just about managed to hold them off, it looked like.
Now, Phil at this point was spotting all the bumps that he'd seen. And as far as I can tell, Jesus got Magdalen.
Yep.
Trinity got St Anne's. And Somerville got LMH.
Yes, I don't think we saw any more than that. I think those are the only ones we saw.
And then at the back, the last three crews rode the course and didn't have any changes.
The last four crews, yeah. So Lincoln, St John's, Brasenose and St Catherine's all rode over at the back, it looks like.
Yes. So then we now have the crews all going down to the start. For the men's Division 1. So this should be the pinnacle of the men's rowing.
It certainly should be. We saw Oriel row over to maintain their headship yesterday away from Pembroke, so we will see if they can maintain that for another day.
Yeah. In fact, there were only two bumps, weren't there, in the men's?
Yesterday, yes, I think there were only two.
Wolfson went down and Keeble came up from the division below.
Yes. So I think that the ones to watch today are again going to be Christchurch, who bumped Wolfson yesterday. I think they're going to have a really good go at St Catherine's today. And then we will have to see what happens further down the division. Keeble obviously are now into this division properly. And of course, they will have Magdalen on bone line 10, Hertford having dropped down in men's division 2 earlier. So they're going to be chasing Keeble. I don't think they're going to put too much pressure on Keeble, but we will see.
No, also Christchurch, all the other Christchurch men's crews, I hasten to say men's crews that I've seen have done well, although two of them were in the Division 7, but they both came up in Division 7. And in Division 4 they went up as well.
They certainly seem to be having a very strong year, the Christchurch men. The women aren't doing too badly either. I mean, the Christchurch W1 bumped up yesterday. The
Yes, they did.
had the unfortunate situation where they stopped racing and the entire division rode past them, but that got sorted
yes,
out.
no,
And their W3 have bumped up both yesterday and today. So Christchurch overall doing extremely well this year.
Yes, I saw Christchurch yesterday when they had that horrific time. But they have recovered one place. They've gone back up into Division 5 in the women's side.
It was somewhat expected. They were a reasonably quick crew. They just, it's sometimes crews make these wrong decisions. And one of the things about Torpids is you must, realistically, if you are not sure that you have gained a bump, you should keep going. Because it's better to row the course and find out that you've actually bumped than to stop and have the entire division go past you.
And they got tagged, which turned them, didn't it? And that was terrible thing. Anyway, so that was Women's Division 2, and we believe, if we got this right, that Jesus will finish head and will be the sandwich boat and do it all again.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that came Magdalen, and then Trinity have overtaken St Anne's, Somerville have overtaken LMH, and then Lincoln, St John's, and Brasenose will remain where they were.
Yep,
that's about right.
To me.
That's why Phil's gone. You see, he's done all the difficult bumping ones, and he's left me with the ones that stayed simple. Because we were talking earlier and saying, yesterday I was the bumps virgin, and now today I've woken up and I'm going, what have I let myself in for?
It certainly takes a little bit of getting used to, doesn't it?
So I'm really glad I'm on with a couple of bumps experts and on committee, even though I had to put up with being a bit northerner.
Well, you're not the only northerner. I'm from Lancaster myself. So I used to.
Oh, you're Lancaster, but at least Phil was God's own county.
No, I used to row on the Loon, a very nice stretch of water.
Oh, right.
Even if it's a little bit quiet.
Yes. What river's the? No, it's good. I'm so old that marbles are going. Northwich. What river's there?
Northwich row on the Weaver. I think it's the Weaver.
The Weaver. It is the Weaver. You're right. That's a fun little river to row on. So,
yeah, they run a very good little head, does Northwich, on one of the bank holiday Mondays. They've done it a few times. Very entertaining.
Yes. And this looks like Teddy Hall.
This is St Edmund Hall M1 getting ready. Looking like they're going to do a practice start in front of us. See how
I was just looking. I was very confused because in Division 1 I couldn't see Teddy Hall because I had the women's race up. So yes, they'll be going off bung line number 6, won't they?
They will indeed. So Wilson drops one yesterday. We'll see if Teddy Hall can put the pressure on Wilson. It's going to be an interesting one. Wilson generally looks quicker in the head races, but we'll see. They didn't seem to fare too well once they were in the rough water.
A lot of folks struggle in rough water, but today there shouldn't be much rough water unless they're actually catching a crew up completely.
Well, that's the thing. But the closer you get, then the worse the conditions get. So it's something you do have to really try and get used to. If you're, it's all very well being able to row on rough water, on smooth water. Sorry, when you're trying to defend the headship. But as soon as you're not, the further down you get, the more choppy it gets. So.
And also, the thing I found amazing is the amount of backwash you get from these walls off an 8, where the swell that follows an 8 bounces about, and it's particularly on the concrete walls.
Yeah, well, these hard concrete walls on the bottom half of the course really do bounce it back. It's not so bad on the top stretch once you've got the trees that help dissipate everything, but this first half of the course really does throw the wash straight back at you.
Which is something fortunately I won't be having to put up with. Those days are well behind me. Having spent far too many years facing backwards in a boat, I now found the joy of facing forwards. So it's far more relaxing either to have a motor, to be in a punt, or to be in a powered boat. Umpiring, which is always good fun. So the umpires here follow each crew, don't they?
Yes, we use the word umpire, but it's nothing to do with the British rowing use of the word. In our case, the word umpire is simply volunteers from the various colleges who come along. We've assigned one to each crew. We try to assign them impartially as much as we can. And they cycle alongside and see what bumps have occurred and then report back centrally so that we can determine what the official results are going to be. So.
Okay. And then the only other person on the bank next to them is a coach, I believe.
Yes, they're allowed to have one bank rider. They're not obliged to. They don't need to have a bank rider, assuming the cox has the correct status to be out unsupervised.
Trusted, yes. But I'm sure there'll be a lot of people who want to come and watch who want to be the one bank rider. Because looking at that towpath, it's completely empty. Which is, I mean, great for everyone who's able to watch online, and it's fantastic. And thank you to First Sight for setting this up. It's brilliant.
You do really need it to be quite empty. It's very difficult to follow along with your crew, and especially for the umpires who have to be watching the crew when they're having to weave through members of the public and try to keep up. It's particularly as we get into men's Division 1, the crews really are going quite quickly. You do have to cycle reasonably hard to keep up with them sometimes. So.
And the worst thing that can happen with the bicycle is when someone waits until you're 6 feet away and then they step to one side to get out of your way.
Absolutely.
Thus stepping straight in front of where you're aiming for. Hey ho. But so coming up, those are that's Trinity. Can't see a stripe on that.
I think it's Magdalen Black Blades. Yeah, it's one of the slight annoyances with quite a lot of the.
Oh, because they've come up. They've come up, haven't they?
One of the slight annoyances with quite a lot of the blade patterns is that they only paint the distinctive part on the inside face of the spoon, so you don't get to see it when they're coming towards you. So we just see plain black. But looking at the black and white unisuits, I do believe that's Magdalen.
It's a bit like the cat's blades that are different on one side from t'other.
Mm. No,
and Baylor, if they have the white ones, presumably Baylor going off, and this will be the first 8. Therefore, they should have the white blades with the red lion on.
Yes, I think we just saw them before we panned down to watch a bit more of Magdalen. I think that was Baylor paddling towards us in the back of shot. Now we're going to get a nice view of Magdalen doing a practice start.
A practice start, yes.
And we see that Magdalen have rigged their boat with the tandem or bucket rig there in the middle, where 4 and 5 are on the same side of the boat. There's a couple of reasons you can do this. From a physics point of view, supposedly it stops the boat wiggling quite as much, which makes it run a little bit faster, but it can also be used to help out a rower who's a little bit technically weaker, so they can exactly follow the man in front rather than have to try and mirror the man in front.
Yeah, and we won't see them start because they'll be down on bung line 10, sorry. And they had a distinct pull round to bow side. So pulling away from the bank when they just did that practice start. So it'll be interesting to see if they do that in the real start.
Absolutely.
Now here's a crew that's trying to terrorise their opposition by doing their tap turn.
And this is Balliol. So we see they're not using the white blades with the lion. They are using the standard club blades, the blue and red slash.
Do they have to be awarded the blades? Is it like, because I know there's a couple of the school crews, they award colours. So they become entitled to race in a different strip.
I'm not entirely certain. It may be something to do with that, but quite often some of the colleges have, they do consider the first 8 to be more prestigious than the first torpid. So it may simply be that this is the first torpid crew, therefore they do not row with the first 8 blades. But
torpid meaning something to do with slow, doesn't it?
It does. So originally, torpids was the competition for the second 8s. Summer 8s were first boats. Torpids was exclusively for second boats originally. That has changed over the years, but that is where the name originally comes from.
Okay, and this is Keeble turning, I presume.
That is Keeble, so they'll be going off on bung line 9. So they're making
kit that actually matches the blades, which is nice.
Yes, it's not quite as nice close up. I'll be honest. It's a little bit busy for my liking, but it is at least all matching and as you say, matching with the blades.
My son went to Uri and they had some black, white and red busy kit. And they had checkerboard kit, they had stripy kit. Oh, Lord. All I know is that they all run in the washing machine. But, So going down there, that's just that's Trinity, is it, with the dark stripe on the blades?
Yeah, unfortunately missed that. I was looking away, so I can't help you out, unfortunately.
Just ordering another pint in the bar. Yeah.
Shouldn't have been Trinity. They should be down the bottom. So I'm not sure who that would have been. Actually, I didn't see.
Okay, but there's several crews. It's not Pembroke. It's not Cat.
No, it shouldn't be
Not
Oriel because they
Christchurch.
should be rowing with the turtle or tortoise blade.
Yeah.
That was being corrected on which it was yesterday. So, and there we see Christchurch. So they bumped up yesterday. We'll see if they can make another bump today. And St Edmund Hall also spinning. So they'll be going down to bungline 6. Christchurch on bungline 4.
And these are the crews that actually have a chance of being head.
St Edmund
top-
Hall wouldn't. They're too far down, really, unless they got very
Yeah.
lucky with circumstance. Christchurch certainly are in with a chance of making head by the end of the week. But yes, the top 4, all of them being with a chance. Although, as we've already seen Pembroke and St Catherine's row over ones behind Oriel, so they would have to do something quite different in order to make
Yes.
that happen. I think that realistically, the fight for the week is going to be between Oriel and Christchurch.
Okay, and that's only going to happen once. That has to be Friday.
Unless Christchurch managed to catch St Catherine's and St Catherine's catch Pembroke, that will be the showdown on Friday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got 10 minutes to go to the start. That's the yellowish blades. So that's actually Wolfson.
That's Wolfson on bungline
Yeah.
5. Absolutely. So they dropped one yesterday. They were hoping they can hold off St Edmund Hall. That should be a good fight, I think.
But having dropped one, they're not going to catch Christchurch, are they?
It would be unusual. I mean, it has happened before. Something can always go wrong. But
And that is the tortoise. That's Oriel.
that is Oriel, and then we also
Yeah.
see Pembroke in their pink tops,
In the
making their
pink,
way
yep.
into the start as well. The white blades with the pink stripe on the end.
Yes. Yes, that's an honest pink, unlike any other pinks on the river that we might know of. They call their colour cerise as well.
I'm not sure what they officially call it, actually. I've never asked them. And here we see St Catherine's making their way down as well with their first 8 row with what is essentially a zoomed in version of the standard club blades. The standard club blades being the light blue with the Catherine wheel on the front. The first 8 row with that, but a much more zoomed in picture.
I would suggest it's the curse of the blade painter.
The wonderful thing these days is it's far easier to do with cut vinyl stickers than it is with actual paint a lot of the time, unless it's a fairly simple design. So.
And there's another bowl coming from now on.
I'm taking it as a postgraduate too.
That's actually one of the fellows. So I believe
Is it?
I believe he's the senior member of the boat club. So being at Oxford University, the fellows do officially count as students. So they are fully eligible to row in any of the boats.
Which is how Boris Rankoff got to do so many boat races. Is it not?
I think that's part of it, yeah. But it's not. Yeah, there aren't that many that do, but there are certainly the odd one or two here and there.
Mm. And he's vying for head of the river, bless him.
Absolutely. He's been here for an awfully long time. Unfortunately, his name escapes me at the moment. I really should know. I think it's Ben Davies from memory. Has certainly previously been the senior member of the Oxford University Lightweight Rowing Club as well.
Oh, right. Well, I was trying to pull up the crew names, but I've obviously got the wrong links for that. So 7 minutes to go, so they're all turning, and you can see the discipline of these crews. They're all much more controlled and relaxed about this.
Absolutely.
And they're all doing essentially the right thing at the right time. Okay, the bows of the Pembroke crew may be a little close to the bank, but we'll gloss over that. And again, it must be very strange for them having no crowd, because this is when you'd have a lot of people on the bank.
Absolutely,
watching the Divisions 1.
You definitely would for the top few divisions. That's when you'd really have it. And as I was saying yesterday, it's not usually too busy down at the start. There's not really enough space. The towpath is quite narrow, but certainly once you get into the gut, and then especially once you get up along Boathouse Island, that's where the crowds really start to gather, and you really get a phenomenal roar as you go past.
That must be quite uplifting.
Yes, no, it definitely is. It's
Mind you, I was thinking the other thing also, you've got people who've just about finished work and can dash down to see the top division. So
yes,
you'll
you
get
can.
more people anyway.
Given we're after 6 p.m., you can definitely come down and watch, even if you have been at work. Although normally, of course, the last day of racing is on a Saturday. We deliberately moved things
Yes.
a day earlier this year just to try and limit the number of people we get coming down to watch, reasoning that midweek we are much less likely to get as many people as we would on a weekend.
Good thinking. And that's the 5-minute gun just gone off. Up
It
the
is.
smoke.
And we can see a few crews still making. Is that a crew making its way down, or is that a kayak on the left of screen? I can't
There was a
quite tell.
kayak was making its way down. I don't think there are any rowing boats going down at the moment. We can see 2, 4, 6, 7. And then we a couple more round the bend.
You can certainly see the top 8 all appear to be attached. I assume that 9 and 10, which is Keeble and Magdalen, are attached, although we can't really see them from where we are here.
The only thing I've just noticed, there's a second Salters boat moored up.
There is, but
Sure.
that's where it's on the opposite side of the river from the
Yeah.
main racing line. It might be a small factor in crews clearing, but nothing too major. It's
One or two crews have come close earlier on today.
I'm sure they will have done, but it really shouldn't be in the way. If you bumped so early, you can stop behind it. Fantastic. If you have to go beyond it, there's more than enough space as you pull in front of
Yeah.
the City of Oxford Boathouse. Yeah.
And it's very interesting to see these boats are automatically keeping themselves pointing in the right direction. There's no fuss, no palaver, no major swings.
No, well, you
They
can
just-
see that the polemen are holding onto the bow or two really
Yeah.
easily, so you can see the poles certainly on the first couple of crews. So until we get to after the 1 minute gun, they'll be holding them, and that'll keep them pretty much stationary, and also helps them walk all the way forwards on the bung line to make sure they're
Yes.
as far up as they
Cool.
can be.
Yeah.
It's not actually required. The only rule is that you have to be holding the bung line when the gun goes off. So there was a few years ago, quite a few years ago now, before my time actually, that I think it was St Edmund Hall crew tried to game the system and start as far back on their bung line as possible, but go before the gun went off.
Oh, I
this-
see. So they jumped the start, but actually still held the line.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, it didn't work because the timing is not that precise. So it's extremely likely you will mistime it and find that your cox either has to let go or gets pulled out of the boat before the gun goes off. So
Yes.
one of those ideas that is quite a nice one in theory, but doesn't quite work in practice.
Yes, and in some of the previous divisions, actually, we've seen these boats swinging around all over the place, despite the fact there's not a breath of wind. And you can see that the water is just calm until the gun goes off. It's just perfect conditions for rowing. There's a bit of stream run. There is a bit of stream running still.
There is a little bit, although it is quite calm. The lock is the weir down at Italy Lock is mostly closed in, so there's not much stream, and as you said, there's very little wind. So
No, I was up there a couple of weeks ago, trying to get a punt round Oseney Lock, and the stream on the river was amazing.
it did get very high 2 or 3 weeks ago. We were on the very high blue. We have a flag system here for the colleges to know when it is or isn't safe to row. We're on a very high blue flag, so not quite into the realm where they can't go out, but getting quite close. It was rather fast. Which of course, when you've got a lot of novice rowers and especially novice coxes who you can't really allow out in those conditions, it's not particularly conducive to them getting the water time that they need.
No, but it does make a big difference to this race because, of course, we're going upstream, and the closer you are to the bank, the better. And then there's a toss-up of whether you take that bay or you cut across it.
Definitely,
And then how sharp do you cross the river when you make the two crossings?
And those sorts of decisions really do depend on what the stream conditions are. I've even seen a few coxes insist that when you're going through the gut and there is that bay on the left, that actually if it's high stream, the better line is to go all the way over to the right, and then you have a cleaner line in.
Yep.
I'm not sure I agree with them, but I've certainly seen that line used to quite good effect in the past. So
It tends to be the better crew makes better use of that ploy.
Yes, and it does, of course, depend on what's going on in front of you. You don't want to do that if you're down towards the back of the division and the crew in front is going to clear out into where you want to race. But if you're going off towards the top, you have pick of the line, really.
Yes. Yeah. Things are happening. There's the gun.
That was the 1 minute, so we now start to see the crews getting pushed out by the polemen into the middle of the river, or just a little way away from the bank. Make sure that the bow side, stroke side blades do not clip the bank as they set off. And the polemen will help try and line them up. They will ask for taps from bow and two, but of course the cops can do the same if they know, for example, that their boat won't go off quite straight. Although,
yes,
Division 1, you would expect it to go off pretty straight.
Although that Magdalen start had a definite pull round. That was a practice start we saw.
Yes, it did.
Pembroke are facing out a bit, aren't they?
They are. Although this is sometimes the preference of the cocks. It's always better to point slightly out and have to steer back than it is to point slightly in and crash into the bank. So
yes, but parallel I would have thought was the obvious.
I would say Pembroke probably want to bring it in a bit, and they do seem to be taking a few small taps, but they are still pointing out quite a way.
They look like they're trying to put tension on the bung line.
And there's the start gun I just
There we go.
And we see the smoke. We are off. And yeah, so you saw Pembroke swing straight immediately on that start. So clearly the cops are aware that they do swing around a little bit on the start.
Whereas Oriel have moved out more towards the middle of the river.
And we see, I think,
and the fourth crew back, that's Christchurch, are making a move.
They are starting to make a move on St Catherine's, as we somewhat predicted. They bumped Wolfson yesterday. They're closing St Catherine's down quite quickly. So this is going to be one of the interesting points in this division. The only one I'm fairly certain is going to happen, in fact. There's a few others that might be interesting, but I would definitely like to follow that Christchurch St Catherine's one. As we go up, we see Oriel maintaining the distance to Pembroke, really, and Pembroke, I think, maintaining, possibly slightly pulling away from St Catherine's.
That looks level. Actually, now it doesn't look like Christchurch have made that much.
No, it doesn't. Christchurch must have had a quick first couple of strokes, and then St Catherine's have found their stride, I think.
And Christchurch actually look a little ragged for such a fast crew. I'm surprised.
Well, and we see Teddy Hall getting very close on Wolfson.
Wolfson have obviously had a shipwreck, and Teddy Hall are going to have them.
They are. Wolfson steering very wide, Teddy Hall taking a nice.
And they're hitting the strokeman's blade.
It's no concession yet, though. I don't think they're quite there.
But they must have. How did they manage not to hit?
I'm not sure. I think the parallax on the camera is confusing us slightly. They must not quite close. Wolfson's steering away now, so they clearly know that Teddy are there.
And then the red bucket hats from Balliol.
I still haven't seen an arm come up from the Wolfson Cox. We see Pembroke pretty much.
That's Pembroke again.
And yeah, Christchurch aren't really closing down St Catherine's, are they? They're pretty much maintaining a length, maybe slightly under. They might be putting a bit of a push on as they come through the gut, but it's not as big as I would have expected it to be.
How much quicker is the water in the gut than the wider bit of river? Do you feel it here?
You don't feel it so much, but it is definitely noticeable. You do notice the boat slow down and the crew behind start to catch. And we see Teddy half bumped.
That's definitely got to be a bump. That's Wolfson getting snaffled, isn't it?
Wolfson wants to get themselves moving, otherwise they're going to be caught by Balliol as well if they don't get on with it.
They should have conceded that a little earlier, shouldn't they?
They definitely should, and unfortunately they're probably now going to have to cross early because they're pointing at such an angle that otherwise they're going to be going right up the middle of the river as we see Teddy Hall clearing out towards Longbridge. Is the very sensible thing to do. Oriel looking quite comfortable here at the top of the division, I have to say.
That looks relaxed.
It does look very relaxed. Pembroke comfortably holding St Catherine's but not really putting Oriel under any pressure, and Christchurch crossing very early, I have to say.
Yeah. They must know something we don't. But Phil asked me in the last session, what does good rowing look like? And I would say Oriel. That really does look good. And Pembroke are in danger of getting caught. They look like they went to try and catch Oriel and are fading somewhat.
I don't think that they're in danger of getting caught. I think you're right. I think you're right that they're fading, but this is the thing from Pembroke. You know, they know Oriel are going to be quick over the course, and they know Oriel are going out to row the whole course. So for them, the race plan really has to be attack hard off the start, hope you get them, and if you don't, just try to hold off the crew behind. And I don't think St Catherine's have enough to catch them. So I think Pembroke will be able to hold them off again.
Okay, that must be Magdalen coming up, not having got anywhere near.
No, Magdalen have not caught Keeble, and we come along about outside. St Catherine's still just over a length behind Pembroke, it looks like. I think that all three of these crews are going to make it quite comfortably up to the
And
finish.
Christchurch not near them,
No,
most
Christchurch
significantly.
clearly dropped
Uh,
back.
They've disappeared again. There we
Well,
go. That's the bellman with the white hat.
coming into shot now, but they've definitely dropped back from where they were coming just under Darlington Bridge. So maybe they just went very hard off the start and have also faded. But that's going to be a real dampener on their campaign if they were trying to get up to the headship this year.
I was just going to say, I think that's the headship gone.
I would suspect so. I've got if Christchurch don't manage to catch anything today, I have a feeling that Oriel are going to be able to hold it for the rest of the week reasonably comfortably.
As I've learned that making predictions in bump races is tempting providence, but I would suggest seeing those four crews together, they look to have the similar pace. And if Christchurch were going to do something, they have to try and whittle away at one boat a race, don't they?
They really do.
And
As we see
they've
Wilson
missed this
coming,
one.
we see Wilson coming into the shot. Now, how close have
Yep.
Balliol managed to get to Wilson after that entanglement they had with Teddy Hall? It's a little hard
Not
to tell
very.
as We see Balliol's blades. No, they're a lot closer than they were at the start, but they're not going to make that gap up,
Then-
unfortunately.
No, that's a good length and a bit, I'd say, with the foreshortening. And
As we
even
see-
more back to, that's Trinity.
That is Trinity. They've not managed to catch anything, and that is
No.
Keeble. Keeble have not managed to catch Trinity. So only one bump in this division, it looks like, which is not overly surprising for men's division
No.
one. You do get the occasion where the entire division rows over and no bumps occur whatsoever, but only the one bump here, which was St Edmund Hall on Wolfson.
And there's Magdalen.
There's Magdalen bringing up the rear, so they're going to be a little disappointed. They have to row back in men's division 2 again tomorrow, but that's life, I'm afraid.
Well, they've had a good workout, haven't they? Let's be honest.
So, absolutely, and they're still up on where they started, so they're doing well, even if they aren't doing quite as well as they'd like.
Yes, they've got two places over the 2 days, haven't they?
Mm.
So even I can work out what the finishing order is on this one.
That was a fairly easy one. I'm sure the race committee will be very happy that will be a very easy one to put the official results out for.
But there was some good rowing in there. That was good to see. And very few boats following up the safety boat.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you can see the difference. You can see the difference in the pace of these boats because the safety boat is actually making a wash for the first time that I've seen this afternoon.
Yeah, and having driven it when you're following up men's Division 1, you really do have to gun it. It sometimes does struggle to keep up with these men's first eights when they're really kicking it along.
Yeah.
It looks like I think some of the Magdalen rowers might have overexerted themselves a little bit there. The medic is just checking on them, but it looks like everybody's okay.
It'll be someone shouting, "Sit up, sit up."
Most likely something along those lines at least.
Yeah, the drama queen lying back on the chap's legs behind you. Sorry, not supposed to say things like that. I always found it very annoying if somebody lay on my knees. Get off.
See, this is why I always appreciate the bow seat, is you can do that without annoying anybody. And quite often, it depends on the boat, but some boats do have a very comfortable bow canvas.
But you see, then all your kit has safety pin holes in the back of it, doesn't it?
It's the disadvantage.
Yes. That's close. That's very close.
That's not the brightest place to spin there, Teddy Hall. You really should have let Oriel come through there.
No, that would have gone down well, wouldn't it? No, I've only had the joy of rowing a bow a few times. I'm slightly heavy for most bow seats. And I remember putting a dustbin bag up the inside of my kit to do the full head. Because it was, this is in the days before Lycra, I hasten to add. But it was very unpleasant turning under Hammersmith Bridge.
The bow seat in bumps racing is really quite a terrifying seat to be in, actually, because you're the one who is closest to the crews, and you really can hear them behind you as you get close.
And you can talk to their cocks. You
can, but at the same time, you really need to try not to be tempted to. It's very important to keep your head in your own boat and row well so you catch them. Although that said, I have seen a few bow seats who, when there is a lot of overlap, have reached out of the boat to touch the stern of the boat next to them.
Yes.
To really drive home the point that yes, we've bumped you. You should have conceded by now.
Tapping on the boat is always a sign that they're very close. And looking at this, it looks like Wilson went down 2 places there.
I don't think they did.
Oh, sorry, no, they went down one yesterday and one today. You're right, it was just Teddy Hall and Bolton.
Yes, they're down 2 overall, but only down 1 today.
Yeah,
That's
you're right. So seeing an amateur like me trying to get it right, and I still managed to make a mess of it. So we have basically Oriel finished at the top of the table with Pembroke behind them. St Cat's third, and then Christchurch, who came up yesterday, held station today. St Edmund Hall, Teddy Hall made up a place today over Wolfson. And then after that, we had, as they started, Balliol, Trinity, and then Keble.
Yep. And Magdalen rowing over at the bottom.
And Magdalen rowing over in number 10. Yeah.
Go back into the head of Men's Div 2 tomorrow and see if they can hold off, I think, University College, if I remember correctly.
I think you remember correctly, yes. And then behind them were the poor Hertford, who've dropped down rather a long way so far because they were in Division 1 when they started.
Absolutely, and given the rise that Merton are on, I think Hertford may well be dropping a little bit further.
Merton did look quite impressive, actually. A few crews have stood out, and Merton was one of them.
No, they've been on a good rise the last few years, really. I remember when I was a student, they weren't very well regarded, but in the last few years, they've really started to get quite good.
Don't you think, after having had the hiatus of the last year and a half, that there's been a clean break from how people were fixed to how they are now?
Well, I have to say, I'm surprised how little change there seems to have been. So the last time we had a clean break, a full break between 2 sets of races was, I think, 2013 or 2014. I'm struggling to remember now, where we missed Torpids due to flooding.
Oh, yes, of course.
And actually, it must have been 2014 because it was 2015 Torpids. There was a real shake-up of the order. That extra year seemed to make a huge difference to the speed differentials up and down the start order. So.
Okay. So, do you think? I mean, the standard of rowing here is what you'd expect after such a short time.
Yes, I mean, it's lower than we would expect. It's generally speaking lower than we would expect at this time of year if they'd had a full year of training. But of course, they haven't had a full year of training. They had a somewhat curtailed Michaelmas, no training whatsoever in Hillary. And then they've had more or less a full Trinity term, but it's still substantially less than we would, it's a little bit less than we would normally have for a Torpids and substantially less than we would normally have for a Summer 8, especially when you consider that there are fewer senior rowers around because they didn't get much training in last year either. So. I would say the standard is more or less where I would expect it to be, but it is certainly a little bit lower than it normally is. So we've got just over 15 minutes until the start of Women's Division 1. We see some of the crews here warming up, so we can see Christchurch and Pembroke at the top of the screen, and Wilson pointing down the river on the left-hand side. Christchurch going off 5th. Both them and Wilson managed to bump Oriel yesterday, so they'll be seeing if they can continue their rise, chasing Keble today. And Pembroke, coming towards us in the pink, are going to be trying to defend their headship. Pembroke have never had a Women's Torpids headship. They have inherited this one from Wadham, who have not entered this year. They didn't feel like their crews would really be safe to race, so they decided not to enter. So Pembroke inherited the headship. They've had the headship in Summer 8s before, but never in Torpids, it seems.
Going to camera 3 now.
As we see some of the other river traffic making its way, and that's really, I think the launch is probably on its way to ask them not to park there, because given that that's a favourite parking place of crews that have bumped out, I don't believe that that's going to be somewhere that those inflatable boats really want to stay. That they're very likely to be hit by a crew at fairly high speed if they stop there, so I suspect the launch is going over to politely ask them if they could park somewhere else to watch the racing.
The trouble is, it looks so interesting.
Oh, and it absolutely is. But the thing is, the problem with that one is, as I said, you're right where crews are going to want to clear to, so it's not where you want to be stopping. As we go down to the bottom, we see University and Jesus doing a little bit of a side-by-side piece going down to the start, it seems.
That's very decent of them.
University starting Bungline 9, having bumped up yesterday. Jesus having just bumped Magdalen, so they're going to be trying to get themselves up into this division. But they weren't able to catch. They weren't able to catch University in Women's Division 2, so I think they are going to struggle to do it here.
Yes, it's Oriel that have the problem, don't they? Oriel and Balliol are the only true crews that went down.
Yes, Oriel went down 2 and Balliol went down 1, although the Balliol one was a very, I would say, pessimistic concession from the Balliol Cox. I would have thought they could have run away from New College a little bit better than that, but that's what they did. It certainly was a safe decision. I'm not sure it's the one I would have made, but that's racing. So yes, I think University will be trying to catch Balliol. I think there's a good chance they will be able to. Whether Jesus can catch Balliol or not remains to be seen. I think they will struggle. And then Oriel, I suspect, will get caught by New College. So, but
those are the predictions. Yes,
those are the predictions. I think New College are really going to have to work for it. It took them quite a long time to catch Balliol yesterday. But, so I think we will probably see similar. You know, Oriel might get away with it, but if they do, it's going to be a tough fight.
Yes, it'd be interesting to see how Jesus who've gone up over the Sandwich crew. It'd be interesting to see how they fare as well against this division. So I think that's the most interesting part of seeing the bumps. I didn't realise that's how you change divisions with doing it twice at an hour apart. It's a really good system to slip up from one division to the next.
Yes, it's a very interesting system to make it work. I mean, you essentially treat, although we split it into divisions for the purposes of fitting everyone on the river, you essentially treat it as one long continuous chart.
Yes.
Like the statistics simply state an overall position from, counting from head as number 1 all the way down to the bottom. So.
Yes, and actually some of the charts that you see have that. And I was telling Phil, I remember when these used to be published in the Times and the Telegraph, so you could watch the bumps remotely, and you get all these hieroglyphs and squiggles. You try and work out on a black and white print who'd done what. It was quite fun. But,
yes, it's much easier when you can highlight a crew and see what you think they've done, rather than having to trace it along, possibly with a highlighter pen, and see what's going on.
Well, I have of course done columns in a spreadsheet with the squiggles all over it now, having listened to what was happening yesterday, and it has worked to a degree to keep track of what's happened. But it's when you get a crew that's been bumped and then they bump starts to make a mess of my head. But
well, again, it's one of the little unique parts of torpedoes. There are some even more mind-bending situations you could end up in. Not thankfully, we never have done. But for example, the very strange situation if you have 3 crews close together, and the middle one crosses to the far side of the river, and the third one then bumps the first one. That ends up in a very strange situation if you do something like that.
So has the crew that's crossed the river escaped being bumped, or do they get counted as having been bumped?
It's been a while since I've gone through and thought about it. It's a very easy one to deal with in Summer 8 because you simply swap the 2 crews that have bumped.
Yes.
But it's a little bit more complicated in torpedoes. I believe that they effectively get dropped one even though they weren't bumped, which is a slightly strange situation. But
because the crew that bumps the crew but one ahead swaps place, or certainly goes ahead of them, so yes, both must in essence go down.
They are inserted in front, which essentially means yes, the crew that, although they avoid getting bumped, they still go down, which is a slight quirk of the rules that we have. But as far as I'm aware, we've never had to deal with that situation.
Well, here's hoping.
Absolutely.
Are you on the committee this year?
No, not anymore. I was quite some time ago, but it's not really. I leave that to the students these days.
So you're safe then. You can just watch and smile. Sage.
Yes. I can watch. I can smile. I can coach. I can come and do this and talk everyone through what's happening. But I try to stay out of it a little bit. these days.
That's the stress-free existence.
Oh, it's still very stressful. But
So is this Hartford coming down?
this is Hartford coming down, yes. With the, can't quite see it from this side, but the red blades with the white stag painted on them.
I would have thought it had to be a Hart's Head, but actually, didn't their second boat actually had antlers on the oarsmen?
They did. Certainly their women's second boat did. I'm not sure about their men's,
Yes.
but yes, their women's second boat
Yeah.
definitely had antlers on all of them.
Oh dear.
That's Balliol looking somewhat scrappy there, so they're being chased by University. So I think that might.
We could have a bump there. Yes.
I think we are going to have a bump there. Yes.
Oh, you can see the Hart's Heads and a couple of Christmas hats. In fact, there's quite a selection of visors, tinsel, and something strange at bow.
I think just a fair few ribbons in their hair, holding the ponytails together.
I can't remember which crew it was. One of the women's crews in red, actually the cox had a crab on her head. So she was hoping, presumably, that nobody was going to catch a crab that day.
Well,
behind
if
her.
you've already caught one, then surely
Oh no, but the crew behind would have to catch them, wouldn't they?
No, the varying items of headgear has certainly become a thing for not so much for some of the more serious crews up towards the top, but for some of the I don't want to say recreational, but the crews that are here both
The lower divisions.
the lower divisions
Yes.
are generally trying to have a little bit more fun with it. So you get some strange
did hear
items of headgear, you get some strange lycra being worn.
I did hear some discussion between you and Phil yesterday about bucket hats. And I told Phil when I came on today that I go that far back that everyone used to say, if you can't row, wear a hat. So one doesn't wear a hat when one rows.
Mm.
So advice for up-and-coming rowers, ignore all these caps that people have on. Only keeps the sun out of your eyes.
Absolutely. And
That's-
see Wilson making their way
Wilson
down
there,
now. So
number
they're starting
4.
bun line 4. They're definitely hoping to be in contention for the headship. They hold the headship in summer 8s, not got the one in Torpids, but definitely a crew to watch today.
And that's House. Christchurch went up yesterday.
They did. Both Christchurch and Wilson managed to bump Oriel. I think
Yeah.
they're going to have a lot more of a fight to try and catch Keeble, but we'll see if they can make it.
Or even Wilson.
No, they might be able to catch Wilson, but Wilson, hopefully, well, we'll see.
Well-
Wilson will be hoping to push off Christchurch and go and catch Keeble themselves. So we will see.
Well,
how
Wilson
that
and
goes.
Christchurch both moved up past Oriel, didn't they?
Absolutely, and I think that,
Right,
frankly,
so-
both crews will be hoping they can continue that all the way to the top. I'm sure Christchurch
Yeah.
would prefer to catch Wilson at some point, but Wilson will be hoping that Christchurch push them all the way.
Mm.
Because, of course, you do tend to go that bit quicker when there is a crew right behind you pushing you along than you do when you're rowing in clear water.
Yes, that's
You
called
see
fear.
Keeble coming down. And I think
There'll be. Oh, there's one more boat coming,
I
which
think
must
that
be
was Pembroke
must
we
be
briefly
Oriel.
saw in the background.
Oh,
I think
was
it was
it? Okay.
Pembroke. This is Oriel we see coming down now.
I
So
love
we'll
the
be trying to see-
corporal stripes and sergeant stripes on some of the sleeves, and then presume that's a private too with no stripes at all.
So the interesting one with it's not so much on the racing kit, but on the blazers of Oriel, the number of stripes around the cuffs do indicate which boat they've rowed in. I can't remember what the system is. I think it is more stripes for a higher boat, but it might be the opposite. I'm not entirely certain.
Oh, right.
I think-
There's a huge tradition with blazers, with embellishments and minor amendments for different ranks, whether you've been captain of boats or you've raced at Henley or got your colours or so on and so forth. I
Absolutely.
thought they were quite fun.
Most of the colleges these days tend to just have the one basic design, but there are still a few minor ones. From memory, I could be wrong, but from memory, Oriel is 3 stripes if you're in the first boat, 2 in the second boat, and 1 in anything else. But again, that's purely going off memory. Another example
that's
being, another example
No,
being Wadham, the college I used to row for, where we have the first 8's blazer, which is Cambridge blue with white piping, and the second 8's blazer is white with Cambridge blue piping. So,
Which actually a lot of clubs used to have. They'd have a regatta blazer and then a Henley blazer. And one would be reverse of the other. I was Kingston, and I had a Scarlet Blazer with white piping, which was the Henley Blazer.
Mm.
The Club Blazer was white with scarlet piping,
Mhm.
and then that was done away with because nobody wore them because they got filthy so
Well,
quickly.
that is the problem. I do only know, I think, 3 people who own a Wadham Second Aids Blazer. But
Yeah, and Wadham also worked the bar at Remenham Club at the Royal.
they do indeed. I've worked that bar myself a few times. Very, very, very fun position to be in.
Can I say, I first did that when I was 14. I was a scout from Tiffin, and we started on the actually it was the qualifiers weekend. We'd start the qualifiers weekend as washer-uppers, and by the first day of regatta, you were serving.
I think I just heard the 5-minute gun go off in the background.
Which is about the right time for it.
It is about the right time for it. The crews are getting themselves spun, so we're getting close to the start.
I hate to say it doesn't look quite as orderly as the men's were 5-minute gun.
It doesn't, but then again, they've still got plenty of time.
They've got
5
loads
minutes,
of time. Yeah.
5 minutes is more than enough time to get yourselves attached, and they are all at least down in the right area and quite close to their bung lines. It's not like we're still trying to herd somebody from the top half of the river. So.
Right, the right sort of general position.
Absolutely, and you can see Wilson there just getting pulled into the bank a little bit. Their poleman's getting attached. Hartford being handed the bung line by their poleman.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see now because we've got Pembroke and Hertford who rode over yesterday, and then Keble. So the first 3, who can make a move on those? But then behind those 2, you've got those 3 rather. You've got the 2 of Woolston and Christchurch, who are the up and comers from yesterday. So it's a matter of whether Crews 1, 2, and 3 can do anything between them, or 4 and 5 can actually make any headway. So the 2 in the bay are the ones to keep an eye on, and the
Yes,
front
they really
3.
are. The yellow Empacher and the crew behind them, they are definitely the 2 crews to be watching at the start of this division.
Yellow Empacher, Wilson, yes.
Yes, slightly annoying that the shade of yellow on the blades and on the boat is different, but
No, we are getting picky. And the tabards on the bank are different as well. Just when will they learn? Actually, we had the word Horlicks a while back. Pembroke are making a bit of a Horlicks of getting near the bank, aren't they?
They're
quite sure
taking
what they're
their
doing.
time with it, but they shouldn't be too far off now. Although they certainly could do to be closer before the poleman tries to pass them the bung line, because I don't think he's going to reach there. Oh, just about maybe.
Oh! Yes, success. But now she's pulling in, which is turning them even more. And there we have goslings, Canada goslings. Shoot them. Oh, sorry, I can't say that.
It actually has been an interesting effect. The lack of rowing over the last year, the waterfowl in general seems to be far less aware of rowing boats and have been taking a lot longer to get out of the way. I think they're starting to get more used to them now and realise that they can't just sit there and that the boats will stop. But certainly for the first few weeks of term, they were very much getting in the way.
And the only thing that's cramping the style of Canada geese is now these Egyptian ducks that are around.
I don't think we've seen any of those down here.
Have they not come up? Okay.
No, I was seeing some at the
Henley
last
Reach.
weekend, but I've
Yeah,
seen some at
they're
Thornley,
up
but
the Henley Reach, and I think they're spreading up the river slowly. But I think they're invasive. And there's also, I've seen a couple of crossbred Canada and English geese, which are misbegotten creatures, bless their cotton socks. And they seem to have the stupidity of English geese, the looks of Canada. However, it's nice to have a little bit of ornithology as we have 2 minutes to the start.
Yes, 2 minutes to the start. We should be switching back to the first camera.
No, just like as if by magic.
Pembroke have just about managed to get themselves attached, it seems. They took their time with it, but they are on plenty of time before the start. So,
You know, when I was involved in it, I always used to think the getting attached race helped give you an indication of how the outcome of the race itself was going to go. So just getting on your stake boat and then
It's not so
sitting there
much-
calm and relaxed.
I'm not sure it's so much about how quickly you get on there, but certainly how.
It's
in
the
terms of
manner.
the manner in which you get
Yeah.
attached is certainly indicative both of how calm and collected the crew are, and certainly in the lower divisions of bumps, how competent they are in general.
But we're just over 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes to go.
I think I
They're
just
in the
heard
right
the minute
place.
gun there as we see the smoke.
Yes, there's the
1
smoke.
minute.
1 to go.
So this will be the final race of the day, Women's Division 1. We are
And can I just say, bang on time.
Absolutely.
That's impressive, isn't it?
Well, we do tend to be quite good at running to time here, it must be said.
Well, it gets easier and easier as the crews get more and more competent, doesn't it?
It does, and we've got a lot of crews to get through, so we really do need to try and keep to time. It's not too bad at this time of year, but in February, and you start to lose the light towards the end of the day, you don't want to end up having to cancel the top division. So it's in everyone's best interest to make sure that they are going. Wolfson's sitting very far out in the middle of the river there.
I was going to say, Pembroke have got the perfect line. And
trying to get a nice line so they don't hit that slight bit of bank that juts out.
Yeah. They must be completely detached from. Oh, they have to be on the bung line, don't they?
They're on the bung line, but the poleman's clearly pushed them out a long way. As I just heard the start.
There we go. And Pembroke look like they're standing still compared to Hertford behind them.
So I suspect we're going to see similar to what we saw in the previous race, where Pembroke went off hard to try and catch Oriel. I suspect we're going to see similar here. Hertford going off hard to try and catch Pembroke. Well, it looks like Keeble are closing them down a bit off the start.
Well, they're certainly pulling away from Wolfson. And Christchurch are gaining on Wolfson. Keeble looked rough. Yeah, I'm allowed to say that.
You're allowed to say that. It's a good first few strokes, but then they started to get a little bit scrappy as the rate came up, I think.
It's strong, but it's not cohesive, so I think they'll struggle in the later half. That Christchurch crew is going well.
It is. Oriel sitting very wide in the middle of the river. As we see, the gaps at the top looking more or less as we expected them to do. I suspect we're going to be getting quite close down towards the back between University and Balliol. It'd be interesting to see what's going on there. Wolfson maybe starting to move a little bit closer on Keeble.
Keeble, I think, are gaining slightly on Hertford, but Christchurch are definitely gaining on Wolfson.
Slightly wide line from Wolfson there.
Yes.
Christchurch
has steered out.
Christchurch.
What are Christchurch off to?
Well, they're clearly following the crew ahead, which is not necessarily the right choice. A big gap between Christchurch and Oriel, really opening up there. We can see why that bump happened yesterday. Wolfson looking like they're steering away from Keeble.
Whoa, what are Christchurch doing? Dear God!
Did I miss a concession from Keeble there? It looks like Wolfson have wound down. So I think Keeble must have conceded. So Christchurch
they must have done.
Christchurch steering to avoid Wolfson there, so that's well done for them.
And they need to catch Keeble then.
Indeed, they're going to try and get the overlap, same as they did yesterday. We now see New College. Oriel really have pulled some water on New College, so they may well be safe. As we go up to the top, we see Hertford closing, more or less maintaining station, in fact, on Pembroke at the top. I'd really be interested in seeing what's going on with University towards the back of the division, and that's Balliol.
There we are.
And I have no sign of University. In fact, there's Jesus, so that suggests that University.
Yes.
That suggests that University have managed to catch Balliol, and Christchurch are now getting very close on Keeble as they come out of the gut.
They've really caught up.
They have. Keeble must have had a shocking moment going through the gut, and Christchurch are now right on them. And that's the
Keeble were the ones there. Keeble were the ones that looked really, really ugly and disunited, or uncoordinated.
Yeah, they had a good first couple of strokes, but as they wound the rate up, it really did seem to fall apart. So once again, Christchurch and Wolfson have managed to follow each other up and both bump the same crew. So doing very well for both of them. We go back to the back of the division. I don't expect to see any more bumps here. I suspect we'll see.
And that's University, isn't it?
That's University paddling along behind the following
launch,
having bumped out on Balliol. Balliol looking like they're closing in on New College. So New College bumped Balliol yesterday. Balliol having a go at them to try and get it back, it seems.
But they've gone wide on the bend, haven't they?
They have.
Or are they going to cross early?
It looks like they're going to cross a little bit early, yes, although they now seem to be steering back, which is definitely not the right thing to do. You really want to make the decision and stick with it.
I was going to say, someone's making smoke here, aren't they? That looks very close.
It does look very close. A lot closer than I was expecting it to.
There's just clear water still.
There is a bit. Pembroke are really going to want to start to put the hammer down if they want to stay away from Hertford. That looks like there's less than a quarter of a length there.
Hertford want to get their bows just outside Pembroke's stern so they can keep them in, don't they?
They do want to be just outside to try and stop Pembroke running away, and they seem to be achieving that. There's very little water. Actually, I say that, I think they're now on the inside, but we'll see. They're swinging around. Hopefully the Hertford Cox is not missing. And there's the concession.
Yes, there we go. They've done it. Well done.
Headship from Pembroke. That was unexpected.
Right at the boathouses.
Yeah, although unfortunately,
place to do it.
Unfortunately, Hertford's boathouse is at Longbridges, so they're very past where all of their rowers are. But no, fantastic.
But they can let everyone else see how good they are.
Absolutely, very disappointing for Pembroke. They'll be right where any of their rowers will have been able to see them, as we now see Oriel coming up. A lot of clear water both sides of Oriel, because Keble is the next crew in front, and New College have been walked away from a little bit behind them. So
Now, Oriel actually looked as neat as the men's crew did.
where on earth are Balliol going? That's a very strange line from Balliol.
They're just having a wander up the river. It's a lovely afternoon.
Yeah, they're slowing themselves down an awful lot, and they're at risk of being caught by Jesus if they do that. Jesus, started 2 bunglines behind,
They did.
and now look like they're down to around about a length.
I would suggest that their rudder isn't broken, because it's definitely doing a lot of work.
It looks like it. Well, this
There's
certainly
only a
would be
length there.
This certainly would be unexpected if Jesus could get Balliol. They went into this week really not expecting much, and so far they've gone up one place. They might be able to get another one here.
Well, they've gone up a division and a place if they do it.
Absolutely.
That would be brilliant. It's 3/4 of a length. It's a lot to gain, but if
It is a
Balliol
lot
are
to
gonna-
gain, but the Balliol crew are looking somewhat scrappy. So any mistakes that they make are really going to help
No.
Jesus close it down. Jesus needs to just keep it clean, and they're going to keep closing it down.
that's only half a length, they're closing it all the time.
They really are. This is going to go right to the wire. We really should stick with this one until the finish, because we're going to see what's happening here. This is getting.
Especially as they're the last 2 boats going up the river.
They are, and with Balliol conceding to New College quite early yesterday, Jesus will be hopeful they do the same again today. We're down to just over 1/4 of a length now, it looks like.
They should get that. They're just closing like a steam train now.
They really are. Fantastic finish to this race from Jesus.
Wow.
Balliol really.
And
looking
they've
like
They've
Are
hit
they?
the boats, haven't they? They're just splashing a lot.
No, they're just
they
being
must be
quite
in
splashy.
contact.
Not
Oh, she's going for
quite,
the
it
wallop.
seems. I think
That
that's
must be contact.
No.
That's contact. No, it might
Very
not
hard.
be.
It's very hard to judge. But
No.
no hand from the Balliol Cox, and Jesus is still racing, so they might just get away
Wow.
with it.
But they've got to get the stern over the line. This is she's running away now.
Running away back towards the towpath. Jesus following. This is going to be
Oh.
tight.
This is one for the adjudicators. Now I think they've got away with that. I think
Yeah.
they've stayed clear.
I'm sure it's a lot clearer from the alongside than it is from this camera angle, but
Wow.
it certainly looked like one hell of a close race there.
But it kept everybody interested right until the end.
It really did.
And they must be at the finish there now. That's by the narrowboat.
Yes, they've wound down.
There we
so
go.
That would suggest that Jesus didn't quite manage to get them.
And there was no hand from the Cox.
There certainly wasn't a hand from the Cox, but Jesus can at least take some solace in the fact that tomorrow, assuming they can row over ahead of Women's Division 2, they will be chasing Balliol directly, not having to try and get the over bump. So that will there's a good chance that bump will happen tomorrow.
Yeah, so because tomorrow they'll be going over. Jesus will be at the top of Division 2,
Yes,
but the crew behind them will be Magdalen, who've come down.
absolutely. So Jesus should be fairly comfortable in
Yes.
rowing over at the top of Women's 2, and then they just have to try and catch Balliol tomorrow, and they'll be up into Division 1, which will be a really fantastic result for Jesus, considering where they thought they'd be at the start of this week.
Well,
So the other-
fantastic results have to go to Hertford for actually getting to be head of the river at the Mow, and to Wolfson for going up as well.
And indeed to Christchurch for catching Keble on the overbump as well.
Yes, that's true. So that for Division 1, there were a lot of bumps.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you have to
And
feel
I'm
a
just
bit.
looking back through the chart, and as far as I can see, the last time Hertford were second on the river in 1980. It doesn't look like they've had a headship, so this might be the first time that Hertford have had the women's torpedoes headship as well.
Does it actually count as headship even if it's midweek?
No, well, it doesn't count unless they hold it at the end of the week, realistically.
Right, okay,
but,
yeah.
they have never been at this position on the river, as far as I can tell.
So this is like commentators saying at the 1500 metre mark they're in gold medal position, which is utter tosh. So basically, so they're in gold
Absolutely.
medal position here, but there are no medals awarded. How's that? So they're leading, and if they can just hold that station over 2 more days, they're on form to be head.
They certainly are, and we're going to see
And
Wilson and Christchurch going to be.
I was going to say the biggest threats are going to be Wilson and Christchurch.
They really are, yes. That's going to be on Friday. I think we're going to get a very interesting showdown between Hertford, Wilson, and Christchurch at the top of the river.
So, it's interesting. Both Christchurch crews are now 4th, and therefore very unlikely to get head. But they've both done well. That is
phenomenally
tough.
Well.
That is tough.
But this is why you want to. This is where you see the consistency within the clubs really shining through. Is when you can be fighting for those positions year on year. It's not enough to just have a good crew one year. You need to keep that. Yeah. You need to be consistently able to put out strong crews if you want to get up to the headship.
So Pembroke men and women are both 2nd. Christchurch men and women are both 4th. And one of those clubs will be happy. That's been seeing those last 2 sets of races, the last 2 divisions. There was such a complete contrast with the activity, because everybody basically held station in the men's, apart from one crew. But only one crew has held. No one's held station at all in the women's division.
I think Oriel and New College both managed to row over 6 and 7. And Jesus, Oriel, of course.
Sorry, yes, They changed the previous day.
They changed since the start of the competition.
Yeah, 6 and 7 actually managed to row over. Yes.
Since the start of the competition, there has been all change in Women's Division 1. Nobody has rowed over for 2 days consecutively.
No. Whereas the men, there have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats that have done it. And today there were 7. What a difference. What a difference. Which one do you enjoy watching more? No, that's been a really good day's racing.
I enjoy watching all of the racing.
I know, that's the trouble. It's really good seeing good rowing, even if people don't get overtaken, but it's really good seeing the excitement of the bumps, which is the very heart of this event. And as a real novice to the event, that's what made it exciting. And it was a bit like listening to the boat race, people talking about it this year over at Ely. And everyone saying how great it was because it was so close and nobody was ever more than half a length ahead. Nothing like the championship course. But for the people who don't understand the championship course, it probably was more exciting.
Yes, and speaking of the boat races, one of the minor changes this year is that the Blues are in fact allowed to row, although this is running under mostly Torpid's rules. Given
hence the word summer.
Yeah, they have allowed the Blues. They felt it would be a little unfair to say we are running races, but you lot can't race. Although that said, a lot of the Blues have been training quite hard with the squads, so they haven't necessarily been doing all that much training with their colleges. Some of the boats have been put together quite last minute, and with the hope that the Blues can adapt quick enough to make the boat work.
One hopes.
Anyway, it certainly seems to be paying off for some of them. For example, St Edmund Hall, I know one of the lightweight Blues has been dropped into the 6th seat at quite short notice, and they've been making fantastic games down in Women's Division 3. So
the good news is that's the close of racing for the day as the sun sparkles off the water to dazzle all those watching online. I hope you've enjoyed what we've been doing and the chat. I've been having a lovely chat with Phil and with Scott. But I hope you've enjoyed seeing the racing and listening to some of the detail that we've helped to pass on. And thank you, Scott, for your work and for your coaching. And also thank you to First Sight for bringing us all the pictures. It's been really interesting seeing what happens here. And I believe I'm on first thing tomorrow morning, so...
I believe you are, so that'll be around about 11:30. We should start broadcasting. First race, Men's Division 7, will be going off at 11:50, assuming everything runs to time. So we will see everyone in the morning.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Scott. Thank you, everyone, for watching, if you're still there.